Welcome, dear friends, to a serene spring evening, where we invite you to gently release the cares of the day and immerse yourself in the present moment. As the blossoms bloom and the world awakens with vibrant life, let this be a time for relaxation and the nurturing embrace of bedtime dreams. Allow the soothing sounds of our stories to guide you to magical and peaceful places, ideal for renewal and tranquility. Spring is the perfect season to enjoy these peaceful tales, so settle in, unwind, and let your imagination wander freely. Story 1. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around chimney tops. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs dusted in autumn gold, and every evening the villagers lit enchanted lanterns that glowed with warm, buttery light. But for 7 nights something peculiar happened. Precisely at 8 o'clock, every lantern flickered wildly, plunged the lane into darkness for exactly 60 heartbeats, then bloomed bright again. No wind stirred. No storms raged. Only this soft, rhythmic vanishing of light. Young Finn noticed it first. With eyes wide as moonlit ponds and a habit of counting stars instead of sheep, he sat by his attic window each night, sketching the lanterns in his notebook. "Grandfather," he whispered one evening, tugging the old man's woolen sleeve. "The lights aren't sick, they are bowing." His grandfather, Silas, keeper of Willowbrook's archives, peered through spectacles fogged by chamomile tea. "Bowing, lad, like they're greeting something," Finn insisted. "Or hiding." The next night, Finn bundled into a scarf smelling of cedar and cloves and tiptoed into the velvet dark lane. Silas followed, carrying a basket of honey cakes for thinking fuel. He winked. As the clock tower chimed 8, the lanterns sighed and dimmed. Finn held his breath. In the sudden blackness, a faint shimmer rippled through the air, like dew on a spiderweb catching dawn. Then warmth flooded back as the lanterns rekindled. "Did you see it, grandfather? Silver sparkles." Silas hummed, stroking his beard. "Sparkles need witnesses. Let's consult the night librarian." Deep in the whispering woods, an ancient oak housed Althea, an owl whose feathers held constellations. Her library was hollowed branches stacked with books bound in moth wing and birch bark. "Huuo," she greeted, blinking amber eyes. "Trouble in the lanterns." Finn gaped. "You know, the woods listen," Althea rustled. She spread a book glowing with bioluminescent paint. Long ago, lantern light was sustained by fireflies. But when Willowbrook enchanted its glass, the fireflies left, or so we thought. Her talon tapped a page, showing fireflies dancing around a lantern. Perhaps an old contract is broken. Finn's mind buzzed. If fireflies once tended the lights, where were they now? That evening, he and Silas waited again. As darkness fell, Finn pressed his ear to a lantern's warm glass. Faint, frantic tapping echoed inside like tiny fists drumming on a window pane. "They're trapped." Finn gasped. "The enchantment's too strong. They need to stretch their wings at 8 o'clock, but they can't escape." Silas's brow furrowed. "But why now? These lanterns burn steady for decades." For 3 days, Finn observed. He noticed the lanterns closest to the woods flickered brightest before dimming. Near the village square, they barely glimmered. "It's the glass," Finn realized, sketching furiously. "The older lanterns by the woods have bubbles and flaws. The new ones in the square are perfect, no gaps for fireflies to slip through." Silas beamed. "Wisdom and imperfection, lad, but how do we free them without dousing the lights?" Althea had the answer. "Seek the moss menders." In moonlit clearings lived hedgehogs who spun threads from moonbeams and dandelion fluff. Finn offered them honey cakes, and 3 plump hedgehogs, Pippin, Thistle, and Nettle, agreed to help. Tight glass squeaked Pippin. Need breathing holes, gentle like. Working by twilight, they nibbled microscopic spirals into the lantern glass, not enough to break enchantment, but wide enough for wings to flutter free. On the 8th night, the village gathered. As the clock struck 8, the lanterns dimmed. But instead of darkness, 1,000 silver sparks streamed through the moss mender's spirals, swirling into the cool air like living constellations. For 60 glorious seconds, the fireflies danced a river of light, weaving through astonished gasps and outstretched hands. Then as one they spiraled back into the lanterns, reigniting them with a warmer, softer glow. No more frantic tapping. No more trapped whispers. Old Man Hemlock, who'd grumbled about modern nuisances, wiped his eyes. My grandmother spoke of firefly keepers. I thought they were tales. Silas placed a hand on Finn's shoulder. The fireflies weren't escaping. They were tending the light all along and asking for a moment of sky. Finn smiled at the lanterns, now pulsing gently, as if breathing. We fixed the newness, grandfather. The flaws let them dance. Willowbrook's nights deepened into harmony. Children left sugar crystal crumbs near lanterns for the fireflies. Althea added the tale to her library, inked in firefly luminescence. And Finn, curled under a quilt stitched with stars, knew some mysteries weren't fearsome shadows, just forgotten friends needing room to breathe. As lantern light painted gold on his walls, he whispered to the quiet room, "Good night, keepers," and drifted into dreams woven with silver wings and honeyed dark. Outside, the lanterns glowed steady and kind, their gentle light a promise that even in stillness, magic danced just beneath the surface, waiting for a curious heart to set it free. Story 2. The little village of Meadow's rest nestled in a valley ringed by sleepy, blue-gray mountains. It was a place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy climbing its stone walls lived a quiet boy named Leo. Leo wasn't loud or boisterous. He preferred the company of dusty library corners and the intricate patterns of frost on his window pane. He felt most at home among things that held quiet stories: a chipped blue mug, a grandfather clock with a steady, comforting tick, a worn velvet armchair that seemed to sigh when you sat in it. One rainy Tuesday, while helping his grandmother clear out the musty attic, Leo discovered something tucked behind a trunk draped in a faded quilt. It wasn't grand or glittering. It was a teapot. Utterly ordinary at first glance, round-bellied, made of simple brown clay, glazed a soft, earthy green. It had no intricate patterns, no silver filigree, just a sturdy spout and a smooth wooden handle worn smooth by time. But as Leo brushed off the dust, a faint, unexpected warmth pulsed through the clay, like the slow heartbeat of a sleeping creature. Intrigued, he carried it downstairs. That evening, while grandmother dozed by the fire, Leo decided to try the teapot. He filled it with water from the copper kettle and placed it on the stove. As the water heated, something remarkable happened. Instead of plain steam, the vapor curling from the spout began to shimmer with faint colors: soft golds, hazy blues, gentle pinks. It wasn't just steam, it was forming shapes. Tiny, intricate scenes flickered within the mist: a hummingbird hovering over a star-shaped flower, a paper boat sailing down a sun-dappled stream, a constellation of fireflies dancing in a velvet-dark meadow. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with wonder. The ordinary teapot held extraordinary secrets. It brewed dreams. He poured the hot water over chamomile leaves in his own cup, but the magic wasn't in the tea itself. It was in the steam. As he blew gently across the surface of his cup, the steam swirled, coalescing into a miniature seen right before his eyes. A path winding through a forest of impossibly tall, silver-barked trees, dappled with sunlight that looked like liquid gold. A deep longing stirred in Leo's quiet heart. He knew with a certainty as warm as the teapot itself that this path was real, and it called to him. The next morning Leo packed a small knapsack, a wedge of cheese, an apple, his warmest woolen mittens, and the brown teapot, carefully wrapped in a soft cloth. He told grandmother he was going for a long walk to sketch the autumn leaves. She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Mind the roots, little owl," she said, using her favorite name for him. "And listen to what the wind tells you." The path from the steam vision led Leo beyond the familiar fields of Meadow's Rest into the Whisperwood. Ancient trees arched overhead, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp moss and pine resin. Leo felt small but not afraid. He walked for hours, the teapot a comforting weight in his pack. When the shadows grew long, he stopped by a clear, chuckling stream. He unwrapped the teapot, filled it from the stream, and set it on a small fire he built with practiced hands. As the water heated, the steam rose, shimmering. This time it showed a moss-covered stone bridge ahead, and beside it, a figure sitting very still. Following the steam's guidance, Leo soon found the bridge. Beneath it, tucked into the cool shade of the mossy stones, sat a turtle. Not just any turtle. His shell was the deep green of forest pools, etched with intricate silver whorls that seemed to catch the fading light. He had wise, ancient eyes the color of polished amber. "Good afternoon," Leo said softly, kneeling. "My name is Leo." The turtle blinked slowly. "Good afternoon, Leo. I am Thorn. I have been waiting." His voice was like dry leaves rustling, calm and deliberate. "Waiting for me?" Leo asked, surprised. "For the one who carries the vessel of whispers," Thorn replied, his gaze resting on the cloth-wrapped bundle. "Its call has been humming through the roots for days. You seek the Heartstone Glade, do you not?" Leo nodded. "The steam showed me a path, but not why. It just felt important." Thorn shifted slightly. "The glade holds the first light, the source of all gentle dreams in this valley, but its guardian, an ancient mountain spirit named Silas, has grown heavy with loneliness. His sorrow dims the light, the dreams grow faint, restless. The teapot awoke, sensing the need. It chose you, Leo, because you listen. You see the stories in quiet things." Leo felt a flutter of nervousness. "But I'm just a boy. How can I help a mountain spirit?" "Wisdom," Thorn rumbled, "not strength. Loneliness needs understanding, not force. But the path is long, and the woods hold puzzles for the unwary. I will guide your feet, but you will need another friend. Look." The teapot, resting beside Leo, began to steam gently, even without fire. The vapor formed the image of a prickly little creature with bright button eyes, scurrying near a cluster of glowing purple mushrooms deep within a fern-filled gully. "Ah," said Thorn. "Pip, she knows the hidden ways, find her." With Thorn moving steadily, albeit slowly, beside him, Leo ventured deeper into the Whisperwood. Thorn's knowledge was immense. He showed Leo which berries were safe, which roots stored sweet water, and how to read the subtle signs in the moss, a hidden spring here, a patch of treacherous bog there. He spoke of the forest's ancient songs, the language of the stones, and the patient wisdom of growing things. Leo learned to walk quietly, to truly see the intricate web of life around him. After another day's travel, following the teapot's occasional steamy hints, they found Pip. She was a hedgehog, but her spines weren't brown and ordinary. They shimmered with a soft, opalescent light like mother-of-pearl. She was busily arranging tiny quartz crystals around the glowing purple mushrooms when Leo and Thorn approached. "Hello," Leo called gently. Pip squeaked and rolled into a tight, shimmering ball. "Peace, little light," Thorn said soothingly. "We mean no harm. We seek the Heartstone Glade. The vessel led us to you." Slowly, Pip uncurled. Her eyes, bright as blackberries, peered up at Leo. The dreamer's pot, she chirped, her voice quick and musical. It glows, you glow too a bit, softly, like moonlit moss. She scampered closer, her nose twitching. I am Pip, I know the glow paths and the starlit shortcuts. The glade is sad, Silas is sad, the mushrooms whisper it. She pointed a tiny paw towards a dense thicket of thorny brambles. The quick way is there, but it's tricky, thorns and riddles. The bramble thicket was indeed formidable, a wall of cruel-looking spikes. As they approached, the air shimmered, and words seemed to form from the rustling leaves and creaking branches. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I? Leo frowned. A riddle. Force wouldn't work here. He thought of the Whisperwood of Thorn's lessons. He remembered the sound of the stream, the sighing of the trees, the rustle of dry leaves. An echo, he whispered. The brambles shivered. A section of thorns seemed to soften, melt away like mist, revealing a narrow, winding tunnel lined with smooth, cool stones that glowed faintly from within. Pip clapped her tiny paws. Echoes, yes, clever glow boy. She scampered into the tunnel, her spines casting dancing lights on the walls. Thorn followed with a slow, approving nod. Leo, heart pounding with a mix of trepidation and excitement, stepped through. The tunnel opened into the Heartstone glade. It was breathtaking. Giant luminous crystals like frozen rainbows rose from the mossy ground, pulsing with a soft, internal light. In the center stood a figure as tall as two men, seemingly formed from smoothed granite and moss. His face was ancient, craggy, and etched with deep sorrow. This was Silas, the mountain spirit. The light from the crystals around him was weak, flickering uncertainly. A profound melancholy hung heavy in the air, making even the vibrant moss look dull. Silas turned his great head slowly. His eyes, deep as caverns, held an ocean of loneliness. Who disturbs the glade? His voice was the grinding of distant stones, weary and heavy. Leo stepped forward, Pip hiding slightly behind his ankle, Thorn at his side. My name is Leo, sir. We came because the dreams are fading. The teapot showed us the way. He carefully unwrapped the brown clay teapot. Silas stared at the humble object, then at Leo. A child and a teapot, what can you offer against the weight of centuries? The others, the forest spirits, they forget, they move on. Only the stones remember, and remembering is heavy. A deep sigh rumbled through the glade, making the crystals dim further. Leo felt the immense sadness wash over him. He thought of the teapot's magic, not power, but connection. He thought of Thorn's wisdom and Pip's bright spark. He thought of his grandmother's warm kitchen, the shared stories by the fire. Loneliness needed sharing, not solving. Sir, Leo said, his voice small but clear in the vast quiet, the teapot, it doesn't make dreams, it shows them. It shows the dreams that are already in people's hearts. He took a deep breath. Would you like to see one? Silas was silent for a long moment. Then, with a nod that sounded like shifting pebbles, he lowered himself slowly, settling onto the moss like a weathered mountain. Leo quickly gathered some dry twigs Pip found and built a small fire. He filled the teapot with water from a clear pool reflecting the crystals, and set it to heat. As the steam rose, shimmering with colors, Leo focused. Not on grand visions, but on small, warm moments. He thought of the first crocus pushing through snow, the sound of grandmother humming while kneading dough, the comforting weight of a sleeping cat on his lap, the shared silence with Thorn under the whispering trees, Pip's delighted chirp when she found a particularly bright crystal. He poured his quiet appreciation for these simple, connecting joys into the steam. The vapor swirled, forming not vast landscapes but intimate scenes. A spider weaving a dewy web at dawn, two ladybugs sharing a leaf, an old badger gently grooming a young one, the warm glow of a cottage window seen from the cold dark. It showed the enduring friendship of Thorn and Pip, sitting patiently beside Leo. It showed Silas himself, not as a lonely giant, but as part of the glade, a bird nesting in the moss on his shoulder, a butterfly resting on his stony hand. Silas watched, his stony face unreadable at first. Then a single tear, clear as mountain spring water, traced a path down his granite cheek. It landed on the moss with a soft plink, and where it fell, a tiny cluster of star-like white flowers instantly bloomed. He watched the steam show Thorn explaining the rings of an ancient tree stump to Leo, Pip weaving a crown of glowing mushrooms. He saw Leo carefully sketching a delicate fern, capturing its story. You see it. Silas rumbled, his voice less heavy, touched with wonder. You see the small connections, the quiet belonging. Leo nodded. The teapot helps us see the dreams we already hold, sir. The dreams of warmth, of friendship, of being part of something. You belong here, Silas. The forest remembers you. The stones remember you. We remember you. Silas closed his deep eyes. A tremor, not of sorrow, but of release, passed through him. When he opened them again, a gentle warmth, like the first touch of sunrise, radiated from his core. The crystals around the glade responded instantly. Their pulsing light grew stronger, steadier, bathing the clearing in a soft, ethereal radiance, gold, rose, azure, and emerald swirling together in peaceful harmony. The very air shimmered with renewed life and gentle magic. The Heartstone glade was awakening. The oppressive loneliness lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and interconnectedness. Pip danced among the newly bright crystals, her spines scattering prismatic light. Thorn let out a slow, contented sigh. Well done, little owl, he murmured to Leo. Wisely done. Leo felt a warm glow spread through him, deeper than the fire's heat. He hadn't fought a battle, he had shared a dream. He had reminded a lonely heart that it was seen, remembered, and belonged. They stayed in the glade for a while, sharing simple food as Silas, his spirit visibly lighter, shared stories of the mountain's dawn, of glaciers that carved the valleys, of the first seeds carried by the wind. The teapot steamed gently beside them, showing fleeting, happy scenes of meadows, rest children laughing, bread being pulled from an oven, an old man feeding birds. When it was time to leave, Silas placed a large, smooth hand on Leo's head. His touch was cool but kind. Thank you, Dreambringer, he said, the grinding stones replaced by a deep, resonant warmth. You carried the light when I forgot how to see it. The dreams will flow strong again. He broke off a small, perfectly formed crystal from his own shoulder. It pulsed with the soft, multi-hued light of the glade. A reminder, he said, placing it gently in Leo's palm. It felt warm, humming faintly with peaceful energy. The journey back felt different. The Whisperwood seemed brighter, friendlier. The thorny brambles remained open, the riddle answered for good. Pip scampered ahead, lighting the path with her shimmering spines, chattering about glowworms and moon petals. Thorn moved with a steady, satisfied pace. Leo carried the brown teapot, now quiet and cool, and the warm crystal nestled safely in his pocket. He arrived home as the first stars pricked the twilight sky. Grandmother was waiting by the window. There you are, little owl, she said, opening the door. Did you find good leaves to sketch? Leo hugged her, breathing in the familiar scent of lavender and wood smoke. Better than leaves, Grandma, he whispered. He told her everything, sitting by the crackling fire, the magic teapot, Thorn the wise turtle, Pip the shimmering hedgehog, Silas the lonely mountain spirit, and the Heartstone glade. He showed her the warm crystal, which cast dancing rainbows on the hearthstone. Grandmother listened, her eyes reflecting the firelight. Ah, she sighed softly when he finished, stroking his hair. So that's where the good dreams come from, and the teapot chose wisely. It knew a quiet heart sees the deepest magic. She looked at the simple brown pot now sitting innocently on the mantelpiece. Will it still show the dreams? Leo smiled. He filled it with water and set it near the fire. It steamed gently, plain white vapor rising. I think its big magic is done, Grandma. It woke up when it was needed most to help us remember. Now. He blew softly across his cup of chamomile tea. The steam swirled, forming a perfect miniature image of Thorn and Pip waving from the edge of the Whisperwood under a starry sky, and Silas, a gentle smile on his stony face, bathed in the radiant light of the Heartstone glade. Now it just shows the dreams we carry inside, the quiet, happy ones, the ones about belonging. Grandmother smiled, her face peaceful in the firelight. The very best kind of dreams, little owl, the kind that warm you from the inside out. She sipped her tea, the simple steam carrying the faint, comforting scent of chamomile and home. Leo held the warm crystal in his hand, feeling its gentle pulse, a tiny echo of the glade's restored light. He looked at the ordinary brown teapot, a vessel that had held extraordinary secrets and guided an extraordinary journey. The fire crackled, casting long, dancing shadows. Outside, the wind sighed softly through the ivy, carrying whispers of mountains, forests, and the quiet, enduring magic of connection. He felt changed, not into someone loud or grand, but into someone who understood, deep in his bones, the wonder hidden in humble things and the quiet strength of a listening heart. And as the embers glowed softly, Leo knew that in Meadow's rest, and far beyond in the Whisperwood and the Heartstone glade, the sweetest dreams were blooming once more, carried on the gentle steam of understanding, as warm and comforting as a cup of tea shared by the fire. Sleep would come easily tonight, wrapped in the soft, luminous glow of belonging. Story 3. The village of Willowbend nestled in a valley, where sunlight dripped like honey onto cobbled streets and rooftops mossy with age. Here lived Oliver, a boy whose heart beat a little faster than others, who found loud noises startling and crowded marketplaces overwhelming. He preferred the quiet company of his attic room, filled with treasures others called junk, chipped teacups, worn-out boots, a collection of smooth river stones, and a curious, dusty compass. This compass wasn't ordinary. Its brass case was tarnished, its glass face cracked like a spider's web, and its needle, instead of pointing north, quivered constantly as if shivering. Oliver had found it years ago in the roots of the ancient oak at the forest's edge. Most dismissed it as broken, but Oliver felt a strange warmth emanating from it when he held it, a soft hum like a drowsy bee. He kept it hidden in a carved wooden box, a secret friend. One crisp autumn afternoon, while polishing the compass with a soft cloth, Oliver noticed something new. The trembling needle wasn't random. It seemed to tug faintly towards his window, towards the whispering woods that bordered the village. A strange sensation bloomed in his chest, not fear, but a pull, like the compass was whispering a secret only he could hear. As the feeling grew, the needle steadied, pointing resolutely towards the deepest part of the forest. Oliver's usual hesitation battled with this unexpected curiosity. The woods were vast and sometimes unsettling, filled with unfamiliar sounds. Yet the compass felt insistent, warm against his palm, humming gently. Taking a deep breath, Oliver packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, a water skin, and his worn blanket. He slipped the compass into his pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence, and stepped out, leaving the familiar cobbles behind for the crunch of fallen leaves. The forest welcomed him with shafts of golden light piercing the canopy, painting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet decay of autumn. The compass guided him off the main path, leading him deeper than he'd ever ventured. Soon, the dense undergrowth became challenging. Thorny vines snagged his clothes, and gnarled roots seemed to twist deliberately underfoot. Just as doubt began to creep in, a low, grumbling voice startled him. HMPH lost, are we, or just determined to trample perfectly good truffle patches? Oliver spun around. Peering from behind a giant, mushroom-studded log was a stout badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his snout and a perpetually grumpy expression, but his eyes were sharp and kind. His name, he gruffly announced, was Thistle. "Oh, I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively clutching the compass in his pocket. "I wasn't looking for truffles. I'm following this." He hesitantly showed Thistle the compass, its needle still pointing deeper into the woods. Thistle adjusted his spectacles, peering closely. "Fascinating," he rumbled, his grumpiness momentarily replaced by keen interest. "Not pointing north, is it? Points to what you need, perhaps, or maybe what needs you. Tricky things, magical artifacts, cracked too. Shows it's seen some life." He sniffed the air. "Well, you'll never get through the bramble thicket alone. Come along, then. Mind the thorns and watch where you put those big feet." With Thistle leading the way, navigating the treacherous thicket became manageable. The badger knew every hidden animal path, every safe stepping stone across bubbling streams. He pointed out edible berries and warned of deceptive sinkholes disguised by ferns. Oliver learned that Thistle's grumpiness hid a heart of gold and a vast knowledge of the woods. "Wisdom," Thistle muttered, waddling ahead, "isn't about knowing everything. It's about knowing where to look and who to ask." The compass led them to the edge of a vast, impossibly clear pool fed by a cascade, tumbling down mossy rocks. The water shimmered with an inner light, casting dancing reflections on the surrounding ferns. Here the needle spun wildly before settling, pointing directly at the pool's center. As Oliver approached the water's edge, a figure materialized from the mist rising off the surface. She seemed woven from water and light, her form shifting like a reflection, her voice the gentle gurgle of the stream. She called herself Ripple. "Greetings, travelers," Ripple chimed, her voice soft and musical. "The cracked compass brings you, it senses imbalance." She gestured towards the pool. "See how the light flickers, how the water feels sad." Oliver looked closely. The pool's usual serene shimmer did seem dimmer, the flow of the cascade slower, almost weary. A faint chill emanated from the water, where before it had felt refreshingly cool. Ripple explained the heartspring, the source of this pool and much of the forest's magic, is troubled. A heavy sorrow has settled upon it like a stone in its depths. It dims the light, chills the flow. The compass sensed this disharmony, and sensed you, Oliver, one who feels deeply. Oliver was bewildered. "Me, but what can I do? I'm not strong or powerful." "Force cannot lift sorrow," Ripple murmured, her form rippling sadly. "Only understanding can dissolve it. The heartspring reflects the feelings of those near it. Something or someone carries a heavy burden nearby." Thistle nudged Oliver's leg. "Remember what I said, knowing who to ask." He sniffed the air again, deeply. "Sorrow has a scent, like wilted lilies and damp stone, this way." He led them around the pool, following an almost imperceptible trail of melancholy. They climbed a small rise carpeted in soft moss and discovered the source. Curled beneath the sheltering roots of a weeping willow was a magnificent stag. But his proud head was bowed, his eyes downcast, great tears tracking paths through his velvet fur. A heavy silence hung around him, thick and suffocating. This was the weight pressing on the heartspring. Oliver approached slowly, his own heart aching in sympathy. He remembered the warmth of the compass in his pocket, its steady hum. He didn't speak but sat quietly nearby, radiating calmness and gentle concern, just as the compass radiated its warmth when he was anxious. The stag lifted his head slightly, his dark eyes meeting Oliver's. They held a universe of pain, the loss of his mate, to a sudden landslide in the mountains. Oliver didn't offer solutions or platitudes. He simply listened, his quiet presence a safe space. He shared, hesitantly, his own small fears, the noise of the market, the feeling of being overwhelmed, not to compare, but to connect. He spoke of finding beauty in small things, like his collection of river stones, each unique and precious. He held out the cracked compass. "See, it's broken, it doesn't point north, but it brought me here. Maybe broken things or hurting hearts can still find their way. Maybe they just need a different kind of direction." As Oliver spoke, pouring empathy and quiet wisdom into the clearing, something shifted. The heavy silence began to lift, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft gurgle of the pool below. The stag took a deep, shuddering breath. He spoke of his mate's love for the sunrise over the eastern meadow. A small, sad smile touched his lips. "She would chase the first rays," he whispered. The compass in Oliver's hand grew suddenly warm, almost hot. He looked down. The cracked glass was glowing with a soft, golden light. The needle spun once decisively and pointed not to the stag, nor the pool, but eastward towards the meadow. Understanding dawned. It points to remembrance, to where the light still is. Oliver asked softly. The stag rose, his bearing regal once more, though grief still lingered in his eyes, softened now. "To where she loved the light," he corrected gently. He bowed his great head to Oliver, then to Thistle and Ripple. "Thank you, you carried the light I had forgotten." With a graceful leap, he bounded away towards the eastern meadow. Instantly, the effect was profound. The chill vanished from the air near the pool. The cascade roared back to life, tumbling with joyous energy. The heartspring pulsed with a vibrant, golden light, reflecting brilliantly on the trees and mist. Ripples shimmered with pure delight. The balance is restored, sorrow shared becomes lighter, and remembrance brings warmth, not just chill. Well done, gentle heart. The journey back felt different. The forest seemed brighter, the path clearer. Thistle grumbled affectionately about Oliver's slow pace, but his eyes twinkled behind his spectacles. Ripple flowed alongside them in a cheerful brook that hadn't been there before, singing a little song of clear water and mended hearts. Oliver felt taller, calmer. The world wasn't less noisy, but his own heart felt steadier, anchored by the warmth of the compass and the quiet strength he'd discovered within himself. Back in his attic room, Oliver placed the compass back in its wooden box. It was cool now, its needle gently quivering once more. The glow faded from its crack. It looked just like a broken old compass. But Oliver knew its secret. He knew his own secret now, too. True direction didn't always come from knowing north, but from listening to the quiet pulls of the heart, from the wisdom of unexpected friends, and from the courage to offer kindness in the face of sorrow. As he drifted off to sleep that night, the comforting hum of the compass seemed to echo in the quiet room, a gentle lullaby whispering of a forest pool that shimmered with restored light, a grumpy badger who knew all the paths, a spirit woven from water and song, and a quiet boy who discovered that the greatest magic wasn't in the object, but in the gentle, understanding heart that knew how to use it. And with that warm knowledge cradling him like a soft blanket, Oliver slipped into dreams filled with golden light and the peaceful sound of a clear, flowing stream. Story 4. Deep in the whispering woods, where ferns grew as tall as lampposts and tree trunks wore coats of emerald moss, lived a curious child named Theo. One twilight, while chasing a firefly with wings like shards of stained glass, Theo stumbled upon a path no wider than a rabbit's trail. It glimmered with dewdrops that hummed faintly, like tiny crystal bells. Heart pounding with wonder, Theo followed it into the unknown. The path spiraled downward into a valley hidden beneath the forest floor, the moss grove hollow. Here mushrooms glowed with soft lavender light, casting dancing shadows on walls woven from living roots. The air smelled of rain-kissed earth and honey blossoms, and a warm breeze carried the sound of distant chimes. Streams of liquid silver flowed between tufts of velvet moss, and trees bore fruit that shone like captured moonlight. Theo's breath caught, This was a world stitched from dreams. Suddenly, a rustle came from a thicket of luminous ferns. Out hopped a creature no taller than Theo's knee, with ears like wilted lily petals and eyes like polished amber. Its fur shimmered like spun moonlight, and it balanced on 3 slender legs. "Greetings, Pathwalker," it chimed, voice like wind through reeds. "I am Fernwick, keeper of whispers. You found the hollow's heartbeat." Fernwick explained that the moss grove's magic was fading because the crystal cradle, a geode pulsing with starlight at the valley's heart, had grown dim. "Only a brave heart can rekindle it," Fernwick sighed, petals trembling. Theo's first challenge came swiftly. To reach the crystal cradle, they had to cross the Bridge of Sighs, a fragile arc woven from spider silk and dandelion fluff, spanning a chasm where glowing moths drifted like living stars. The bridge swayed gently, singing a mournful tune with each gust. "It fears heavy steps," Fernwick whispered. Theo hesitated, knees wobbling. But remembering Fernwick's trust, they took a breath and stepped lightly, matching their footfalls to the bridge's song. Halfway across, the silk thinned to near invisibility. Panic fluttered in Theo's chest, but they focused on the moths below, their gentle light a guide. "Courage isn't about not being scared," Theo murmured. "It's about stepping forward anyway." The bridge solidified beneath their feet, glowing warmly as they reached the other side. In a meadow of bioluminescent clover, they met the moss grove's second wonder, pebblekin. These tiny beings, made of smooth river stones and moss, rolled toward them in a cheerful cascade. Their leader, Granite, had lichen eyebrows that wiggled when he spoke. "The cradle's light feeds our glow," he rumbled, his voice like pebbles in a tin cup. "Without it we cannot dance." He showed Theo a puzzle gate guarding the crystal cradle, a wall of interlocking roots that shifted like a living kaleidoscope. "The pattern remembers joy," Granite said. Theo studied the roots, tracing memories of laughter, Fernwick's gleeful hop, the pebblekin's tumbling dance, even their own wonder upon entering the hollow. As Theo hummed a tune of happiness, the roots untwined, forming an archway. Inside the geode, the crystal cradle lay dim, its starlight reduced to a faint pulse. Fernwick fluttered anxiously. "It needs a spark from outside our world, a memory of pure courage." Theo closed their eyes, recalling the Bridge of Sighs, the deep breath before the first step, the choice to trust the moth's light. From Theo's cupped hands, a warm, gold-tinted light emerged, a tangible piece of their bravery. It floated to the cradle and merged with the fading pulse. Instantly the geode blazed anew, painting the moss grove in hues of topaz and amethyst. Fernwick's fur glittered brilliantly, and the pebblekin erupted in a joyous rock and roll dance that shook the clover. As Theo prepared to leave, Fernwick pressed a gift into their palm, a dewdrop from the entrance path, now solidified into a perpetual hum. "So you never forget that curiosity lights the darkest paths," the sprite chimed. Granite added a glowing clover sprig. "And courage grows when shared." The path home glowed brighter now, moss softening Theo's steps. Emerging into the whispering woods, Theo found their firefly friend waiting, its light reflecting the dewdrop's soft shimmer. Curled in bed later, Theo held the treasures close. The dewdrop hummed the bridge's song, and the clover cast moonbeam patterns on the ceiling. Outside, the woods seemed to whisper secrets only Theo now understood, that the world held enchanted hollows for those brave enough to seek them, and that every act of courage, no matter how small, could reignite lost stars. With a contented sigh, Theo drifted to sleep, the moss grove's warmth woven into their dreams, a quiet promise that wonder always awaited just beyond the familiar path. Story 5. The old cottage at the edge of Whisperwood always smelled of cinnamon and damp earth, especially when rain tapped against its diamond-paned windows. Young Finn traced the whorls of the wooden table with his finger, watching dust motes dance in the lamplight. His grandfather's empty chair felt like a hollow in the room. 3 weeks had passed since the old man ventured into the forest with only his brass telescope and a promise. "I'll find the source of the singing stones, lad, back before the moon is full." But the moon had waxed and waned twice now, and Finn clutched the only clue left behind, a smooth, cold stone that hummed when pressed to his ear. It whispered in tones like wind through reeds, a melody that tugged at his bones. That night, as owls called across the misty fields, Finn packed a knapsack with oat cakes, a woolen blanket, and the humming stone. He left a note on the table, gone to bring grandfather home. The forest swallowed him whole by dawn. Ancient oaks stretched gnarled branches like sleeping giants, their leaves filtering sunlight into emerald pools. Finn followed the stone's pulsing song deeper into thickets, where ferns unfurled in jeweled greens. By noon he stumbled upon a clearing where a badger lay trapped under a fallen branch, its whimpers threading through the birdsong. Finn heaved the wood aside, wincing as splinters bit his palms. The badger nuzzled his boot, dark eyes blinking gratitude, before vanishing into the undergrowth. Unseen by Finn, a pair of luminous amber eyes watched from a hawthorn bush. At twilight, exhaustion weighted his limbs. He nestled between mossy roots, the humming stone glowing faintly in his cupped hands. That's when a small creature rustled into view, no taller than his knee, with velvety tawny fur, ears like birch leaves, and paws that left shimmering prints on the dew. "You help twitch," it said, voice like crackling parchment. "I am Nettle. Few humans pause for forest kin." Finn gasped. "You speak." Nettle's whiskers twitched. "All true things speak if one listens. Your stone, it sings of the Valley of Echoes." She explained that grandfather had sought the valley, a hidden realm where time rippled like pond water, guarded by the stones of memory. But the valley was dying. The central heartstone, source of all echoes, had been stolen, silencing the guardians and trapping travelers in time loops. Grandfather was caught in one such loop, reliving his search endlessly. "Can you guide me?" Finn asked, offering an oat cake. Nettle accepted it solemnly. "For Twitch's sake, but the path is woven with riddles." She led him to a waterfall cascading over obsidian rock. "First test, listen beyond the water's roar." Finn pressed the humming stone to the damp wall. Beneath the thunder he heard delicate chimes, 7 distinct notes. He hummed them back. The waterfall parted like liquid silk, revealing a tunnel glittering with bioluminescent fungi. "Clever ears," Nettle chirped. "The valley rewards those who perceive hidden harmonies." Within the tunnel, time behaved strangely. Finn's shadow stretched and shrank independent of lantern light. They encountered a grove of petrified songbirds, mid-flight, their stone feathers frozen in silent melody. "Time fractures," Nettle murmured. "The thief's work." Finn's stone flared warm, showing him fleeting visions. Grandfather mapping star patterns on cave walls, his face gaunt but determined. Hope fluttered in Finn's chest. Deeper in, they faced the Bridge of Whispers, a span of woven moonlight over a chasm where stolen seconds swirled like fog. "Step only where echoes guide you," Nettle warned. Finn closed his eyes, letting the stone's vibration resonate through his soles. He danced across shifting beams, Nettle clinging to his shoulder, as the bridge threatened to unravel beneath them. Below, fragmented moments flashed. A child's laugh, a falling leaf, grandfather's telescope glinting in sunbeams. Finn realized the echoes weren't just sounds, they were lost time, yearning to be reclaimed. Beyond the bridge sprawled the Valley of Echoes. Once vibrant with crystalline trees chiming in the wind, now stood a monochrome wasteland. Leafless branches clawed at a gray sky, and the air hung silent and heavy. At the valley's heart gaped an empty pedestal where the heartstone belonged. Nearby, Finn spotted grandfather, trapped in a shimmering bubble. He ran towards the bubble, shouting, but the old man merely turned an invisible page in his journal, eyes distant, repeating the same motion every 30 seconds. His loop, Nettle whispered, breakable only by restoring the heartstone. But where was the thief? Finn's stone pulsed violently, projecting a vision, a cavern behind the waterfall they'd passed hours earlier, cradling a pulsating azure crystal. And curled around it a creature of fractured light, all jagged edges and sorrow, its form flickering like a dying candle. The Echo Eater, Nettle breathed. Once a guardian, it craved the Heartstone's power to mend its own broken memories, but the stone only amplified its loneliness. Finn understood then. The thief wasn't malicious, it was lost. We must show it that stealing time doesn't heal loneliness, he said. Friendship does. They retraced their steps to the cavern. The Echo Eater hissed, tendrils of stolen time lashing out, a barrage of disjointed moments, storms, sunrises, a baby's cry. Finn stood firm, Nettle perched bravely on his boot. We see your pain, Finn called softly. But you've trapped others in your sorrow. He held up the humming stone. This came from here, didn't it? A piece of the valley's heart. It led me to a friend. He gestured to Nettle. And to my grandfather, who's like family to me. The creature wavered. Finn inched closer, humming the waterfall's 7-note melody. Echoes are meant to be shared, not hoarded. Let us help you. Tentatively, he extended a hand. The Echo Eater shrank, its light softening from harsh white to weary blue. With a sound like sighing glass, it nudged the Heartstone toward Finn. In the valley, Finn placed the Heartstone on its pedestal. Light exploded, not blinding, but warm and golden. Color flooded back, trees blushed amethyst and topaz, releasing chimes that harmonized with the wind. Time snapshots trapped in the chasm soared upward, reintegrating into the present. Grandfather's bubble dissolved. He staggered, blinking. Finn, how? Long story, Finn laughed, embracing him. Nettle helped. The creature, now a small, otter-like being with gentle silver fur, curled at their feet, no longer fractured but whole. I am Lyra, it murmured. Forgive me, I forgot echoes connect us. Isolating them starved my soul. As dawn tinged the valley apricot, the stones of memory awoke, monoliths humming with recovered histories. Lyra wove residual magic into a gateway back to Whisperwood. The valley's song is restored, she said. Visit when the honeysuckle blooms, bring oat cakes. Homebound, grandfather ruffled Finn's hair. You've grown, lad, not just taller, wiser. Finn smiled, the humming stone now quiet but warm in his pocket. He'd learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. That true magic lay not in controlling time, but in cherishing the moments between heartbeats, the shared laughter, the offered hand, the quiet understanding. Back in the cottage, rain still tapped the windows. But now the scent of cinnamon mingled with the memory of chiming trees and Nettle's crackling laugh. As Finn drifted to sleep, the stone against his pillow emitted one soft, contented hum, an echo of friendship, a lullaby of found wisdom. And in the forest's heart, under a mended sky, the valley of echoes sang back, its melody woven forever into the tapestry of their lives. Story 6. The first frost painted silver cobwebs across Leela's window pane, etching delicate patterns in the moonlight. Outside, the familiar world of Oakhaven slept beneath a crisp, star-speckled blanket. But Leela, tucked under her patchwork quilt, felt a peculiar pull, a whisper on the edge of the wind that sounded like rustling leaves and distant chimes. It wasn't fear that kept her awake, but a restless curiosity, a sense that the world held more secrets than the grown-ups knew. Earlier that day, exploring the overgrown thicket at the bottom of her garden, Leela had found something extraordinary. Pushing aside a curtain of frost-nipped ferns, her fingers brushed against cold, smooth wood. It wasn't part of a tree root, but a small, intricately carved box, half buried in the earth, untouched by frost or decay. Its surface shimmered with an internal light, depicting swirling forests, soaring birds, and tiny, dancing figures Leela couldn't quite make out. Hesitantly, she lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on velvet softer than a dandelion puff, lay a small, unassuming pouch made of woven silver threads, cinched with a tiny acorn clasp. It felt strangely warm in her palm. Now the pouch rested on her bedside table, pulsing faintly, like a captured firefly. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't coming from outside. It seemed to emanate from the pouch itself, a gentle hum resonating deep within her. Driven by an irresistible urge, Leela slipped out of bed, her bare feet silent on the cool wooden floor. She picked up the pouch. The acorn clasp unfastened at her touch, revealing a handful of seeds. But these were unlike any seeds she'd ever seen. They shimmered with opalescent light, each one a miniature universe of color: deep forest green, sky blue, fiery autumn orange, and purest winter white. They hummed softly in her hand, a chorus of tiny vibrations. As she held one of the green seeds, the whispering coalesced into a single word: open. Leila, heart pounding with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, looked towards her window. The frost seemed to melt away beneath her gaze, revealing not the familiar garden, but a shimmering curtain of light, like moonlight made solid. Taking a deep breath, she touched the curtain. It parted like cool water, and a scent washed over her damp earth, ancient bark, and the sweet perfume of unseen flowers. Without looking back, Leela stepped through. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, filled with the vibrant hum of life. She stood at the edge of a forest, but unlike any forest she knew. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark swirling with patterns that seemed to shift and flow. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting pools of soft blue and violet light. Leaves shimmered with iridescent dew, and the air sparkled with drifting pollen that glowed like captured starlight. This was the Whispering Woods. Leela gasped, clutching the pouch tightly. She was inside the hidden world hinted at by the box. The path before her, made of moss so deep and soft it felt like velvet, beckoned. She took a step, then another, the overwhelming beauty washing away her fear, replacing it with pure, dizzying awe. Fireflies the size of her thumb drifted lazily, their light pulsing in time with the gentle heartbeat of the woods. She heard rustling in the undergrowth, saw flashes of fur and feather in colors that defied imagination. Her journey deeper into the woods was a sensory feast. She passed a clearing where crystalline butterflies sipped nectar from flowers that chimed like tiny bells. She crossed a stream where the water flowed like liquid silver, singing a soft, bubbling melody. She felt watched, but the gaze wasn't hostile. It felt curious, ancient, and kind. Yet the initial wonder soon mingled with a growing sense of unease. The woods, while breathtaking, felt unbalanced. In one grove, spring blossoms burst with impossible speed, only to wither and fall seconds later. Nearby, autumn leaves blazed crimson and gold beneath a canopy still heavy with summer green. Winter frost crept up the trunk of a tree, while summer sunlight dappled its roots. The seasons were tangled, chaotic. It was near a cluster of glowing toadstools that Lila encountered bramble. A small, prickly shape darted out from beneath a giant fern, colliding softly with her leg. Leela stumbled back, startled. The creature looked up, large, dark eyes blinking in the soft light. It was a hedgehog, but unlike any hedgehog she knew. Its spines weren't brown, but shimmering shades of amethyst and emerald, catching the light like tiny jewels. It wore a tiny waistcoat woven from moss and cobweb, and on its head sat a jaunty little cap fashioned from a curled autumn leaf. It squeaked, a sound of surprise rather than alarm. "Oh, hello there," Leela whispered, crouching down slowly. "I didn't see you. Are you all right?" The hedgehog tilted its head, sniffing the air cautiously. Its eyes, deep and intelligent, fixed on the shimmering pouch at Leela's waist. It squeaked again, a different note this time, a question. "You mean this?" Leela held out the pouch, the seeds glowing softly within. The hedgehog's eyes widened. It chattered excitedly, gesturing with a tiny paw towards the chaotic grove where seasons clashed. "You know about this?" Leela asked, feeling a spark of connection. "Do you know what's wrong?" Bramble nodded vigorously. He scampered a few paces towards the tangled seasons, then turned back, beckoning her with a determined squeak. He pointed urgently at the pouch, then at the chaotic grove, then patted his own chest. He needed her help. He knew about the seeds. Thus began an unexpected partnership. Bramble, Leela learned through his expressive chirps, gestures, and the surprising ability of the woods to translate pure intention, was a season keeper, a guardian tasked with maintaining the natural flow within his small sector of the Whispering Woods. But something had gone wrong. The heart seed, a legendary source of stability deep within the woods, had faltered. Its weakening pulse sent ripples of temporal chaos throughout the realm, tangling seasons and confusing the very essence of growth and decay. Bramble had sensed the arrival of the seed pouch, an ancient artifact of balance, and recognized Leela as its bearer, the one the woods had called to help. Their journey towards the heart of the woods was a quest through a world both wondrous and increasingly unstable. They navigated groves where time flowed backwards. Leela watched a fallen leaf rise and reattach itself to a branch, only to fall again moments later. They skirted meadows where summer heat warred with sudden blizzards, creating swirling vortexes of steam and snow. They crossed a bridge woven from living willow branches that sighed with the weight of centuries. Bramble proved an invaluable guide and friend. His knowledge of hidden paths and safe routes through the temporal anomalies was profound. He showed Leela how to listen to the trees, whose groans spoke of confusion and distress. He taught her to interpret the flight patterns of the crystalline butterflies, erratic when near temporal rifts. He shared berries that tasted like sunlight and dew, and nuts that crackled with earthy energy. Leela, in turn, shared her quiet determination, her careful observation, and the warmth of her companionship. She confided her impatience back home, her frustration with things taking too long, a stark contrast to the profound patience the woods demanded. One evening, as they sheltered in the hollow root of an ancient oak, its bark etched with constellations that seemed to shift, Bramble nudged the seed pouch. He pointed to a particularly chaotic area ahead, a waterfall where the water flowed upwards, freezing into ice midair before shattering and falling as rain. He chattered softly, his eyes earnest. He believed it was time to use the seeds, to try and mend a small part of the chaos, to see if the pouch truly held the power of balance. Leela's heart leapt with both hope and trepidation. She carefully opened the pouch, the seeds humming warmly. Bramble pointed to the white seed, the color of pure snow. "Winter," he seemed to say. Taking a deep breath, focusing on the image of calm, still winter, she remembered from home the hush, the pristine blanket, the promise of rest. Leela gently tossed the white seed towards the chaotic waterfall. It landed softly on the mossy bank. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, pure light blossomed from the spot where it landed. It spread like frost on a window pane, cool and quiet. The upward flowing water slowed, hesitated, then began to fall naturally. The freezing midair ceased. The water flowed smoothly downwards, clear and cold. The rain stopped. A gentle, peaceful winter stillness settled over the immediate area. Snowflakes, real and soft, began to drift down, settling on the moss and rocks. The temporal storm had calmed. Leela gasped, tears of relief and wonder pricking her eyes. Bramble chattered joyously, doing a little jig on the moss. It worked. The seeds held the power to restore balance. But their celebration was short-lived. Using the seed had drained Leela unexpectedly. A wave of profound weariness washed over her, as if she'd run for miles. Bramble nudged her hand, his eyes filled with concern. He squeaked softly, patting her knee. Rest, he conveyed. The seeds take energy. True balance requires care. They rested under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak. Layla learned that using the seeds wasn't simply tossing magic. It required deep connection, understanding, and a piece of her own energy, harmonizing her intent with the natural world. It demanded patience and respect, not haste. This was the first subtle lesson the Whispering Woods imparted. True growth and healing cannot be rushed. They require investment and time. Refreshed but humbled, Layla and Bramble continued. They used the seeds sparingly, strategically. A blue seed brought calm, steady rain to a patch of parched earth where summer drought raged unnaturally. An orange seed gently encouraged leaves to turn and fall in an area trapped in perpetual, stifling summer. Each act of mending drained Layla, but also filled her with a profound sense of connection and purpose. She learned to listen deeper, to feel the rhythm the woods wanted to follow, rather than imposing her own will. Bramble was her constant companion, his quiet wisdom and unwavering support her anchor. As they neared the center of the Whispering Woods, the chaos intensified. Time fractured visibly, creating shimmering, unstable tiers in the air. The ground trembled. The air crackled with displaced energy. The trees groaned louder, their distress palpable. The path led them to a vast clearing, dominated by a sight that stole Leela's breath. In the center stood an enormous tree, unlike any other. Its trunk was woven from bands of different colored wood, deep brown, vibrant green, fiery orange, and pure white spiraling upwards. Its branches stretched wide, but they were bare and brittle. At its base, where roots should have plunged deep into the earth, was a swirling vortex of chaotic light and color, the source of the temporal storm. This was the heartseed tree, but its light was flickering weakly, like a dying ember. Above it, feeding on the chaotic energy, was a creature of pure discord. It resembled a giant, shadowy moth, its wings shifting through fractured seasons' blizzards one moment, scorching sun the next. Its eyes were voids of swirling chaos. This was the temporal moth, a creature born from the heartseed's weakness, sustaining itself on the imbalance. Bramble shrank back, chattering in fear. The moth sensed their presence. It let out a shriek that was the sound of ice cracking, leaves tearing, and wind howling all at once. It turned, its void-like eyes fixing on Leela, drawn to the pulsing light of the seed pouch at her waist. Panic surged through Layla. This was beyond anything they'd faced. She clutched the pouch, feeling the remaining seeds, only a few green and one orange left. Bramble tugged at her trouser leg, his eyes wide with terror, urging retreat. But Leela looked at the suffering heartseed tree, felt the desperate plea of the Whispering Woods vibrating through the ground, and remembered the pockets of peace they had already restored. She couldn't abandon it now. Bramble, she whispered, her voice surprisingly steady. We have to try for the woods. She met his terrified gaze, pouring all her trust and determination into her own. Slowly, Bramble stopped pulling. He took a deep breath, puffed out his jeweled spines, and nodded, stepping beside her. Their friendship, forged in wonder and challenge, faced its ultimate test. The temporal moth launched itself, a whirlwind of fractured time. Leela dodged, feeling a wave of unnatural heat, followed by biting cold as it passed. Bramble scurried, distracting it with sharp barks, drawing its chaotic gaze momentarily. Leela focused, blocking out the fear. She needed to reach the base of the heartseed tree, to the vortex. She remembered the weariness after each seed, the cost. She couldn't just throw seeds, she had to connect. Dodging another swoop that left frost blooming in the moth's wake, Layla darted towards the vortex. The chaotic energy crackled around her, pulling at her, threatening to unravel her sense of self. She could feel time stretching and compressing. Bramble bravely nipped at the moth's shadowy legs, earning a shriek of fury that sent a wave of autumn decay washing over the clearing, wilting nearby plants instantly. Reaching the swirling vortex, Leela felt its power, a maelstrom of stolen seasons. She opened the pouch. The green seed, the color of deep, enduring life, hummed powerfully. This wasn't just for a grove, this was for the heart itself. She closed her eyes, shutting out the shrieks of the moth and Bramble's frantic squeaks. She focused not on imposing order, but on remembering the true rhythm of the seasons she'd witnessed. The patient unfurling of spring, the vibrant fullness of summer, the gentle letting go of autumn, the deep, restorative rest of winter. She poured her understanding, her respect for that natural cycle, and all her hope for the whispering woods into the seed. It wasn't about forcing, but about reminding, restoring, reconnecting. With a deep breath that felt like drawing in the essence of the woods itself, Leela tossed the green seed into the heart of the vortex. It disappeared into the maelstrom. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. The moth shrieked in triumph, diving towards her, its wings a blizzard of razor-sharp ice crystals. Then a pulse. A single deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the earth, through Leela's bones, silencing everything. The vortex stuttered. The chaotic swirl slowed. A wave of pure, vibrant green light erupted from its center, spreading outwards like a ripple on a pond. It washed over the base of the heartseed tree. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The brittle branches of the heartseed tree shuddered. Then, impossibly fast yet feeling perfectly natural, life surged back. Buds swelled along the branches, unfurling into shimmering leaves of purest green. The spiraling bands of colored wood in its trunk glowed with renewed vigor, the brown rich and deep, the orange warm and inviting, the white pure and serene. A soft, golden light began to emanate from its core, warm and steady. The temporal moth shrieked, not in triumph now, but in agony and confusion. The chaotic energy it fed on was vanishing, replaced by pure, balanced life force. The green light touched its shadowy form. Its fractured wings began to dissolve, not into nothing, but into drifting motes of colored light autumn leaves, snowflakes, flower petals returning peacefully to the natural cycle. The void-like eyes softened, filled with a momentary glimpse of sorrowful understanding before the creature dissipated entirely, its discordant energy absorbed and harmonized by the restored heartseed. Silence descended, deep and peaceful. The chaotic vortex was gone. The heartseed tree stood tall and strong, its light bathing the clearing in a warm, golden glow. The fractured time tears in the air sealed themselves, leaving only the pristine forest. The groans of the trees transformed into a contented sigh, a rustling chorus of relief. Bramble scampered over to Leela, chattering excitedly, bouncing on his little legs. She sank to her knees, utterly drained but filled with a profound, deep-rooted peace and joy she'd never known. She had done it. They had done it. She looked at the pouch. Only the orange seed remained, glowing softly. It felt different now, not just a tool, but a symbol of connection. Bramble nudged her hand towards the heartseed tree. Understanding flowed between them. The final seed wasn't needed for mending, but for something else. Leela walked to the mighty tree. She placed her hand on its warm, vibrant bark. She felt its immense, ancient life, its gratitude, its steady, powerful heartbeat now restored. She took the orange seed, the color of harvest and change. This seed wasn't for fixing, it was for giving back, for participating in the cycle. She gently tucked the seed into a crevice at the base of the tree, a small offering of thanks and connection. The tree seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling its new leaves. A single leaf, shimmering gold and orange, drifted down and landed softly in Leela's open palm. It felt warm, alive, a tangible piece of the magic she had helped restore. Bramble climbed onto her lap, his jeweled spines catching the golden light. He looked up at her with deep affection. Leela knew her time in the Whispering Woods was ending. The pull she felt now was gentle, guiding her back. She looked around at the restored forest, the peaceful clearing bathed in the heartseed's warm glow. The lessons were etched deep within her, the power of patience over haste, the strength found in unexpected friendship, the understanding that true growth and balance require time, respect, and connection to the natural rhythm of things. With Bramble nestled in the crook of her arm, Layla walked back the way they had come. The path seemed clearer now, the woods singing softly, a harmonious melody of wind, water, and rustling leaves. The temporal instabilities were gone, replaced by the gentle, predictable flow of the wood's own seasons. They reached the shimmering curtain of light that marked the entrance. Leela turned to Bramble. Tears welled in her eyes, but they were tears of happiness and gratitude. "Thank you, my friend," she whispered, stroking his soft head beneath the leaf cap. Bramble nuzzled her hand, his dark eyes shining. He chattered softly, a sound full of love and farewell. He touched his tiny paw to the leaf in her hand. "Remember." With one last look at the enchanting, restored Whispering Woods, Layla stepped through the shimmering curtain. She found herself back in her room, the frost pattern still on her window, moonlight painting silver stripes on her floor. It felt like only moments had passed. The seed pouch was gone, vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. But in her hand she still held the single, shimmering gold and orange leaf from the heartseed tree, warm and pulsing softly with life. And the feeling inside her, the deep peace, the quiet patience, the profound connection remained. Leela climbed back into bed, the precious leaf tucked safely under her pillow. She looked out at the familiar, frosty garden of Oakhaven. It seemed different now, not mundane, but part of a larger, magical tapestry. She understood the seasons outside her window in a new way, appreciating the slow turn, the necessary rest, the patient growth. The restless impatience that had kept her awake was gone, replaced by a quiet contentment. She had journeyed to a hidden world, faced chaos with an unlikely friend, learned the wisdom of nature's pace, and returned forever changed. As sleep finally claimed her, warm and deep, she smiled. The whispers of the wind outside no longer sounded restless, but like a gentle lullaby, singing of balance, friendship, and the enduring magic of the world, seen and unseen. And the shimmering leaf beneath her pillow glowed softly, a promise kept, a secret held, a reminder that sometimes the greatest transformations begin with a single step through the frost. Story 7. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the luminous leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. Story 8. The fire crackled softly, its warm light dancing on the walls like shy sprites. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the sleeping world. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to the heart of Greenwood Hollow, a village nestled in a valley where the air smelled perpetually of damp earth and wild thyme, and where the gardens held whispers of magic. In this village lived a young gardener named Silas. Silas had hands that knew the language of the soil, fingers that could coax the shyest seedling from the earth with infinite patience. His garden, tucked behind a cottage with a mossy roof, was a tapestry of vibrant blooms and lush greenery, each plant thriving under his gentle, predictable care. Silas loved the rhythm of his days, the cool dawn mist settling on petals, the warm afternoon sun coaxing fragrance into the air, the quiet evenings spent listening to the rustle of leaves. Change, however, even the gentle shift of seasons, filled his heart with a quiet unease. He preferred the familiar hum of bees to the unpredictable flutter of a new butterfly. One crisp autumn morning, Silas discovered a peculiar sight. Nestled amongst his prize-winning moon petals, known for their cool, silver luminescence at dusk, was a plant he had never sown. It was a fern, but unlike any ordinary fern. Its fronds were a deep, velvety green that seemed to drink the light, and at their very tips, tiny, gem-like buds glowed with a soft, internal warmth, a deep, shifting rose gold. Silas felt a prickle of anxiety. This unknown beauty felt like an intrusion on his carefully ordered world. He tentatively named it the blushing fern, for the buds reminded him of a shy maiden's cheeks. Yet as days turned into weeks, the fern became Silas's secret worry. Despite his meticulous care, their exact amount of water, the perfect dappled shade, the rich compost he made himself, the fern seemed restless. Its fronds would tremble faintly when he approached, a soft sighing sound rustling through them. The rose-gold buds remained tightly closed, their light dimming. Silas felt a pang of failure, a familiar knot tightening in his chest whenever he looked at it. He felt like he was failing this strange, magical guest. His unease didn't go unnoticed. Silas often sought solace and advice from Mistress Willow, the village's oldest gardener, whose own cottage was practically swallowed by an astonishing jungle of plants. Her eyes, the color of moss after rain, held centuries of green wisdom. One afternoon, as Silas confided his worries over steaming mugs of chamomile tea, the fragrant steam curling around them like friendly ghosts, Mistress Willow listened patiently. "Ah, the blushing fern," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. "A rare visitor indeed, a mirror fern, some call it. It doesn't just grow in the garden, young Silas. It grows with the gardener." "What does that mean?" Silas asked, perplexed, tracing the rim of his warm mug. "It reflects," Mistress Willow explained gently, "the inner state of the one who tends it most closely. Its restlessness, its reluctance to bloom, it speaks of a heart holding tightly to the banks of a stream, afraid of the current." She reached out a gnarled hand and patted his arm. "Change isn't a storm to be weathered, Silas. It's the soil turning, making way for new roots." Silas pondered her words, finding them both comforting and unsettling. He also found support in his cheerful friend, Briar. Briar, who ran the village bakery, was all laughter and flour-dusted aprons, embracing each new recipe and mishap with equal gusto. "Stuck, are you?" Briar chuckled one day, handing Silas a warm honey oat roll that smelled like sunshine. "Remember when I tried to make those star-shaped pastries? Looked more like grumpy badgers, but you know what? Some folks love the grumpy badgers. Maybe your fern just wants to be a grumpy badger for a while, or maybe," Briar added, his eyes twinkling, "it just needs to know it's okay to be something different." Silas carried Briar's words and Mistress Willow's wisdom back to his garden. He sat beside the blushing fern, not just to tend, but to listen. He felt the familiar knot of resistance in his own chest, the fear of disrupting his peaceful routine, the anxiety of the unknown. He realized the fern's trembling fronds mirrored his own nervous energy. Its closed buds reflected his own reluctance to open to possibilities beyond his carefully controlled world. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate lace on the cobwebs, Silas noticed the fern looked particularly sad. Its fronds drooped, the rose-gold light within the buds barely a flicker. Mistress Willow's words echoed, "It grows with the gardener." He knew what he had to do, though the thought sent a tremor through him more chilling than the frost. The fern needed pruning. Some of the oldest, outermost fronds, though still green, were overshadowing the heart of the plant, stifling the potential of the central buds. Pruning meant cutting away the familiar, the established, to make room for new growth. It meant embracing change, trusting that beauty could emerge from loss. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, Silas selected his sharpest, cleanest shears. His hands shook slightly. Each snip felt like a tiny leap into the unknown. As he carefully removed the older fronds, a remarkable thing happened. The remaining fronds seemed to sigh, not in sorrow, but in profound relief. They lifted, stretching towards the fading light. And the rose-gold buds, they pulsed. A soft, warm light emanated from them, bathing the surrounding moon petals in a gentle, rosy glow. Silas felt a corresponding shift within himself. The knot of anxiety loosened, replaced by a warm, expanding sensation like the first unfurling of a new leaf. It wasn't reckless abandon, but a quiet courage, a trust in the natural cycle of growth and release. He hadn't destroyed his garden, he had helped it breathe. Winter settled over Greenwood Hollow, a blanket of quiet transformation. Silas continued his routines, but with a new awareness. He noticed the subtle shifts in light, the way the snow insulated the sleeping earth, protecting the promise beneath. He found himself experimenting, slightly planting a few early snowdrop bulbs in a sunnier spot, trying a new blend of compost. The blushing fern thrived. Its remaining fronds grew stronger, a deeper, richer green. The rose-gold buds swelled, their internal light growing steadier, warmer, casting a cozy aura in the winter-dim greenhouse Silas had built. One late winter afternoon, when the sun hung low and golden, Silas was tidying the greenhouse. Mistress Willow and Briar had come to share spiced cider. As they admired the fern, bathed in the golden sunlight streaming through the glass, it happened. With a soft, almost musical chime, the largest rose-gold bud began to unfurl. Layer after delicate layer peeled back, not to reveal a flower, but a cascade of pure, shimmering light. It wasn't harsh or blinding, but a warm, liquid radiance that flowed downwards, touching the soil around the fern's base. Where the light touched the earth, impossible things happened. Tiny, crystalline frost flowers bloomed instantly, sparkling like captured starlight. A patch of dormant moss turned a vibrant, glowing emerald green. Even the moon petals nearby, usually dormant in winter, perked up, their silver edges catching the rosy light and reflecting it in soft rainbows on the greenhouse walls. Silas gasped, tears pricking his eyes, not tears of sadness, but of awe and profound understanding. Mistress Willow smiled, a knowing glint in her mossy eyes. Briar clapped his hands softly. "Well, would you look at that, told you grumpy badgers have their charm." The magical light pulsed gently, a visible manifestation of the transformation both Silas and the fern had undergone. It wasn't about becoming something entirely different, but about embracing the fullness of potential within. The fern hadn't changed its nature, it had simply been allowed to express its true, radiant self. Silas hadn't abandoned his love for peace and care. He had deepened it by learning that true growth sometimes requires the courage to let go, to trust the unseen roots, and to welcome the light that comes after the pruning. As the last embers in the fireplace settled into a bed of warm ash, the tale of Silas and the blushing fern comes to a close. The garden in Greenwood Hollow still blooms with quiet magic, tended by hands that understand both the comfort of the known and the gentle necessity of change. The blushing fern continues to glow with its rose-gold light, a quiet beacon reminding all who see it that the most beautiful transformations often begin with a single brave step into the unknown, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the quiet courage to let your own inner light unfurl. Remember, dear listener, as you drift towards dreams, that your own heart holds seeds of wonder, waiting for the right moment, the right care, to blossom into something uniquely, beautifully yours. Sleep peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of growth and the quiet magic of becoming. Story 9. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river sang lullabies and chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats. Every morning the villagers awoke to dew-kissed cobblestones and the scent of thyme drifting from Mistress Bramble's garden. But for 3 days, something peculiar stirred beneath the dawn's rosy fingers. The milk pails left overnight on porches, cream-rich and white as moonbeams when set out, transformed by sunrise. Monday's milk shimmered like liquid amethyst with the tart sweetness of blackberries. Tuesday's glowed sunflower yellow, tasting of honeycomb. Wednesday's swirled with emerald streaks and the crispness of just-picked apples. Young Felix, whose freckles matched the cinnamon dots on his mother's plum cakes, noticed the pattern. "It's like a rainbow's hiding in our buckets," he whispered to his grandmother, Agnes, as they stirred a pot of oatmeal by the hearth. Agnes adjusted her spectacles, carved from willow wood by the village lens maker. "Magic often leaves clues in plain sight, child," she murmured. "Observe the small things, the way a spider mends her web or a wren tilts its head." That evening, Felix tucked a woolen blanket around the milk pail on their porch. Hidden behind a fragrant lavender bush, he watched. Moonlight silvered the thatched roofs. Crickets hummed. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft pitter-patter approached, like raindrops on oak leaves. A creature no taller than Felix's niece scurried into view. It had velvety ears twitching like moth wings, fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes like polished hailstones. With a nervous glance, it nudged the pail with its damp nose. A sneeze, a tiny achoo, burst forth. A sprinkle of iridescent dust sparkled over the milk, turning it lavender with the scent of violets. "Wait," Felix called softly. The creature froze, trembling. "I won't hurt you," Felix promised, kneeling. "Why are you changing our milk?" The creature sniffled. "I'm Pippet," it whispered, voice like wind through reeds. "I've got a cold, my sneezes, they make things different." Tears welled in its hailstone eyes. "The village healer's garden has elderflowers that could cure me, but I'm too shy to ask." Felix's heart melted like butter on warm bread. "We'll help." He fetched Agnes, whose wisdom flowed as steadily as the river. She brewed a steaming cup of elderflower tea, sweetened with clover honey. "Drink up, little one," she soothed. "Magic colds need magic remedies." As Pippet sipped, Agnes explained. Pippet was a glimmerkin, rare forest spirits whose sneezes accidentally enchanted objects. "He didn't mean mischief, Felix, just loneliness and a runny nose." Word spread at dawn. Villagers gathered, not with pitchforks but curiosity. Baker Tom brought hazelnut scones. Potter Nell carried a tiny ceramic cup for Pippet. "Colorful milk's rather lovely," chuckled Farmer Jed, sipping his violet brew. With the village's kindness, Pippet's cold vanished. His sneezes became purposeful, dusting flower seeds to make them bloom faster, or adding silver swirls to Mistress Bramble's yarn. The resolution arrived one starlit evening. Pippet perched on the village well, surrounded by new friends. "I have a gift," he announced. One mighty achoo sent a cascade of glitter over the communal milk churn. Morning revealed not one color, but a swirling galaxy of flavors: vanilla blue, raspberry gold, mint green. A shared rainbow, breathed Felix. Willowbrook's breakfasts became celebrations, each sip a delightful surprise. Pippet moved into a cozy burrow beneath Agnes's rose bushes, his sneezes now welcomed like wind chimes in spring. And so, the mystery that began with bewilderment ended with unity. The villagers learned that magic isn't always grand spells, but small acts of empathy. A blanket offered, a cup of tea shared, a shy creature embraced. As fireflies blinked like floating embers outside their windows, children drifted to sleep, dreaming of lavender clouds and honeycombed suns, knowing that even the strangest happenings could weave the warmest comforts. Story 10. The village of Meadowhaven nestled in a valley cupped by ancient hills, where chimney smoke curled into skies painted with the blush of perpetual twilight. In this place, cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, each garden blooming with luminous moon petals and whispering snapdragons. Young Clara lived with her grandmother, a weaver whose tapestries held threads spun from starlight. But lately, Meadowhaven's comforting rhythm had faltered. Strange occurrences rustled through the village like a cold draft under a door. It began with a vanishing warmth. Each evening, as dusk settled, the village's enchanted lanterns, globes of captured sunlight hung above every doorstep, would flicker wildly before dimming entirely. Fireplaces, no matter how well stoked, sighed into cold ash overnight. Worst of all, the village's guardian, a gentle stone gargoyle named Bramble who perched above the bakery, shivered so violently each dawn that frost feathered his wings. "Something's stealing our warmth," murmured grandmother, her breath misting in the suddenly chilly kitchen. But not unkindly, I think it feels lost. Clara, with her observant eyes and a heart as soft as dandelion fluff, decided to investigate. She bundled in a quilted coat stitched with warming charms and set out beneath the anxious twilight. Her first clue came near the old wishing well, where she found a trail of delicate crystalline footprints, like frozen dewdrops, leading into the whispering woods. "Too small for a person," Clara noted, tracing one with her mittened finger. "And they sparkle." Deep in the woods, where ancient oaks hummed low lullabies, Clara sought her friend Thistle, a badger whose fur held the scent of cinnamon and wisdom. He listened, twitching his silver-whiskered snout. "Cold follows sorrow, little one," he rumbled. "Seek where the heart feels hollow." As he spoke, Clara noticed something else. Patches of vibrant, heatless blue moss glowing where the frosty footprints clustered thickest. "These weren't here before," she whispered. "They grow where the cold is deepest." The next night, Clara waited by Bramble's perch. As the village lanterns flickered, she saw it, a wisp of shimmering mist, no larger than a teapot, darting from lantern to lantern. Where it lingered, warmth drained away, and a tiny patch of blue moss sprouted instantly on the ground below. The mist seemed to pulse with a faint, melancholic light. Clara tried to follow, but it vanished like breath on glass. Remembering Thistle's advice, Clara visited Elder Hemlock, a centuries-old tortoise who meditated by the glass pond, a spring whose waters showed truths. His shell was etched with maps of forgotten stars. "Ah," he sighed, recognizing Clara's description. "A frostling, rare, shy creatures born from unspoken loneliness. They crave warmth but cannot create it, only borrow it, leaving cold behind. One so close to a village, its heart must ache terribly." Clara's own heart squeezed. "How do we help it?" she asked. Elder Hemlock's eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled. "Find where it hides by day, Frostling's nest where sorrow resonates, and remember, cold is just warmth waiting to be shared." Armed with kindness and a basket of grandmother's honey nut cakes for courage, Clara followed the Frostling's trail at dawn. The crystalline footprints led not deeper into the woods, but to the abandoned windmill on Sunflower Hill. Its sails hung still and skeletal. Inside, the air bit sharply. And there, in a corner piled with forgotten spinning wheels and dusty sacks, huddled the Frostling. It was a fragile being of swirling opal mist, curled around a small, cracked music box that played no tune. Blue moss carpeted the floor around it, glowing faintly. The Frostling trembled not with cold, but with palpable sadness. "It's lonely," Clara realized aloud, her voice echoing softly in the hollow space. "And it's drawn to the village because it misses connection." She recalled the music box in grandmother's tales, crafted by Meadowhaven's first clockmaker for his child, lost long ago. This Frostling must have found it, resonating with its silent grief. Cleverness sparked. Clara couldn't give the Frostling physical warmth, it would only borrow and chill. But she could offer warmth of another kind. She hurried home and returned with Bramble the gargoyle carefully carried by the strong baker, Thistle the badger, and a host of firefly pages, tiny, bright creatures who served as the village librarians, their glow fueled by joyful stories. Together, they filled the windmill. Clara gently wound the broken music box. Though it produced no sound, Bramble, whose stone throat could mimic any melody, hummed the lullaby it once played, a tune of hearths and homecoming. The firefly pages settled on the rafters, casting a soft, golden light. Thistle nudged the Frostling with his warm nose, sharing the scent of sun-baked earth. and Clara placed a honey nut cake nearby, its sweetness perfuming the air. The frostling uncurled, its mist swirling in patterns of surprise, then wonder. Tentatively, it drifted toward brambles humming, basking in the sound vibrations like sunlight. It nudged the cake, leaving a tiny frost kiss on the icing, but didn't drain its warmth. Instead, the blue moss beneath it began to shimmer and slowly transformed. The moss turned a gentle, glowing gold, radiating soft heat like a cat curled in a sunbeam. The frostling itself brightened, its opalescent mist warming to a soft peach hue. It no longer trembled. That evening, Meadowhaven's lanterns burned steady and bright. Fireplaces crackled with renewed cheer, and Bramble stretched his frost-free wings with a contented rumble. But the true marvel was Sunflower Hill. The abandoned windmill, now aglow with golden moss and lit by firefly pages, hummed with Bramble's lullaby. The frostling, no longer a thief of warmth but a guardian of gentle heat, danced in the golden light, weaving patterns that shimmered on the walls. Villagers brought old quilts and cushions, transforming the space into a cozy haven for storytelling on chilly nights. The frostling, its loneliness melted, would brush against visitors, leaving not cold but a fleeting, comforting warmth, like a shared secret or a remembered hug. Clara smiled, wrapped in her grandmother's shawl by their own hearth. The mystery hadn't ended in banishment, but in belonging. The frostling hadn't been a problem to solve, but a heart to understand. And Meadowhaven learned that sometimes the coldest places hold the softest warmth, waiting only for a little kindness to help it bloom. As the enchanted lantern outside their door cast a steady, golden circle on the path, Clara knew no warmth in Meadowhaven would ever be truly lost again. It would simply be shared, like stories by the fire, glowing brighter with every generous heart. Story 11. Leo had always been a quiet boy, more comfortable with dusty books than boisterous playmates. His favorite place was the attic of his grandfather's old cottage, where forgotten treasures lay beneath moth-eaten sheets. One rainy afternoon, while tracing his fingers along the spines of leather-bound journals, he discovered a small wooden box tucked behind a cracked globe. Inside lay a single brass key, no longer than his thumb, etched with tiny, swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight. As Leo lifted it, the key grew warm in his palm. Suddenly, the air filled with the scent of blooming jasmine, impossible in winter's chill. When he turned it toward the attic's lone window, the glass rippled like a pond, revealing not the stormy garden below, but a sunlit meadow dotted with wildflowers. Heart-pounding, Leo whispered, "What are you?" The key pulsed softly, and a gentle hum vibrated through his bones, tugging him forward. Stepping through the window felt like diving into warm honey. He emerged in the meadow, where dandelion fluff drifted like tiny chandeliers. Here, ordinary objects hummed with secret life. A teapot sang lullabies as steam curled into birds, and a discarded boot sprouted violets from its sole. But the meadow was fraying at the edges, patches of grass withered to ash, flowers crumbling mid-bloom. A small sparrow with feathers like polished copper fluttered down. "You've come," she chirped, her voice like wind chimes. "I'm Pip. That key is a remembering key. It opens doors to places tied to cherished memories. But our realm fades because humans stop believing in small wonders." Pip led Leo to a grove where an ancient tortoise named Barnaby slept beneath a clockwork tree. The tree's gear spun sluggishly, its branches heavy with hourglass fruits leaking silver sand. "Time is unraveling here," Barnaby rumbled, blinking milky eyes. "Only the key's true purpose can mend it." He explained that generations ago, a girl named Eliza had often visited this realm, filling it with laughter. When she grew old, she hid the key, hoping someone would rediscover it. "But memory alone isn't enough," sighed Pip. "The key needs to reconnect." Their journey took them across whispering rivers where pebbles murmured secrets, and through forests where lanternflies lit their path. Leo learned that Barnaby's shell bore maps of forgotten paths, while Pip could hear the heart song of broken objects. When they reached the crystal caves, where memories solidified into shimmering formations, they found the source of the decay, a towering obsidian monolith pulsing with cold energy. "The stone of forgetting," whispered Pip. "It grows when joy fades." The stone radiated despair, leaching color from the air. Tentacles of shadow lashed out, withering flowers at their touch. Barnaby urged caution. "Force feeds it. We must remind it of warmth." Leo clutched the key, which now glowed like captured sunlight. Remembering his grandfather's tales of Eliza, how she danced in rainstorms and befriended stray cats, he pressed the key to his heart. Instantly the meadow's lost joys flooded him. The smell of fresh-baked bread from Eliza's kitchen, the sound of her humming as she mended socks. "Show it, Leo," urged Pip. "Not with your hands, with your soul." Leo closed his eyes and poured every tender memory into the key, his grandfather teaching him to whittle, the comfort of a shared blanket during thunderstorms, even the attic's dusty peace. The key blazed, projecting swirling images onto the monolith. A child blowing dandelions, a couple sharing tea, Leo himself reading aloud to Barnaby. The stone shuddered. Cracks spread not from violence, but like ice melting under spring sun. Shadows dissolved into wisps of starlight. With a soft chime, the monolith transformed into a tree of liquid light, roots knitting the fractured earth. Flowers burst through the ashen patches, and the clockwork trees gears whirred with newfound energy. "You didn't fight the darkness," marveled Barnaby. "You reminded it of the light." As twilight painted the sky peach and lavender, Leo stood at the meadow's edge. The window home beckoned, but Pip nuzzled his cheek. "Take this," she said, dropping a dandelion seed into his palm. "Plant it where memories gather. The realm will thrive as long as someone cherishes small wonders." Back in the attic, rain still tapped the window. The key rested cool and ordinary in Leo's hand, yet everything had changed. He planted the seed in a teacup on the sill. By morning, it had grown into a tiny plant with silver leaves that chimed when touched. Leo no longer saw just an attic. He saw potential magic in dusty corners and quiet moments. He began writing stories about dancing teapots and wise tortoises, reading them aloud to his grandfather, whose eyes crinkled with Eliza's smile. Years later, when Leo tucked his own children into bed, he'd tell them of a key that opened hearts and a realm where kindness mended broken things. And if they listened very closely, they might hear a faint chime from the windowsill, where a dandelion's descendants still sang of courage, friendship, and the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary days. Outside, the stars winked like scattered keys, waiting. Story 12. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward the sky and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, lived a young badger named Bramble. His set lay beneath the roots of a grandfather cedar, its earthy scent mingling with the perfume of damp soil and wild thyme. Each dawn, Bramble emerged to watch the forest awaken spiderwebs glistening with dew like scattered diamonds, robins singing liquid notes that dripped from the canopy, and sunlight filtering through leaves in shafts of molten gold. Here, magic wasn't spectacle, it was the quiet hum beneath existence. Fireflies carried starlight in their bellies, stones remembered ancient songs, and the seasons danced in a delicate, eternal waltz. Bramble's grandmother, Silverwhisker, had taught him the forest's rhythms. "Listen with your paws, child," she'd murmur, her voice as soft as wind through cattails. "The earth breathes, the streams sing. Balance is the thread that weaves life together." She showed him how mushrooms glowed faintly blue after summer rains, guiding night travelers, and how the first frost painted intricate lace on cobwebs winter's gentle whisper. But Silverwhisker's most treasured lesson was of the equinox stones, three moss-crowned monoliths hidden in a moonlit glade where the veil between worlds thinned twice a year. There, the forest's oldest guardians performed rituals to honor the turning seasons, ensuring harmony. One crisp autumn afternoon, as amber leaves spiraled down like falling embers, Bramble noticed a discordant note. The crystal brook, usually chuckling over smooth pebbles, gurgled weakly. Its water, once clear as melted sky, turned murky and sluggish. Fish flickered nervously in shallow pools, and water striders skated on thin, greasy film. Worse, the air hummed with anxious whispers. Butterflies clustered silently on wilting milkweed, their wings dulled. A family of voles huddled wide-eyed near Bramble's set. "The brook's heart is fading," trembled little Pip, a vole kit. "Mama says the willow weepers are sickening." These ethereal spirits, visible only as shimmering ripples where water met root, were the brook's life-givers. Bramble's paws itched with worry. He sought Elderwood, the great horned owl who nested high in the hollow oak, his feathers patterned like moonlit bark. The climb was steep, the bark rough beneath Bramble's claws, but the air grew cool and fragrant with pine resin. Elderwood's amber eyes glowed in the twilight gloom. "Ah, young seeker," he hooted, his voice a resonant echo. "You feel the forest sigh, the brook's illness is a tear in the tapestry." Elderwood explained that deep within the earth, the heart spring the source feeding all forest waters was clogged. "Not by stone or root," he murmured, "but by forgotten sorrow. A sadness seeped from the world beyond our borders, heavy and cold. It chokes the spring's song." The autumn equinox was 3 nights away, the time when the equinox stones pulsed with transformative magic. "Only a chorus of pure hearts can cleanse the sorrow," Elderwood said. "Creatures of land, air, and water must unite, offering gratitude under the equinox moon." Bramble gathered the forest kin. Luna, a silver-furred fox whose steps were silent as shadow, agreed to lead the landwalkers. Azure, a kingfisher flashing like a sapphire bolt, rallied the wing folk. Old Mossback, a turtle whose shell bore maps of centuries, spoke for the water dwellers. On the equinox eve, the forest held its breath. The air crackled with anticipation, smelling of wood smoke and ripe blackberries. As the moon rose, huge and honey gold, the creatures converged on the glade. The equinox stones stood bathed in lunar light, humming a deep, grounding note that vibrated in Bramble's bones. Fireflies wove constellations above them, and the willow weepers materialized as trembling veils of light along the brook's edge. Elderwood perched atop the tallest stone. "Begin," he intoned. Luna stepped forward, placing a paw on the mossy stone. "For the earth that cradles us," she whispered. Bramble felt the soil warm beneath him, rich and alive, smelling of crushed ferns and loam. Azure landed beside Luna, touching the stone with a wingtip. "For the winds that carry our songs," she chirruped, and a breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying the scent of distant frost. Mossback lumbered slowly, nudging the stone with his ancient head. "For the waters that bind us," he rumbled, and the brook's weak murmur strengthened slightly. Then it was Bramble's turn. He pressed his small, warm paw against the cool stone. Remembering Silverwhisker's teachings, he poured his love into the earth, the crunch of acorns underfoot, the velvet softness of moss, the comforting darkness of his set. "For the balance that holds us," he murmured. Around him, the forest joined in. Rabbits thumped gratitude, crickets chirped rhythms, owls hooted harmonies. The stones began to glow, soft as foxfire, their hum rising to a resonant chord that resonated in every creature's chest. The light flowed down into the earth like liquid starlight. Deep below, the heartspring stirred. The clogging sorrow, a cold, gray sludge, trembled as the forest's collective joy washed over it. Notes of birdsong, the scent of sun-warmed pine, the taste of wild strawberries, these became golden threads weaving through the darkness. The sludge dissolved not with force, but with the gentle persistence of remembered sunlight. With a sound like 1,000 bubbles rising, the spring surged. Up through the roots the magic rushed. Above ground the crystal brook gasped, then sang. Clear, cold water burst forth, tumbling over stones with renewed vigor, sparkling under the moon. The murkiness vanished, replaced by dancing reflections of stars. Willow weepers swirled in joyful spirals, their forms shimmering brighter than ever, filling the air with the clean scent of rain on stones. Fish leaped in silver arcs, and water striders skated on renewed surfaces. The anxious hum faded, replaced by a deep, contented sigh from the trees. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the creatures gathered by the revitalized brook. Elderwood surveyed them, his eyes soft. Harmony is not stillness but a dance, he said. Today you remembered the steps. Bramble sipped the cold, sweet water, tasting the forest's restored heart. He watched Luna lap at the edge, azure skim the surface, and mossback bask on a sun-warmed rock. The air hummed with dragonfly wings, smelled of wet stone and fresh growth. Silverwhisker's words echoed in him, balance is the thread. That night, as Bramble curled in his set, the whispering woods settled into peaceful darkness. Outside, the crystal brook's song was a lullaby against the rustle of leaves. Fireflies drifted like fallen stars, and the distant call of a nightingale wove through the breeze, sweet as clover honey. The equinox stones, their work done, stood silent sentinels under the moon, guardians of a harmony renewed. And Bramble, his fur warmed by the earth's steady breath, knew that as long as hearts remembered to listen, to share, and to sing together, the forest's magic would forever pulse quiet, resilient, and endlessly alive. Sleep wrapped around him like soft moss, deep and dreamless, cradled by the timeless rhythm of the woods. Story 13. The old garden gate had always been there, tucked behind great Aunt Tilda's cottage, where the hollyhocks grew taller than a grown-up's head. Young Finn had passed it 100 times, but today, perhaps because the afternoon sun painted everything in honey gold, or because a curious breeze carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth, he noticed something new. The gate, usually latched tight with rusted iron, stood slightly ajar, revealing not the overgrown meadow beyond, but a path paved with shimmering stones that glowed like captured moonlight. Heart thumping like a rabbit's foot, Finn slipped through. He found himself in the Whisperwood, a place where trees wore bark like woven silver, and leaves fluttered in hues of lavender and peach, casting dappled light that danced on the forest floor. Moss, thick and velvety, cushioned his steps, glowing softly wherever he trod. The air hummed with a gentle melody, as if the wind itself was singing through crystal chimes. Above, the sky swirled with colors Finn had never seen, a twilight tapestry of indigo and rose, where tiny, winged creatures no larger than thimbles zipped about, trailing sparks like miniature comets. Lumineedles, a soft voice chimed beside him. Finn turned to see a creature with fur like crushed violets and eyes like liquid amber. It had 6 slender legs and ears that twitched like fern fronds. They weave starlight into dreams, it explained, bobbing its head. I am Will-O-Wisp, you've wandered far, little traveler. Finn's fear melted like sugar in tea. Where am I? He breathed. Will-O-Wisp led him deeper into the wood, where streams giggled over pebbles that chimed when touched, and flowers bloomed in floating orbs of light. They paused at a bridge made of woven rainbows, arching over a river of liquid sapphire. But the bridge was broken, its radiant threads frayed and drooping. Oh dear, sighed Will-O-Wisp. The chroma spiders mend it, but they're shy today. Sure enough, tiny spiders with bodies like opals crouched beneath ferns, their silken threads limp. They fear the Gloomgrumble's shadow, Will-O-Wisp whispered. Finn remembered the thunderclouds that sometimes scared him at home. Shadows aren't so bad, he said softly. They make the light brighter. Taking a deep breath, he hummed the lullaby his mother sang, a tune about brave fireflies and friendly moons. Slowly the spiders crept out, their threads glowing anew as they patched the bridge with rainbows. Finn crossed, his heart swelling. Deeper still, they entered the valley of echoing stones, a canyon where towering rocks whispered secrets when touched. To pass, Will-o-wisp trilled, you must ask the right question. Finn pressed his palm to the cool, humming stone. What's the bravest thing in the world? He asked. The canyon sighed and the echoes swirled into a single word, trying. The stones parted, revealing a grove where trees bore fruits like glowing lanterns. There beneath the grandest tree, its trunk swirling with colors, its branches heavy with light, sat a being made of moss and moonlight. Keeper of the Glimmerroot, Will-o-wisp bowed. The keeper's voice rustled like leaves. You helped the spiders cross their fear, and you listened to the stone's wisdom. But one challenge remains. The path home is hidden, and night approaches. Finn's courage wavered. The Whisperwood darkened, shadows lengthening. He thought of the broken gate, the familiar scent of Aunt Tilda's ginger cookies. Sometimes, he murmured, the bravest thing is knowing when to go back. The keeper smiled, light blooming from its mossy form. Wisdom blooms early in you, child. It plucked a seed from the Glimmerroot, a tiny thing that pulsed like a heartbeat. Plant this where your journey began. It will grow into a bridge between worlds, a reminder that curiosity and kindness make even the unknown a friend. Will-o-wisp nuzzled Finn's hand. We'll meet again under starlight and wonder. Following a path of suddenly bright moss, Finn retraced his steps. The gate awaited, and as he slipped through, he glimpsed the Whisperwood folding into twilight like a dream. Back in the garden, he planted the seed where the shimmering stones had been. It sprouted instantly, a sapling with silver bark and leaves that glowed like captured fireflies. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the sapling's light spilled through his window, warm and reassuring. He drifted to sleep, knowing the world was wider and kinder than he'd imagined, and that courage wasn't about never being scared. It was about stepping through gates, singing to spiders, and carrying a little light back home. And in the Whisperwood, the Lumineedles wove his adventure into a new star, twinkling just for him. Story 14. Leela had always felt a quiet restlessness in her bones, like a half-remembered lullaby. She lived in a cottage nestled between ancient oaks and a murmuring river, where mist clung to the hills each dawn. Her grandmother's stories spoke of starlight woven into their family tapestry, but the details faded like ink on old parchment. One autumn evening, while dusting the attic, Leela discovered a carved wooden box beneath a quilt of faded indigo. Inside lay a smooth river stone, cool to the touch and etched with spirals that shimmered like captured moonlight. Beside it rested a dried sprig of lavender, still fragrant after decades. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her memory. When the stone glows and the lavender blooms anew, the path home will open. That night, under a full harvest moon, the spirals on the stone pulsed with soft blue light. The brittle lavender sprouted tender purple buds, releasing a scent of rain-kissed fields. Heart fluttering, Leela tucked both treasures into her pocket and followed the stone's gentle pull into the whispering woods. The forest welcomed her with rustling ferns and owl song. Moonbeams dappled mossy stones, guiding her to a clearing where an old badger awaited, his fur silvered by age. Ah, he rumbled, eyes kind as embers. The keeper's daughter returns. Your grandmother walked this path long ago. He introduced himself as Bramble, guardian of the grove of roots. As they journeyed, he spoke of her ancestors, weavers who spun starlight into cloth to comfort grieving hearts, and gardeners who sang seeds into blossoming, even in winter's grip. Their magic wasn't in grand spells, Bramble explained, but in tending connections between earth and sky, past and present. Deep in the woods, they reached a circle of standing stones draped in ivy. At its center grew the heart tree, an ancient willow with bark like braided silver. Bramble nudged Leela forward. Place your artifacts where the roots embrace the water. As she set the glowing stone and blooming lavender into a cradle of gnarled roots, the tree's leaves shimmered. Images blossomed in the air, women with Leela's warm brown eyes weaving blankets that glimmered like constellations, men planting gardens where flowers hummed harmonies to the wind. She saw her grandmother as a girl, leaving the stone and lavender as an offering before moving to the village. They believe joy grows when shared, whispered Bramble. Their legacy is remembrance, a thread linking all generations. Suddenly, the river beyond the willow swelled gently, revealing stepping stones Leela had never seen. They crossed to a hidden island where a small shrine stood, carved with the same spirals as her stone. Inside lay a loom threaded with starlight and a basket of seeds that glowed like captured sunlight. "These were your great-grandmother's tools," said Bramble. "The loom mends sorrow with beauty. The seeds grow gardens that heal loneliness. Your task isn't to wield them alone, but to teach others, as your ancestors did." Understanding washed over Layla like warm honey. Her restlessness had been a homesickness for roots deeper than she knew. She spent days on the island, weaving a blanket that held the softness of clouds and planting seeds that sprouted into flowers singing lullabies. Villagers drawn by the music found her, and she showed them how to weave starlight into their own shawls, how to sing seeds into bloom. The stone's glow settled into a constant, gentle pulse against her heart, a compass always pointing to belonging. Years later, Leela sat by her cottage hearth, her own granddaughter curled beside her. Outside, the legacy garden flourished, its flowers humming under the moon. She placed the river stone and an everlasting sprig of lavender into the child's hands. "Feel the warmth," Leela murmured as firelight danced on the spirals. "That's the love of everyone who came before us and everyone who will come after. We're all keepers of the light." The child sighed content as the stone's glow mingled with ember light, weaving dreams of rootedness and peace. And in the quiet, the river murmured its eternal song, soft, deep, and brimming with home. Story 15. The old oak tree in Milo's backyard had always held a secret. Not in its hollow, though he'd checked countless times, nor in its highest branches, though he'd climbed them all. No, the secret was nestled between its roots, a narrow crack half hidden by velvety moss and shy ferns. One crisp autumn afternoon, chasing a stray ball of yarn unraveled by the wind, Milo noticed it properly for the first time. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of damp earth and something else, something sweet and wild, like ripening blackberries under a warm sun. Curiosity, bright and insistent, nudged him forward. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed through the crack. He tumbled out not onto the familiar grass, but onto soft, springy moss the color of emeralds. The air was warm and thick with the scent of vanilla orchids and sun-warmed stone. Milo found himself standing at the edge of a hidden valley, bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, the sky was a tapestry woven from deep indigo and violet, dusted with stars that pulsed like fireflies. Instead of a sun, enormous, luminous mushrooms, some as tall as houses, others small as stepping stones, cast a soft, golden glow over everything. This was the Whisperwood. The ground beneath his feet hummed gently. Looking down, Milo saw tiny, glowing blue flowers, their petals like miniature lanterns, opening and closing with soft pops like distant bubbles. Trees, unlike any he'd ever seen, had bark that shimmered with pearly iridescence, and their leaves were shaped like tiny silver bells that chimed softly with every passing breeze, creating a delicate, ever-changing melody. A crystal-clear stream chuckled nearby, its water sparkling with trapped starlight. His first encounter was as gentle as the breeze. A creature like a small, russet-furred deer stepped delicately from behind a luminous toadstool. Instead of antlers, delicate branches sprouted from its head, tipped with softly glowing green buds. Its eyes were large, dark pools reflecting the starlight. It tilted its head, curious, then delicately nibbled a cluster of glowing berries growing nearby. A shower of golden pollen drifted down, smelling faintly of honey. The creature offered Milo a soft, musical bleat before bounding silently away, its hooves leaving faint trails of light on the moss. Further into the valley, Milo came to the singing stones. A circle of smooth, milky white boulders stood sentinel around a small pool. As Milo approached, one stone, slightly taller than the rest, began to vibrate, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The others joined in, each humming a different, harmonious note. The pool's surface rippled, not from wind, but from the vibrations, creating intricate patterns of light. The hum wasn't just sound, it vibrated in Milo's chest, warm and comforting. He sat quietly, listening, the music washing away the last flutter of nervousness about being in this strange, beautiful place. The path led him next to the stream, now wider and deeper. To cross, he needed to navigate the Constellation Bridge. It wasn't made of wood or stone, but of shimmering, translucent fish. They swam in a perfect, unwavering arch just above the water's surface, their scales flashing sapphire blue, emerald green, and topaz yellow. They moved in unison, holding the bridge's shape, but stepping onto living creatures. Milo hesitated. What if he hurt them? What if they scattered? He remembered the gentle deer and the harmonious stones. Taking a deep breath, trusting their purpose, he placed one foot carefully onto the shimmering arch. It felt cool and firm, yet vibrated with life. Step by tentative step, Milo crossed, marveling at the galaxy of colors swirling beneath his feet. When he reached the other side, the fish bridge dissolved with a cheerful splash, reforming into a swirling constellation in the stream. The heart of the Whisperwood was a grove dominated by the largest luminous mushroom, yet the grand glimmer. Its cap stretched wider than a cottage roof, shedding a warm, buttery light. Beneath it, nestled in a bed of glowing moss, lay the reason Milo felt drawn here, a single, perfect, star-shaped flower. Its petals were pure white, edged with silver, and it pulsed with a gentle inner light. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it looked fragile. A faint, sad sigh seemed to echo in the grove. As Milo drew nearer, he saw the problem. A delicate vine, choked with gray, thorny tendrils, was slowly creeping towards the starflower, threatening to strangle its light. The glow of the grand glimmer seemed to dim slightly at the sight. This was the gentle challenge. Milo felt a surge of protectiveness for the beautiful, vulnerable bloom. He remembered the kindness of the creatures here, the harmony of the stones, the trust of the fish. He wouldn't let this thorny vine win. Carefully mindful not to harm the starflower or the moss, Milo knelt. He didn't pull at the thorns, they looked sharp and unyielding. Instead, he gently pushed aside the encroaching tendrils, creating space. He found nearby pebbles, smooth and cool, and used them to weigh down the vine away from the flower, redirecting its path. It wasn't brute force, it was patient redirection, working with the grove, not against it. As he placed the last pebble, the gray tendrils seemed to lose their menace. The sigh turned into a soft, contented hum. The starflower pulsed brighter, its silver edges gleaming. The grand glimmer above seemed to swell with renewed, warm light, bathing the entire grove in a comforting golden glow. The Whisperwood felt lighter, happier. Milo sat back, a warm feeling spreading through him, brighter than the glimmer's light. It wasn't just about moving stones, it was about seeing a need, understanding the delicate balance, and finding a gentle way to help. Courage here wasn't roaring, it was listening, trusting, and acting with kindness. As the grand glimmer pulsed its warm approval, a familiar russet shape emerged from the luminous undergrowth. The little deer creature approached, its leafy antlers glowing brightly. It dipped its head, and Milo saw nestled among the green buds was a single, perfect, star-shaped petal, fallen from the rescued bloom. It glowed with a soft, silver light. The creature nudged Milo's hand gently. Understanding, Milo carefully took the glowing petal. It felt cool and smooth, like polished moonlight, and hummed faintly with the valley's peaceful energy. The journey back felt different. The bell leaves chimed a sweeter melody. The singing stones hummed a tune that sounded distinctly like gratitude. The glowing flowers seemed to wink brighter as he passed. Even the air felt sweeter. He found the crack between the oak roots easily, as if the Whisperwood itself was guiding him home. Squeezing back into his own backyard felt like stepping from a dream. The late afternoon sun slanted golden through the familiar trees. The ball of yarn lay forgotten near the oak. In his hand, the glowing petal pulsed softly, a tangible piece of their enchantment. Milo tucked it safely into his pocket, its gentle light a comforting warmth against his leg. That night, as Milo snuggled under his quilt, the ordinary sounds of home, the creak of the house settling, the distant hoot of an owl felt imbued with a new magic. He placed the glowing petal on his bedside table. It cast a soft, silver star shape onto the ceiling, a gentle nightlight whispering of twilight valleys, singing stones, and shimmering fish bridges. He thought of the starflower, safe and shining, and the little deer with leaves for antlers. His adventure hadn't been about conquering monsters, but about listening to the hum of stones, trusting shimmering fish, and helping a fragile bloom with careful hands. He realized courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the quiet strength to step into the unknown with an open heart and a gentle touch. Exploration wasn't just about finding new places. It was about discovering the kindness and resourcefulness within yourself, especially when faced with the delicate beauty of the world. As sleep gently pulled him under, Milo smiled. The soft glow from the petal filled his room with the peaceful warmth of the Whisperwood, a silent promise that wonder was always closer than it seemed, waiting patiently between the roots of the everyday world. His breathing slowed, matching the gentle pulse of the light, safe, content, and forever changed by the quiet courage of stepping through the crack. Story 16. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here, beneath the sighing canopy, lived creatures seldom glimpsed by hurried human eyes. Their lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest, a delicate tapestry of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and the soft hum of ancient magic. Among the gnarled roots of a particularly venerable oak named Old Hemlock lived Willow, a hazel dormouse with fur the soft brown of autumn acorns and eyes like polished jet. Her world was one of intricate detail, the velvet texture of moss on cool stone, the sweet sharp scent of crushed wild strawberries, the symphony of raindrops drumming on broad burdock leaves. She knew the secret paths where moonflowers unfurled only at dusk, and the hidden glade where fireflies wove constellations in the warm summer air. Life in the Whisperwood flowed with the seasons, a rhythm as old as the hills, governed by the gentle magic of the elements. Summer was a time of buzzing abundance. The air shimmered with warmth, thick with the perfume of honeysuckle and elderflower. Sunlight filtered green through the leaves, felt like warm honey on Willow's fur. She'd watch the tiny, iridescent sun sprites ephemeral beings of pure light dance in sunbeams, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. The streams ran clear and cool, singing over smooth pebbles, and the forest floor teemed with life. Industrious ants building citadels, beetles polishing their armor, and shy hedgehogs snuffling through the undergrowth at twilight. Harmony was a tangible thing, a warm hum in the air, nurtured by every creature playing its part. The spiders wove webs that caught only the morning dew, not insects. The badgers carefully tended their sets without disturbing the delicate roots above. The birds sang songs that seemed to encourage the very trees to grow. But as the days began to shorten and the air acquired a crisp edge, a subtle discord began to ripple through the Whisperwood. Autumn arrived, yet its usual vibrant magic felt muted. The leaves, instead of bursting into fiery oranges and deep crimsons, turned a sickly, pale yellow and fell listlessly, carpeting the ground too soon. The wind, usually a playful rustler carrying the scent of wood smoke and ripe apples, blew in sharp, cold gusts that felt barren. The streams ran sluggish, their song a weary murmur. Most worrying of all, the gentle phenomena tied to the season seemed absent. Where frost should have painted delicate lace on spiderwebs at dawn, there was only damp grayness. The magical harvest moon, which usually bathed the forest in a soft, silver light that made mushrooms glow and nuts gleam, rose dim and shrouded in haze. Willow, gathering the last hazelnuts from her namesake trees, felt a deep unease settle in her tiny chest. The nuts were smaller, fewer. The air tasted stale, lacking the crisp, earthy tang of true autumn. She scampered up old Hemlock's massive trunk, her claws finding purchase in the deep crevices of his bark, until she reached his highest, most ancient branch, where the old tree's consciousness resided most strongly. "Old Hemlock," she whispered, pressing her small forehead against his rough bark, cool despite the weak sun. "Something is wrong, the season feels thin, the magic is fading, the wind bites but it doesn't sing, the leaves fall without their fire." A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the branch, like the lowest note of a cello played far away. Images flickered in Willow's mind, not words, but sensations and pictures, the language of the ancient ones. She saw the forest as a vast, interconnected network, roots like silver threads deep in the dark earth, connecting tree to tree, creature to creature, all drawing sustenance and magic from the living land. She felt a point of blockage deep in the northern heart of the Whisperwood, where a vital confluence of earth energy lay. Something was stifling it, a heavy, unnatural weight pressing down, choking the flow of life force that powered the seasonal magics. Balance falters, the thought resonated within her, carrying the weight of centuries. The weaver's pool, where earth's breath meets sky's tears, is burdened. Its song is muffled. Without its harmony, the seasons lose their true voice. Old Hemlock's wisdom flowed, calm but urgent. Seek the pool. Listen to the water. Remember the stories. Willow knew the stories. Passed down from dormouse to dormouse, from elder tree to sapling, they spoke of the weaver's pool, a hidden spring fed by deep earth currents and the purest rainwater, its surface shimmering with reflected starlight even at noon. It was the heart's pulse of the Whisperwood's seasonal magic. If its flow was choked, the forest's natural rhythm would unravel. Determined, Willow set off. Her journey took her deeper into the Whisperwood than she'd ever ventured alone. The air grew colder, the light dimmer. The usual comforting sounds were replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the brittle snapping of prematurely fallen twigs underfoot. She navigated by scent and memory, following the faint, sweet trace of damp earth and stone that led towards the hidden pool. She passed a family of badgers, their faces etched with worry as they tried to deepen their set against the unseasonable chill. A wise old badger, his muzzle gray, simply nodded gravely towards the north, confirming her path. High above, a pair of watchful owls swiveled their heads, their silent flight guiding her around a treacherous patch of loose scree. Finally, after what felt like an age, the scent of pure water and cool stone grew stronger. She pushed through a curtain of weeping willow fronds, their leaves a sad, faded green, and emerged into a small, secluded glade. In its center lay the weaver's pool. Or what should have been the weaver's pool. Instead of a clear, bubbling spring reflecting the sky, Willow saw a scene of dismal stagnation. The water was choked with thick, slimy algae, the color of spoiled moss. A sickly, sweet-rotten smell hung heavy in the air. Looming over one side of the pool was a massive, jagged boulder, not a natural part of the landscape, but a piece of dark, heavy stone that had tumbled down from the cliffs far above during a recent, violent storm. It had landed directly on the main spring vent, blocking the vital flow of earth energy and trapping the pure rainwater, turning it foul. Tendrils of the choking algae seemed to pulse faintly with a dull, unhealthy light where they touched the boulder. Willow's heart sank. The unnatural weight, the stifled magic, it all stemmed from this. But how could one small dormouse move a boulder larger than a badger's set? Despair threatened to overwhelm her. She remembered old Hemlock's words, "Listen to the water." She crept to the very edge of the stagnant pool, ignoring the unpleasant odor. Closing her eyes, she focused not on the smell, but on the faint sensation beneath it, a trembling vibration in the earth, a choked gurgle deep below the murky surface. It was the stifled song of the spring, weak but persistent, crying out for release. As she listened, another sound reached her, a soft, frantic buzzing. A cluster of shimmering, distressed lights darted near the algae. Sun sprites. But they looked dim and sluggish, their usual golden light tinged with green. One, slightly brighter than the others, fluttered weakly down towards Willow. Its light pulsed with urgency, forming fleeting images in the air, the boulder crushing the vent, the algae spreading, the connection to the sun weakening. "We tried," the sprite's thought voice chimed in her mind, thin and strained. "Our light, it feeds the good water, cleanses, but the stone blocks the deep song. The rot grows strong, steals our warmth." Willow understood. The sun sprites needed the pure, flowing water energized by the earth to work their light magic, keeping the pool healthy. The boulder was cutting off that source, allowing the choking algae, perhaps fed by the unnatural stone's influence, to flourish. It was a cycle of decay. Then old Hemlock's wisdom echoed, "Remember the stories." She recalled an ancient tale told by her grandmother about the time of the Great Frost. When a mighty ice dam had blocked a vital stream, the creatures hadn't tried to smash the ice alone. They had worked together, each using their unique gift. The badgers dug channels to divert trickles of warmer water. The spiders wove nets of incredible strength to help shift smaller rocks. The fireflies concentrated their light to melt key points. And the patient earthworms tirelessly loosened the ground. Hope flickered. She couldn't move the boulder alone, but perhaps the Whisperwood together could. She needed allies. Scampering back through the fronds, she didn't head straight home. She sought out the badger elder near his set entrance. She described the choked pool, the boulder, the fading sprites. The old badger's eyes, deep and knowing, gleamed with understanding. He gave a low, rumbling call that echoed through the tunnels. Next, she found a community of orb-weaver spiders high in a hawthorn tree, their webs glistening with dew despite the gloom. She spoke of the need for strength, of anchors and leverage. The spiders, masters of silk stronger than steel, vibrated their webs in a complex pattern, a signal of mobilization. She sought out the fireflies gathering in a dim hollow. "Your light," she implored the brightest among them, a sprite named Ember. "The pool needs cleansing warmth, the sprites need your power amplified." Ember pulsed brighter, rallying her kin. Finally she burrowed down, following the rich scent of damp soil, until she found the Earthworm Council, long, wise creatures who knew the secrets of the deep earth. The ground around the boulder, Willow explained. "It needs to be soft to give way. Can you loosen it?" The eldest worm, a creature of impressive length and deep wrinkles, raised its head. "We feel the heaviness," it rasped softly. "We feel the choked breath of the earth. We will loosen the stone's bed. It will be done." Under the pale, shrouded moon, the creatures of the northern Whisperwood gathered at the edge of the choked glade. The badgers, powerful diggers, assessed the boulder and the soil around its base. The spiders, working with astonishing speed and coordination, began spinning thick, incredibly strong cables of shimmering silk, anchoring them to sturdy tree roots. Teams of smaller creatures, mice, voles, even a determined family of beetles stood ready. The fireflies, led by Ember, gathered above the stagnant pool, their collective light beginning to form a soft, warm glow that pushed back the gloom. The sun sprites, heartened, fluttered weakly within this circle of light, their own faint golden hues starting to strengthen. The eldest badger gave a low grunt. Heave. The spiders pulled on their silk cables with all their might, the strands singing with tension. The badgers dug their powerful claws deep into the earth, softened by the earthworm's tireless work, pushing against the boulder's immense weight. Mice and voles added their tiny strength where they could, pushing smaller rocks for leverage. It seemed impossible. The boulder groaned but barely shifted. The algae pulsed with that sickly light. Then Ember pulsed a command. The fireflies focused their collective light into a single, intense beam, striking the thickest patch of algae near the base of the boulder. The slimy growth hissed and recoiled, shrinking back. At the same instant, the sun sprites, drawing strength from the firefly's light and the desperate hope of the forest, poured their own concentrated warmth onto the same spot. The combined light was pure, cleansing. The algae blackened and shriveled, revealing the dark stone beneath. A deep tremor ran through the earth. The earthworms had done their work well. The ground beneath the boulder's edge softened, turned to mud. With a final, tremendous effort from the badgers and a mighty pull from the spiders, the massive stone shifted. It rolled slowly at first, then with gathering momentum, crashing away from the spring vent with a deep, resonant thud that shook the glade. For a moment, silence. Then a miraculous sound, a soft, bubbling gurgle. Clear, cold water, sparkling with tiny points of light like captured stars, surged up from the newly uncovered vent. It rushed over the stones, washing away the remnants of the foul algae, filling the pool with pure, singing water. The air filled with the clean, cold scent of mountain springs and wet stone. The sun sprites, their light suddenly blazing bright and golden again, danced with pure joy over the flowing water. Their laughter tinkled like ice crystals. The fireflies blinked in delight, their light mingling with the sprites. As the clear water touched the exposed earth around the pool, tiny shoots of vibrant green moss instantly unfurled. The weeping willow fronds rustled, their leaves deepening to a healthy emerald. Willow felt the change wash over her, warm and profound. The oppressive weight lifted. The air tasted sharp and clean again, carrying the true scent of autumn damp leaves, wood smoke, and ripening fruit. High above, the haze shrouding the harvest moon dissolved. It shone down, vast and luminous, bathing the cleansed glade in its silver radiance. Mushrooms at the pool's edge began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Frost, delicate and intricate as spun glass, started to form on spiderwebs and leaves, sparkling like diamonds in the moonlight. The balance was restored. The deep magic of the Whisperwood, the harmony between earth, water, air, and the creatures who tended it, flowed freely once more. The seasons could sing their true songs again. Willow watched, a profound sense of peace settling in her heart, as the badgers gently smoothed the disturbed earth. The spiders began repairing webs glistening with frost, and the fireflies and sun sprites wove patterns of light above the now singing pool. The wisdom of the elders, the strength of community, and the quiet courage of listening had mended the tear in the forest's heart. As Willow made her way back to Old Hemlock, the forest felt alive around her. The wind now rustled the remaining leaves playfully, carrying the crisp promise of true autumn. Frost flowers bloomed on every surface, stitching the world in silver thread. The air hummed with the gentle magic of the season, restored and vibrant. She curled up in her moss-lined nest among the great oak's roots, listening to the deep, contented sigh that vibrated through his ancient wood. The Whisperwood slept peacefully once more, its hidden lives secure, its magic flowing strong under the watchful gaze of the clear, bright moon, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, friendship, and the quiet wisdom carried on the wind and in the roots of the world. The gentle rhythm of the forest, a lullaby older than time, cradled her as she drifted into dreams filled with sparkling frost and the sweet, clear song of the weaver's pool. Story 17. The gentle hum of Starlight Station always soothed young Kalen as he wandered its quieter corridors. Outside the viewports, nebulas painted the void in swirls of violet and gold, but inside, the boy felt a familiar loneliness. His father, the station's chief engineer, was busy repairing a damaged freighter dock, leaving Kalen to explore the lesser-used hydroponic sector. Warm, earthy air filled the chamber, thick with the scent of growing things and the soft glow of growth lamps. That's where he first saw the trembling light behind a stack of nutrient crates. Peering closer, Kalen gasped. Crouched in the shadows was a creature no larger than his hand, its fur shimmering like captured starlight soft blues shifting to anxious greens. Two enormous, liquid black eyes blinked up at him, wide with terror. A soft, musical chirp escaped it, like raindrops on crystal. Kalen froze. He'd never seen anything like it in the station's species registry. Was it dangerous? Lost? Before he could move, the creature darted, a streak of panicked silver, deeper into the hydroponics maze, knocking over a delicate tray of moon violets. Kalen gave chase, his heart pounding not with fear, but with a sudden, fierce curiosity. For days, it became a quiet game. Kalen would leave offerings near the crates, a piece of sweet starfruit from the mess hall, a smooth river stone he'd brought from Earth. The creature whom Kalen secretly named Lumen for its light remained elusive. He'd glimpse a flicker of turquoise fur or hear a hesitant trill, but Lumen vanished at the slightest sound. Kalen learned Lumen's fear colors, sharp reds for sudden noises, murky browns for the shadow of a passing maintenance bot. One evening, Kalen sat quietly humming a lullaby his mother used to sing. Slowly, cautiously, a soft, luminous yellow emerged from behind a vine. Lumen crept forward, its tiny paws silent on the metal floor, drawn by the unfamiliar melody. It stopped just out of reach, tilting its head, emitting a questioning warble. Kalen held his breath. This wasn't a predator or a pest. It was frightened and alone, just like he sometimes felt. Their fragile truce shattered when Station Control announced an unexpected gravity fluctuation drill. Klaxons blared harsh and red, vibrating through the deck plates. Lumen shrieked, a sound like shattering glass, its fur flashing blinding white panic. It bolted blindly, ricocheting off pipes, disappearing down a narrow maintenance hatch Kalen hadn't noticed. Without thinking, Kalen scrambled after it, squeezing into the tight, dimly lit service tunnel. The klaxons faded, replaced by the deeper thrum of the station's core and the frantic skittering ahead. He followed the trail of frightened light streaks of white and jagged orange pulsing in the gloom. Deeper they went until the tunnel opened into a forgotten coolant reservoir chamber. Ancient pipes groaned overhead, dripping icy water. Lumen huddled on a narrow ledge, trembling violently, its light dimmed to a fearful gray. Kalen approached slowly, hands open. "It's okay," he whispered, his voice echoing softly. "Just a drill. It's loud, but it's not real danger." Lumen flinched but didn't flee. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed. A section of corroded pipe above Lumen sheared off, crashing down. Kalen lunged, grabbing the tiny creature just as the pipe smashed onto the ledge where it had been. They tumbled back, Kalen shielding Lumen with his body. Cold water sprayed from the broken pipe, drenching them both. Shivering, Kalen sat up. Lumen peered from his cupped hands, its fur now a soft, steady blue. It nudged his thumb with its cool, damp nose, emitting a series of soft, chiming notes that felt grateful. Then Lumen hopped onto his knee, stretched its small body, and focused. A beam of warm, golden light, surprisingly intense, shot from a spot between its eyes, cutting through the chamber's gloom. It swept the pipes, lingering on the lake, then flickered towards a dusty access panel across the room. Understanding dawned. Lumen wasn't just showing him, it was helping him find a way out. Working together in the frigid chamber, their bond deepened. Kalen, using his basic engineering knowledge from watching his father, followed Lumen's guiding light to the access panel. He pried it open, revealing a maze of circuits. Lumen, perched on his shoulder now, trilled urgently, its light pulsing over a specific junction box. Kalen traced the connections, his fingers numb. "Here," he asked. Lumen glowed a bright, affirmative green. Kalen rerouted a bypass cable. With a hiss, the leak slowed to a drip. The golden light then pointed insistently towards a narrow vent shaft. Kalen boosted Lumen up, it scurried ahead, its light a beacon in the darkness, leading him back towards the familiar warmth of the hydroponics bay. Emerging, dripping and exhausted but triumphant, they found the drill had ended. The station hummed peacefully again. Kalen built a nest of soft thermal blankets near the warm growth lamps. Lumen curled beside him, its fur radiating a contented, rosy pink, drying quickly. Kalen shared his ration bar, breaking off tiny pieces. Lumen nibbled delicately, then did something astonishing. It placed a tiny, perfectly smooth, opalescent pebble, unlike any station mineral, into Kalen's palm, chiming a complex, melodic phrase. It wasn't just a gift, it was a story. Kalen understood not the words but the feeling. My home has stones like this. I am far away. Days turned into weeks. They explored the station's quiet corners together. Kalen learned Lumen's language of light and sound, a bright ripple of blue for joy at seeing the nebula through a viewport, a soft lavender hum for contentment while resting. Lumen learned human gestures, nodding, shaking its whole body for no, and the comforting weight of Kalen's hand, gently stroking its fur. Kalen showed Lumen his prized holobook of earth forests. Lumen responded by projecting intricate, shifting patterns of light on the wall, depicting swirling nebulae and strange, glittering forests from its own world. Their differences became their shared wonder. One afternoon, while watching cargo ships dock, Lumen suddenly stiffened, its fur blazing a vibrant, urgent purple. It pointed a tiny paw frantically at a newly arrived vessel, a sleek, organic-looking ship, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the light, just like Lumen's fur. Creatures similar to Lumen, though larger, moved purposefully near its ramp, their own lights flickering in complex sequences. Lumen chirped, a sound full of longing and recognition. Its family had come looking. The goodbye was bittersweet, filled with soft light and quieter chirps. Kalen carried Lumen to the docking bay. One of the larger beings approached, its fur shimmering with gentle golds and silvers. It emitted a series of resonant chimes. Lumen responded, its own light weaving an intricate story. The larger being bowed its head towards Kalen, a gesture of profound thanks that needed no translation. Lumen nuzzled Kalen's cheek one last time, its fur glowing a deep, warm amber, the color of pure, unspoken affection. It placed another opalescent pebble in his hand, chiming a melody that sounded like a promise. Then it hopped onto its kin's back. As the strange ship detached and glided into the starlit void, Kalen stood at the viewport, the smooth pebble warm in his palm. He didn't feel lonely anymore. He felt expanded. He had ventured into the unknown darkness of a service tunnel and found a light that changed everything. He had learned that friendship wasn't about speaking the same words or coming from the same world. It was about the courage to reach out through fear, the patience to listen beyond sound, and the shared warmth of helping each other find the way home. Back in his quarters later, the nebula painting the room in ethereal hues, Kalen placed the two opalescent stones on his windowsill. They caught the starlight glowing softly, a constant reminder that across the vast, cold expanse of space, a little light from glimmerin' was always his friend. And as he drifted to sleep, he imagined Lumen safe among its own, its fur shimmering under alien stars, perhaps thinking of the human boy and the station where an unlikely, precious bond had bloomed. The true meaning of friendship, he realized, was a warmth that spanned galaxies, a quiet light that never truly went out. Story 18. Leo always felt a bit like a misplaced button in his family's bustling tailor shop. While his sisters measured silks with sharp-eyed precision, and his mother hummed over whirring sewing machines, Leo quietly mended torn pockets in the corner, fingers tracing the frayed edges of forgotten things. It was there, deep in the mending basket one misty Tuesday, that his thumb brushed against something cold and metallic beneath a pile of moth-eaten waistcoats. It looked like an ordinary thimble at first, tarnished silver with a pattern of ivy vines. But when Leo slipped it onto his finger, the shop's familiar clatter softened into a distant murmur. Threads began to glow, cobalt blue on a spool near the window, sunflower gold on a half-finished embroidery hoop. Each color hummed a different note, low amber tones from the wool, high silvery chimes from the silk. Leo gasped as the thimble warmed, and a single word shimmered in his mind like starlight: listen. That night, while the village slept under a quilt of fog, Leo crept to the edge of the whispering woods. The thimble pulsed softly on his finger, casting pearly light on gnarled roots. "You look lost, Threadwalker," rasped a voice near his boot. A badger with spectacles perched on her snout peered up from a hollow log, knitting needles clicking as she worked on a scarf made of dandelion fluff. "Name's Thistle, and that," she nodded at Leo's glowing finger, "is the weaver's thimble, last seen when the moon was young." Thistle explained that the woods were unraveling. Colors bled from petals, birds forgot their songs, and the ancient loom tree, whose roots wove reality itself, was fading. "Only the thimble bearer can mend the tears," she said, tucking her knitting into a mossy satchel. "But the path's guarded by the gray sorrow. It drinks joy like spilled ink." Their journey began at dawn. Thistle navigated by stitching constellations only she could see into the mist, her needles flashing. By noon they met Pip, a sky squirrel with wings like maple seeds who'd gotten stuck in a tangle of sorrow vines. They slurp happy thoughts. Pip chirped, trembling as Thistle snipped the sticky threads with her needles. The gray sorrow's breath made them grow. Pip joined them, using his fluffy tail to dust away the vine's clinging residue. For days they trekked through valleys where rivers ran silent and gray. The thimble guided Leo, showing him which stones sang of clean water, which mushrooms hummed safe paths. When Pip grew frightened of shadowy shapes, Leo wove a lullaby from the thimble's light, spinning threads of sapphire and topaz around them. "You mend hearts like cloth," Thistle observed softly. At last they reached the loom tree. It stood leafless, its bark cracked like parched earth, roots fraying into ash. Before it coiled the gray sorrow, a creature of smoke and tattered cobwebs, with eyes like empty spools. "It's lonely," Leo realized, the thimble whispering the truth. The sorrow wasn't stealing joy, it was starved for it, too wounded to remember warmth. "Force won't work," Thistle murmured as Pip hid in her fur. "Sorrow can't be cut, only comforted." Leo stepped forward, thimble glowing. Instead of fighting, he sat cross-legged on the cold earth. He sang the song his mother hummed while patching quilts, a tune of mending and patience. The thimble spun threads not of light but memory, the smell of rain on dry soil, the weight of a purring cat, the crunch of autumn apples. He wove them into a blanket of shared moments, soft as thistle down. The gray sorrow hesitated, then nudged the blanket with its misty snout. A tear fell, not gray but clear as dew, and where it touched the loom tree, a single bud unfurled. Leo held out his hand. "You don't have to be hungry," he whispered. The sorrow shrank, becoming a small, dusty moth with wings like crumpled velvet. It fluttered onto Leo's palm, warm as a sigh. As color flooded back into the woods, emerald ferns, ruby berries, canary yellow birds, the loom tree bloomed with luminous thread fruit. Pip gathered them for seeds, Thistle knit a hammock for the moth from sunbeams, and Leo pressed his hand to the tree's trunk. Roots regrew, stitching earth and sky. When Leo returned home, the thimble was just silver again. But sometimes when he darned socks by the fire, he'd see a shimmer in the threads, a flash of Pip's wings, Thistle's spectacles, or the soft glow of a moth resting on the windowsill. He still mended pockets quietly, but now he noticed the stories in every snag and tear, the baker's flour-dusted laughter, the blacksmith's song over hot iron. And in the tailor's shop, customers marveled at how Leo's stitches held a peculiar warmth, as if woven through with starlight and kindness. For he'd learned that the greatest magic isn't in extraordinary things, but in listening, to the world's hidden hum, to sorrow's quiet plea, and to the gentle, unspooling wonder within an ordinary heart. Story 19. The village of Whistlebrook nestled in a valley where the streams sang, and the fireflies danced nightly orchestras. Here lived Pippin, a hedgehog with prickles that held scraps of yarn like badges of honor, and his best friend Tilly, a hummingbird whose wings hummed different tunes depending on her mood, usually a cheerful polka. Their days were spent exploring the Glimmer Grove, a forest where leaves shimmered like stained glass and moss felt like velvet underfoot. One bright morning, however, Pippin woke with a gasp. His favorite scrap of sunshine yellow yarn, tucked safely behind his ear, had faded to a dull gray. Rushing outside, his heart sank. The vibrant world of Whistlebrook had turned monochrome. The singing streams were silent puddles of pewter, the Glimmer Grove's leaves were flat sheets of light, and even Tilly's usually iridescent feathers were a uniform, sad dove gray. Her wing hum was a slow, mournful dirge. The chromacrystals chirped Tilly, her voice sounding oddly flat without its usual sparkle. They must be dimmed. Deep within the whispering caves, high on mossy tor, pulsed the source of Whistlebrook's color, three enormous, humming crystals, ruby, sapphire, and citrine. They bathed the valley in light and life. Something had gone terribly wrong. Gathering their courage and Pippin gathering extra yarn scraps just in case, they set off. The path to mossy tor felt alien without color. The scent of rain-soaked earth and pine needles was still there, but the joy was missing. Halfway up they met Barnaby, a lumbering badger whose spectacles perpetually slid down his snout. He was attempting to paint a picture with mud and ash, looking utterly dejected. "Can't see the point," Barnaby mumbled, pushing his spectacles up. "No color, no art, everything's just blah." "We're going to fix it, Barnaby," declared Pippin, puffing out his chest, making his gray yarn scraps wobble. "Come with us." Their trio soon became a quartet when they stumbled upon Fig, a tiny, forgetful tree spirit who lived in a hollow oak. Fig's hair was made of shimmering cobwebs that changed color with his thoughts, but now it hung limp and gray. "Oh, dearie me," he sighed, tapping his temple. "I was supposed to remember something important about the crystals today, something about giggles. No, that can't be right. Was it Wiggles? The climb grew steeper, the gray world feeling heavier. Finally, they reached the mouth of the whispering caves. Inside, instead of the usual warm, colorful glow, the three chromacrystals pulsed weakly, emitting only faint, grayish light. A low, monotonous hum filled the cavern, making everyone feel sleepy and uninspired. "The chromacrystals are bored," exclaimed Tilly, her wings humming a confused little trill. "Look, their light isn't broken, it's just dull." But how do you cheer up a giant, magical crystal? Pondered Barnaby, adjusting his spectacles thoughtfully. Pippin looked at his collection of gray yarn scraps. An idea, small and fuzzy, began to form. Maybe they need something fun, something colorful, even if we can't see it right now. Fig suddenly clapped his tiny hands. Giggles, that was it. The chroma crystals thrive on joy. They absorb laughter, music, happy thoughts. They must have run out. But how can we make joy in all this gray? Tilly asked, flitting nervously. Pippin's idea blossomed. We remember the color, we remember the fun. He grabbed his largest, grayest yarn scrap. Barnaby, you paint what you remember the color looking like, not with mud, with your heart. Tilly, hum the happiest tune you know. Fig, try to remember the silliest joke. I'll knit. Barnaby blinked. Paint with my heart. He looked at his muddy palette, then closed his eyes tightly. He remembered the fiery red of autumn maples, the deep blue of the summer sky, the vibrant green of new ferns. He dipped his brush into the mud, but this time he poured his memory of color into each stroke. Slowly, astonishingly, the mud on his canvas began to shimmer not with visible color, but with a warmth, a feeling of red and gold and blue. Tilly closed her tiny eyes and concentrated. She remembered the feeling of sunshine on her wings, the taste of sweet nectar, the sheer delight of darting through rainbows. Her wings began to hum, not a dirge, but a wildly joyful bouncing jig that echoed around the cavern. Fig scrunched up his face, concentrating hard. Ah, I remember. Why did the squirrel cross the glimmer grove? He paused dramatically. To get to the nut's side. He burst into a fit of high-pitched, tinkling laughter that sounded like wind chimes. Pippin, meanwhile, sat cross-legged, his needles clicking furiously. He wasn't knitting a scarf or a hat. He was knitting pure, remembered yellow sunshine, the green of moss, the purple of twilight shadows. He poured every happy memory of color into the stitches. The cavern filled with remembered joy. Barnaby's warm, invisible paintings, Tilly's ecstatic hummingbird jig, Fig's contagious laughter, and Pippin's yarn woven with pure chromatic nostalgia. The monotonous hum of the crystals faltered. Then a tiny spark, like a struck match, flickered deep within the ruby crystal. It pulsed once, weakly but red. Encouraged, they doubled their efforts. Barnaby painted faster, remembering the pink blush of dawn. Tilly's hum became a frantic, joyous reel. Fig told another joke. What do you call a fish with no eyes? FSH. Pippin knitted furiously, adding remembered blue and orange. Flicker. The sapphire crystal glowed a faint, watery blue. Flicker. The citrine crystal shimmered with a buttery yellow light. Then, with a sound like 1,000 soap bubbles popping, the chroma crystals blazed back to life. A torrent of pure, vibrant color exploded through the cavern. Ruby reds, sapphire blues, citrine yellows, flooding outwards in a joyous wave. The color raced down mossy tor, washing over the glimmer grove, turning the gray leaves back to shimmering, stained glass, the silent streams back to singing silver ribbons. It swept through Whistlebrook, painting the cottages cheerful hues, and setting the fireflies dancing their bright waltzes once more. Pippin looked down. His yarn scraps weren't gray anymore. They were sunshine yellow, moss green, twilight purple, sky blue, every color he'd remembered, now vibrantly real. Tilly's feathers gleamed like emeralds and rubies, her wings humming a triumphant fanfare. Barnaby's mud painting now glowed with the actual colors he'd remembered, a masterpiece of heart-made art. Fig's cobweb hair shimmered in a rainbow cascade. Oh, that's what I forgot, he giggled. They tumbled back down mossy tor, bathed in the restored glory of Whistlebrook. The villagers cheered, colors brighter than ever before. They learned that day that color wasn't just something you saw, it was something you felt, something born from joy, friendship, and shared memories. And the chroma crystals, now glowing with renewed vigor, pulsed contentedly, forever tuned to the happy hum of the valley below. That night, as the fireflies danced their luminous ballet and the stream sang its lullaby, Pippin snuggled into his nest, surrounded by his brilliantly colored yarn treasures. Tilly hummed a soft, sleepy lullaby nearby. The memory of Gray seemed like a distant, silly dream. For in Whistlebrook, where friends remembered the sunshine even in the dark, color and joy would always find a way to shine through, knitting the world back together, one happy stitch, one shared giggle at a time. And with that warm, colorful thought, sleep wrapped around them all, soft and bright as a newly remembered rainbow. Story 20. The first shiver of autumn had begun to paint the edges of the forest in fiery hues, when a curious object found its way into the possession of a quiet boy named Leo. It arrived not with fanfare, but nestled within a dusty, unmarked parcel left on the worn wooden step of his grandmother's cottage. Inside, cushioned by brittle yellowed paper, lay a pocket watch unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was cool, smooth obsidian, veined with threads of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and pulse like captured moonlight. Instead of numbers, tiny, intricate constellations were etched around its face, and its single hand, crafted from what looked like a sliver of blue glacier ice, moved with a soft, almost hesitant tick-tock. Leo, a boy who found solace in the rustling pages of books and the quiet company of the old oak tree in the garden, was instantly captivated. He held it to his ear, expecting the familiar rhythm, but heard instead a faint, distant sound like wind sighing through ancient pines or the gentle rush of a hidden stream. When he pressed the worn silver button on its crown, the world hushed. The chirping of sparrows ceased mid-note. A falling leaf hung suspended in the air, a perfect amber jewel against the blue sky. Time for everything except Leo and the watch had stopped. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the profound silence. He pressed the button again, and the leaf fluttered down, the birds resumed their song, the world breathed once more. Fear and wonder warred within him. This was no ordinary timepiece. It was a fragment of magic, powerful and strange. That night, tucked beneath a patchwork quilt, the watch resting cool against his palm under his pillow, Leo dreamt not of sugar plums, but of roots. Deep, winding roots plunging into cool earth, carrying whispers on unseen currents. He awoke with a start, the dream vivid, the watch humming faintly against his skin. Driven by an irresistible pull, he slipped from his bed, the wooden floorboards cool beneath his bare feet. Moonlight streamed through the window, painting silver paths across the room. He crept downstairs, past his grandmother's softly snoring form, and out into the dew-kissed garden. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, a crisp, clean scent. The watch felt warmer now, its silver veins glowing faintly. It tugged, almost imperceptibly, towards the ancient oak. Its massive trunk, gnarled and wise, stood sentinel. Leo approached, the watch humming louder, a gentle vibration resonating up his arm. He placed his free hand against the rough bark. To his astonishment, the bark beneath his palm shimmered, then dissolved like mist, revealing not solid wood, but a dark, downward-sloping tunnel, wide enough for him to enter. The scent of rich, dark soil, and something else, something ancient and green and alive, wafted out. The watch pulsed, its light illuminating the first few moss-covered steps leading down. The hidden world called. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Leo stepped into the earth. The tunnel walls were smooth, woven from living roots that pulsed with a soft, verdant light. Moss thicker and greener than any above carpeted the floor and climbed the walls, feeling cool and springy underfoot. Strange, luminous fungi, like tiny lanterns of purple, blue, and gold, dotted the path, casting shifting, ethereal shadows. The air was cool, damp, and filled with the deep, resonant silence of the underground, broken only by the distant drip of water and the watch's soft, rhythmic tick-tock. He walked for what felt like hours, descending deeper, the tunnel widening until it opened into a cavern of breathtaking immensity. Leo gasped. He stood on the edge of a vast, underground forest. Trees, unlike any he knew, soared towards a cavern roof lost in darkness, their trunks smooth as polished stone, their leaves glowing with their own soft, internal light silvers, deep blues, and shimmering greens. Rivers of liquid light, cool and clear, wound through mossy banks. Giant, luminous moths fluttered silently between glowing blossoms the size of dinner plates. Fireflies, larger and brighter than stars, drifted lazily in the still air. It was a world of perpetual twilight, hushed and beautiful, existing beneath the feet of the world above. The watch on his chest glowed warmly, resonating with the energy of this hidden realm. Leo ventured deeper into the glowing forest, marveling at luminous butterflies and flowers that chimed softly when touched. He followed the path beside a river of light, its banks soft with luminous moss. As he rounded a bend where giant glowing mushrooms clustered like fairy houses, a low, rumbling growl shattered the peaceful silence. Leo froze. Emerging from behind a cluster of luminous blue ferns was a creature straight from the more unsettling pages of his books. It was roughly the size of a large dog, but built low to the ground on thick, powerful limbs ending in heavy, clawed paws. Its hide was a patchwork of rough, bark-like plates and thick, mossy fur. Its head was broad, with small, intelligent eyes that glowed like embers, and a wide mouth filled with flat, grinding teeth clearly not meant for tearing flesh, but perhaps for roots or stones. Two short, twisted horns protruded from its brow. It sniffed the air, its ember eyes fixed intently on Leo. This was no fairy tale sprite. This looked like a creature of burrows and deep earth, a guardian or perhaps a simple resident wary of intruders. Leo instinctively reached for the watch, his finger hovering over the butt. Before he could press it, a shower of loose earth and small stones clattered down from the cavern roof high above, startling both boy and beast. The creature flinched, letting out a surprised woof, its gaze momentarily diverted. Leo saw something then, not just fear, but a flicker of vulnerability in those glowing eyes. This wasn't a mindless monster, it was startled, perhaps even scared of him. He slowly lowered his hand from the watch, trying to project calm, though his heart raced like a trapped bird. "Easy," he whispered, his voice sounding small in the vastness. "I didn't mean to frighten you." The creature tilted its head, studying him. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing again. Then, to Leo's utter astonishment, it made a series of low rumbles, clicks, and soft whistles. It wasn't aggressive, it sounded curious, tentative. Leo remembered the watch's hum, the way it resonated with the roots, the earth. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, keeping his movements smooth. "My name is Leo," he said softly. "I came through the oak tree. I have this." He held up the watch, its obsidian face catching the forest's glow. The creature's ember eyes widened. It shuffled closer, its rough snout almost touching the watch. It let out a low, vibrating hum that seemed to harmonize with the watch's own resonance. Then it looked back at Leo and made a soft, questioning chirp. It nudged a large, mossy rock beside the path with its snout, then looked pointedly at Leo, then back towards a denser part of the forest. An invitation. A request. "Are you showing me something?" Leo asked, his fear slowly melting into fascination. The creature chirped again, a more affirmative sound, and began to amble slowly down the path, glancing back to see if Leo followed. Heart pounding with a different kind of excitement, Leo fell into step beside the unlikely guide. He learned its name was not a word, but a feeling, a deep rumble that resonated in his chest, like the sound of roots growing through stone. He called it Bramble for its mossy hide. Bramble, in turn, seemed to understand Leo's words with surprising clarity, responding with expressive rumbles, clicks, and gestures. Bramble led Leo through breathtaking groves of singing crystals and across bridges woven from living vines that spanned glowing chasms. He showed Leo pools where fish made of pure light darted like living constellations. But Bramble also grew increasingly agitated as they traveled deeper. He kept glancing upwards, his small ears twitching, his rumbles taking on a worried tone. He nudged Leo towards a particularly dense thicket of luminous ferns, urging him to hide. Leo crouched, peering out. High above, circling silently on vast, shadowy wings, was an immense owl. Its feathers were the deep, velvety black of the cavern roof, speckled with points of light like captured stars. Its eyes were two burning disks of cold, pale fire. It didn't hunt the glowing moths, it seemed to be patrolling. A shiver colder than the underground air ran down Leo's spine. This was the source of Bramble's fear. Bramble rumbled urgently, nudging Leo back the way they'd come. But as they retreated, the owl's gaze swept downwards. Its burning eyes locked onto Leo. A piercing, silent screech vibrated through the air, making the glowing leaves shiver. It folded its wings and dove, a silent, deadly shadow plummeting from the darkness. Leo's hand flew to the watch. He pressed the button. Time froze. The owl hung suspended mid-dive, a terrifying sculpture of shadow and cold fire. Bramble was frozen mid-step, a look of pure alarm etched onto his rugged face. The river of light stopped flowing. The drifting fireflies became fixed stars. The profound silence returned, heavier now, filled with the frozen threat. Leo gasped for breath, the frantic pounding of his heart the only movement in the entire, petrified world. He had time. He had all the time he needed, frozen in this terrifying moment. He looked at Bramble's frozen terror, then up at the monstrous owl hanging like a dagger above them. He couldn't stay frozen forever. He had to move to get Bramble to safety. But how? The owl was too big, too fast. If he unfroze time, it would strike instantly. His initial thought to use the watch solely for escape felt hollow, cowardly. Bramble had trusted him, guided him. He couldn't abandon him. He studied the frozen tableau. The owl was diving towards a specific point, a gap between two giant, glowing trees. Bramble had been trying to lead him towards a cluster of large, moss-covered boulders nearby. Shelter. Leo moved carefully around the frozen Bramble, his bare feet silent on the moss. He positioned himself behind one of the boulders Bramble had been heading towards. It offered decent cover. Then the hardest part. He crept back towards Bramble, the frozen owl looming terrifyingly close. He couldn't move Bramble, the creature was heavy as stone in frozen time. All he could do was hope Bramble would react quickly when time resumed. He positioned himself directly in front of Bramble, facing the owl, hoping to shield him however futilely, and placed his finger back on the watch button. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the frozen horror above. He pressed the button. Time snapped back. The owl's silent screech tore through the air. Its dive continued with terrifying speed. Bramble bellowed in alarm. Leo didn't hesitate. He threw himself backwards, crashing into Bramble's sturdy side, knocking the creature off balance and sending them both tumbling towards the shelter of the mossy boulders. Claws like obsidian daggers raked the air where Leo had stood a fraction of a second before, scoring deep grooves in the luminous moss. They hit the ground hard behind the largest boulder as the owl, thwarted, swept past with a rush of cold air that smelled of dust and ancient darkness. It banked sharply, its burning eyes searching for them. Stay down. Leo hissed, pressing himself flat against the cool moss behind the boulder. Bramble huddled beside him, trembling, a low, fearful rumble vibrating in his chest. The owl circled lower, its vast wings stirring the glowing leaves. It perched on a high branch of a glowing tree, its head swiveling, those cold fire eyes scanning the ground. It knew they were there. Trapped. The watch felt heavy and cold against Leo's chest. He could freeze time again, but for what? To prolong the terror. To try and run across open ground while the owl watched. Bramble nudged him gently, then pointed a claw towards a fissure in the cavern wall, partly hidden by a cascade of glowing vines, a little further along behind the boulders. An escape route. But it was too far. The owl would see them the moment they left cover. An idea sparked, fragile but desperate. The watch stopped time for everything except him. But what about things he was touching? When he'd frozen time above ground, the leaf hadn't moved, the birds were silent. But what if he touched Bramble when he pressed the button? Could he bring Bramble into the frozen moment with him? It was a terrifying gamble. What if it hurt Bramble? What if it didn't work? The owl shifted on its perch, preparing to launch itself again. There was no time for doubt. Leo grabbed Bramble's thick, mossy forearm. The creature flinched in surprise but didn't pull away, his ember eyes wide with trust and fear. Leo met his gaze. "Hold on, Bramble," he whispered fiercely. "Trust me." He pressed the watch button. The world hushed. The owl froze mid-shift. The gentle sway of the glowing vines ceased. The river of light stopped flowing. And Bramble gasped, a sound shockingly loud in the silence. He looked around, his eyes wide with utter bewilderment, then down at Leo, then at the frozen owl. He let out a low, astonished rumble. It had worked. Bramble was in the frozen time with him. Relief flooded Leo, warm and sweet. "We can move now," he said, his voice echoing strangely in the stillness. But quietly, "Follow me." Hands still gripping Bramble's arm, Leo led the bewildered creature out from behind the boulder. They moved silently across the open ground, past the frozen river of light, towards the fissure Bramble had indicated. The fissure was narrow but passable, leading into darkness. Leo glanced back at the frozen owl, a monument to predatory patience. He pulled Bramble into the fissure, the cool darkness enveloping them. Only then, safe within the narrow passage, did he release Bramble's arm and press the watch button again. Sound rushed back, the drip of water, the faint hum of the forest. Distantly, they heard the owl's frustrated screech echo through the cavern as it discovered its prey had vanished. Bramble let out a long, shaky breath, leaning against the cool rock wall. He looked at Leo, his ember eyes filled with awe and profound gratitude. He rumbled deep in his chest, a sound that vibrated with warmth and respect. He nudged Leo gently, then pointed down the narrow tunnel. They were safe for now. The fissure opened into a smaller cavern, bathed in a soft, blue luminescence from clusters of glowing crystals. In the center stood a stone plinth, and upon it rested a large, perfectly smooth geode cracked open to reveal a core of amethyst crystals pulsing with the same soft light as the watch. Bramble approached it reverently, rumbling softly. He placed a heavy paw on the plinth, then gestured towards Leo's watch. He made a series of complex rumbles and clicks, pointing from the geode to the watch, then mimicking the owl's flight, then making a calming, sweeping gesture with his paw. Understanding dawned on Leo. The geode was the heart, the source of the forest's light and balance. The watch, he realized, was connected to it, a key, perhaps, or a regulator. The star owl wasn't inherently evil. It was a guardian, grown paranoid and aggressive, its perception of time distorted, perhaps poisoned by some creeping darkness, or simply the immense weight of its eternal vigil. It saw any movement, any change, as a threat to the stillness it guarded. The watch's power, used carelessly, had likely agitated it further. Bramble, a creature of the earth and roots, understood the balance. He needed Leo's help and his watch, not to fight the owl, but to heal the distortion, to restore harmony. The journey to the Heart Cavern was tense. They moved through hidden root tunnels known only to Bramble, avoiding the open forest where the star owl patrolled. They saw signs of its agitation: deep claw marks on luminous tree trunks, disturbed patches of glowing moss. The watch hummed warmly near the heart geode, its constellations glowing brighter. Leo felt a connection, a deep thrumming resonance between the watch, the geode, and the very earth around him. He understood now. The watch didn't just stop time, it interacted with the flow of life energy within this hidden world. Reaching the Heart Cavern unseen was a relief, but the task ahead was daunting. The geode pulsed steadily, but Leo, attuned now, sensed a faint discord, a slight stutter in its rhythm, like a heart skipping a beat. Bramble rumbled encouragingly, placing his paw on the plinth again, closing his eyes. Leo stepped forward, the watch warm in his hand. He closed his own eyes, focusing on the resonance, on the deep, steady pulse he felt from the geode and the earth beneath his feet. He thought not of stopping time, but of harmony, of the gentle, inevitable flow of seasons, of roots growing, of rivers running, of stars wheeling in their ancient courses. He poured this feeling into the watch, willing it to synchronize, to heal. He pressed the button, not to freeze, but to tune. A wave of pure, calming light emanated from the watch, washing over the geode. The amethyst crystals flared brightly, then settled into a deeper, steadier, more rhythmic pulse. The light spread outwards through the root tunnels in the cavern walls, flowing like liquid serenity through the entire hidden forest. The faint discord vanished, replaced by a profound sense of peace and balance. High above, a distant echoing cry reached them, not the harsh, predatory screech, but a softer, mournful hoot, filled with confusion, and then a dawning sense of calm. The frantic patrolling ceased. Leo opened his eyes. The Heart Cavern glowed with a serene, unified light. Bramble rumbled, a sound of pure joy and relief, nuzzling Leo's shoulder. The watch in Leo's hand felt different, not less powerful, but settled, its silver veins pulsing in perfect time with the geode's light. The magic was no longer a tool for escape, but a connection to the deep, steady rhythm of life itself. Their journey back through the forest felt different. The air was calmer, the light steadier. They saw the star owl once, perched high on a distant branch. It watched them, its fiery eyes now holding a watchful calm, no longer burning with predatory intent. It gave a soft, acknowledging hoot before launching itself into a slow, majestic glide across the cavern, its vast wings stirring the air gently. It was no longer a hunter, but a guardian restored. Bramble led Leo back to the entrance tunnel beneath the oak. At the threshold, the moss-covered steps leading upwards, Bramble stopped. He rumbled softly, a sound filled with affection and farewell. He nudged the watch on Leo's chest gently with his snout, then placed his heavy paw over his own heart. Remember, you carry the heart of the forest with you. Leo understood. He threw his arms around Bramble's thick, mossy neck, burying his face in the surprisingly soft fur. "Thank you, Bramble," he whispered, his voice thick. "Thank you for showing me." Bramble rumbled warmly, a sound like rocks tumbling in a deep, contented stream. He nudged Leo towards the steps. Leo climbed, the roots closing seamlessly behind him as he emerged into the cool, pre-dawn air of his grandmother's garden. The first pale streaks of dawn painted the sky. He looked down at the obsidian watch. It felt warm, alive, its constellations glowing faintly. It no longer hummed with the power to stop time, but with the deep, steady resonance of roots and rivers and stars in their courses. He understood its true magic now, not control, but connection, not escape, but belonging to the vast, beautiful rhythm of the world. He slipped back into the quiet cottage, up the stairs, and into his bed. As he pulled the patchwork quilt up to his chin, the watch resting securely in his hand, he felt a profound peace settle over him. He wasn't just Leo, the quiet boy, anymore. He was Leo who had walked with roots, befriended the earth, and learned the language of deep time. He had faced fear not by freezing it, but by understanding it, by finding friendship in the most unexpected places, and by discovering courage within himself, the courage to connect, to trust, and to harmonize. Outside, the first true rays of dawn touched the ancient oak. Deep below, in the hidden forest bathed in serene light, brambles settled near the heart geode, a rumbling purr of contentment vibrating in his chest. High above, on a branch overlooking the glowing expanse, the star owl watched, its star-speckled wings folded, its fiery eyes calm and watchful, guarding the peaceful rhythm of the deep green world. And in a small room under a patchwork quilt, a boy slept, a gentle smile on his face, the warm pulse of the obsidian watch against his palm, a lullaby of roots and rivers and quiet, enduring magic, a promise that even in the deepest dark, light and friendship could always be found. The journey had changed him, not by making him fearless, but by teaching him that true courage sings in harmony with the world, and that the greatest magic often lies in the quiet beat of a trusting heart. The story was over, but the resonance remained, a comforting hum in the silence, a reminder of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in kindness and connection, lulling him into dreams as deep and peaceful as the earth itself. Story 21. The twin moons of Luminar cast long, silver shadows across the Whisperwoods, where bioluminescent moss carpeted the ground and trees hummed with gentle, resonant energy. Deep within a hollow carved into the trunk of a colossal singing oak huddled a small, trembling figure. His name was Kip, a vermian from the burrow planet of Grum. Covered in soft, russet fur with large, luminous eyes adapted to darkness, Kip clutched a fractured data crystal, his only link to the crashed escape pod that had brought him to this strange, vibrant world. He missed the comforting press of warm earth and the familiar scent of root tea. Here everything was too bright, too loud, and terrifyingly alone. Outside the hollow, perched precariously on a branch thick with glowing, violet lichen, sat Orion. Orion was a crystari, a being composed of multifaceted, semi-translucent crystal from the asteroid belt of Solara. Light refracted through his angular body, casting tiny rainbows onto the moss below. His communication was through intricate, shifting patterns of light that pulsed from his core. He observed the furry creature hiding within the tree with detached curiosity. Its frantic energy signature was unsettling. To Orion, stillness and precise geometric harmony were the highest virtues. This small, trembling bundle of chaotic emotion was the opposite of harmony. Their first encounter was born of misunderstanding. Kip, desperate for water, ventured towards a shimmering pool. Orion, attempting to study the creature, drifted closer, his facets catching the moonlight dramatically. To Kip, the sudden appearance of a sharp, glittering entity blocking his path screamed predator. He squeaked in terror, scrambling backwards and tripping over a root. Orion, interpreting the sudden movement and high-pitched sound as aggression, pulsed a rapid sequence of defensive amber light, a warning flare in his language. Kip froze, heart hammering. Orion remained hovering, his light patterns flickering uncertainly. Fear radiated from the small creature, a tangible wave Orion could sense through his crystalline receptors. It wasn't aggression, it was terror. Of him. This was a novel, uncomfortable concept. Slowly, deliberately, Orion dimmed his lights to a soft, steady blue, the crystari equivalent of a calming breath. For days, they circled each other warily. Kip would forage for edible glowing berries, jumping at every rustle, his large eyes constantly scanning for the crystalline being. Orion would observe from a distance, trying to decipher the creature's complex, messy emotions. He saw Kip struggle to crack open a tough nut-like seed, frustration rolling off him in waves. Orion, with a delicate, precise beam of focused light energy emitted from a facet, gently heated the seed until it cracked open. Kip yelped startled but then stared at the exposed kernel, then at Orion. Tentatively, he picked it up and ate. He pulsed a small, hesitant warmth from his own core, a Vermian sign of cautious gratitude. Orion responded with a slow, gentle swirl of green light. It wasn't understanding, but it was a start. The true test came with the scrap crawlers. These were not native to Luminar. They were rogue mining drones, discarded and malfunctioning, that had drifted through a spatial anomaly and crash-landed centuries ago. Now they mindlessly harvested the singing oak's resonant wood, their metallic claws screeching, their single red photoreceptors scanning for resources. Their approach was a cacophony of grinding gears and piercing electronic shrieks that shattered the forest's peaceful hum. One descended near Kip's hollow. Terrified, Kip bolted, but his small size made him clumsy in the dense undergrowth. A metallic claw swiped, snagging the strap of his small satchel, dragging him towards the drone's grinding maw. Kip screamed, pure panic. Orion, observing from higher branches, felt the surge of Kip's terror like a physical shockwave. The chaotic energy was overwhelming, but beneath it was a desperate plea for life. Harmony demanded balance. Allowing this small spark of chaotic life to be extinguished would create dissonance. Acting purely on instinct, Orion focused his entire being. He gathered the ambient light of the moons and the glowing flora, concentrating it into a single, brilliant beam of pure white energy. He aimed not to destroy, but to disrupt. The beam struck the scrap crawler's photoreceptor. The drone shrieked, staggering back, its sensors overloaded. It dropped Kip, who scrambled away, gasping. But the drone wasn't disabled. It recalibrated, its red eye now fixated on the source of the light Orion. It lunged, metallic claws snapping. Kip saw the danger Orion was now in. The crystalline being who had cracked his seed, who had dimmed his lights to calm him, was under attack. Fear warred with a fierce, protective surge Kip didn't fully understand. He remembered the fractured data crystal in his pouch, a piece of Grum technology. Vermians were burrowers, but they understood vibrations. He slammed the crystal fragment hard against the resonant wood of a singing oak root. Thrum. A powerful, low-frequency vibration pulsed through the ground. It was a sound below the range of most hearing, but it resonated perfectly with the scrap crawler's unstable internal mechanisms. The drone shuddered violently, gears locking, servos whining in protest. It stumbled, then collapsed into a twitching heap of scrap metal. Silence descended, broken only by the returning hum of the forest and Kip's ragged breathing. Orion hovered, his facets dimmed in shock, then slowly pulsed a complex pattern of deep indigo and silver awe, relief, and profound gratitude. They stared at each other across the moonlit clearing. The gleaming crystal being and the small, furry creature. No words passed between them, yet volumes were spoken in the shared aftermath of fear and the profound relief of survival. Kip approached slowly. This time he didn't flinch when Orion extended a sharp, crystalline limb. Instead, Kip gently pressed his warm, furry forehead against the cool, smooth surface. Orion responded by bathing Kip in a soft, warm, golden light, the purest Crystari expression of connection and trust. The shared challenge forged an unbreakable bond. Orion learned that Kip's chaotic energy wasn't dissonance, but vitality, a different kind of song. He learned to appreciate the warmth of touch, the comfort of shared silence near a small fire. Kip learned to build safely. Kip learned to read Orion's subtle light patterns, understanding moods and thoughts expressed in swirling blues, calming greens, and excited flashes of gold. He learned that Orion's stillness wasn't coldness but deep contemplation, and that his precise movements held a unique kind of grace. They worked together to repair Kip's distress beacon, using Orion's precise light manipulation, and Kip's understanding of the device's core components scavenged from the scrap crawler. Orion guided Kip through the forest's hidden paths, his crystalline body refracting light to show safe passages Kip would have missed. Kip shared stories of Grum through gestures and soft chitters, which Orion translated into intricate, shimmering light displays against the singing oak's bark. Orion shared the silent, geometric beauty of Crystari philosophy, expressed through patterns of light that danced on the forest floor, which Kip found strangely soothing. One evening, as the twin moons rose full and bright, bathing the Whisperwoods in ethereal silver, the repaired beacon finally pulsed a steady, hopeful rhythm. Rescue was coming. Kip looked at Orion, his luminous eyes reflecting the moonlight. He felt a pang deeper than any he'd felt since crashing. Orion pulsed a gentle, questioning blue. Kip chittered softly, then carefully placed his small paw over Orion's core facet, where his light shone brightest. He projected warmth, gratitude, and a profound sense of loss at the thought of leaving. Orion understood. He enveloped Kip in a soft, encompassing glow, a light that held the warmth of shared sunrises, the quiet understanding of shared silences, and the fierce protectiveness forged in danger. He pulsed a complex pattern, not goodbye but connection remains. When the sleek, silent rescue skiff finally touched down in the clearing, the Grum pilot was astonished. Her lost crew member stood calmly beside a being of living crystal, their forms bathed in the soft, shared light emanating from the Crystari. There was no fear, only a deep, quiet understanding. Kip chittered a farewell. Orion pulsed a final, brilliant cascade of gold and silver light, a promise. As the skiff lifted into the star-strewn sky, Kip pressed his face to the viewport. Below, a single point of warm, golden light pulsed steadily from the hollow of the singing oak. It wasn't just a signal, it was a beacon of friendship, shining across the vastness of space and difference, a silent testament that true companionship could bloom in the most unexpected soil, nurtured by patience, forged in shared challenges, and understood not with words but with a heart. Kip closed his eyes, the memory of cool crystal against his fur, and the warmth of shared light a comforting lullaby, carrying him safely home. And deep in the Whisperwoods, Orion pulsed softly, holding the echo of small, warm paws and the vibrant song of an unlikely friend, a new harmony resonating within his crystalline heart. Story 22. The rain whispered secrets against the windowpane of Mr. Thistledown's curiosity shop, a sound that always made young Leo feel like the world outside was holding its breath. Inside, the air hung thick with the scent of old paper, beeswax, and the faintest trace of cinnamon from a long-forgotten potpourri. Leo, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, often sought refuge here after school, drawn by the shop's comforting clutter and the promise of undiscovered stories sleeping within dusty objects. He felt a bit like one of those objects himself overlooked, a little worn around the edges, holding worlds inside that no one else seemed to see. Today, a peculiar chill, unrelated to the autumn drizzle, drew him towards the very back of the shop, past towering stacks of leather-bound books and precarious piles of mismatched china. Nestled beneath a moth-eaten tapestry depicting a starry sky, sat a small wooden box. It wasn't grand or ornate, just simple oak darkened with age, yet it seemed to hum with a quiet energy Leo felt in his fingertips. Carved into its lid was a single, intricate symbol, a spiral within a crescent moon, cradling a tiny, perfect star. Gently, Leo lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay not jewels, but a miniature landscape. Tiny, impossibly detailed trees of silver filigree stood beside a river made of shimmering blue glass. A path of minuscule moonstones wound towards a miniature cottage, sculpted from smooth, gray river rock. And in the center, standing proudly on a tiny hillock, was a figure no taller than Leo's thumb, a creature carved from warm, brown stone, with kind, deep-set eyes that seemed to look directly at him. It held a tiny lantern made of crystal. As Leo stared, captivated, his breath fogged the cool glass covering the scene. Instantly, a soft, crystalline melody began to play. It wasn't like any music he'd ever heard. It sounded like wind chimes made from frozen starlight, like the gurgle of a hidden brook, like the distant sigh of trees in a deep forest. It filled the quiet shop, seeming to make the very dust motes dance in the slanted afternoon light. Mr. Thistledown, a wisp of a man with spectacles perched precariously on his nose, appeared beside him, startling Leo. "Ah," he murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "The Moonshadow music box, been waiting for someone to truly see it." He didn't elaborate, simply tapped the box with a bony finger. "Listen closely, lad, it sings a path only the quiet heart can follow." That night, tucked into his narrow bed, Leo couldn't forget the melody. It echoed in his mind, a persistent, beautiful ache. Rain still pattered against his window. On impulse, he tiptoed to his desk, retrieved the small box from his school bag where he'd hidden it. Mr. Thistledown had insisted he take it, refusing payment, and placed it on the windowsill. He lifted the lid. The starlight music spilled out, brighter and clearer in the darkness. As the melody swelled, something extraordinary happened. The raindrops hitting the window pane didn't slide down the glass. Instead, they began to glow with a soft, silvery light, tracing shimmering lines that coalesced into a pattern the same spiral, moon, and star carved on the box. The pattern pulsed, and the glass within its bounds seemed to soften, ripple, then dissolve into a shimmering curtain of silver light. A wave of cool, moss-scented air washed over Leo, carrying the music deeper into its heart. Without conscious thought, driven by a profound pull in his chest, Leo reached out and gently pushed his hand through the shimmering curtain. It felt like dipping his fingers into cool, moonlit water. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. He emerged not into his rainy street, but onto a path of luminous white pebbles, winding through a forest bathed in perpetual twilight. Giant trees, their bark silver-gray and smooth as marble, soared upwards, their canopy a tapestry of deep indigo and violet leaves that shimmered like amethyst. Bioluminescent mushrooms clustered at their roots, casting soft pools of blue, green, and gold light. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Leo had seen, drifted lazily through the air, their light pulsing in time with the distant, haunting melody still emanating from the box clutched tightly in his hand. This was the veil of whispering shadows. He hadn't walked far when a deep, resonant voice, like stones grinding gently together, spoke from beside the path. "Lost your way, starlight singer." Leo jumped, whirling around. Beneath the sprawling roots of an immense silver tree sat the stone figure from the music box, now life-sized. It was indeed carved from warm, brown rock, weathered and strong, with moss clinging to its shoulders and lichen patterning its sturdy limbs. Its deep-set eyes held a patient, ancient kindness. I heard the music," Leo stammered, his voice small in the vast quiet. "It made a door." The stone creature chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a stream. The Moonshadow box sings the path for those who listen with more than just their ears. My name is Bramble, guardian of the threshold, keeper of forgotten echoes." He gestured with a thick, stony hand towards a simple cottage, half hidden by luminous ferns further down the path. It was the cottage from the box, built of smooth river stones, smoke curling invitingly from a crooked chimney. "You look like you could use a cup of moonbloom tea." Inside Bramble's cottage, warmth radiated from a hearth where glowing embers, not fire, pulsed with soft light. The air smelled of damp earth, sweet herbs, and something like crushed quartz. Bramble moved with surprising grace for his size, brewing tea from dried blossoms that shimmered like crushed opal in a pot made of polished obsidian. The tea tasted like cool night air and wild honey. As they sipped, Bramble spoke. His voice was slow and deliberate, each word carrying weight. The Vale is a place between, young singer, a refuge for things fading from the waking world, echoes of laughter, the scent of a first snow, the warmth of a forgotten hug, and memories, especially precious memories that slip away. He sighed, a sound like wind through a canyon. But shadows have grown longer here. The glimmer moths, gentle creatures who used to weave moonlight into the canopy, have grown restless. Their light dims, and worse, the memory stones are vanishing. Leo learned that scattered throughout the Vale were special stones imbued with particularly strong, beautiful memories, a child's pure joy, a moment of profound courage, the quiet peace of deep understanding. Bramble, as keeper, tended to them, ensuring their light didn't fade entirely. But lately stones had gone missing, leaving cold, empty hollows in the moss. Without them, the Vale's delicate balance was crumbling. The twilight was deepening towards true night, and a creeping, unnatural silence was spreading, muffling the Vale's natural whispers. "Someone or something is stealing the light," Bramble rumbled, his stony brow furrowed. "The shadows deepen and the Vale grows colder. I fear I am not as vigilant as I once was. Some of my own memories feel thin." He tapped his temple with a thick finger. "Like smoke." Leo felt a surge of protectiveness for this gentle giant and his fading world. "I want to help," he said, surprising himself with the firmness in his voice. "I found the box. Maybe I can help find the stones." Bramble studied him, his deep eyes seeming to see right into Leo's quiet heart. "You see truly, young singer, that is a rare gift. Perhaps together we can mend what is broken." Their quest began at dawn in the Vale, a soft, pearly light that seemed to emanate from the glowing canopy itself. Bramble led Leo to the first empty hollow, near a grove of weeping willows made of spun glass. The air here was unnaturally still and cold. Leo knelt, running his fingers over the cool moss where the memory stone should have been. He closed his eyes, focusing not on sight, but on the absence. He listened to the silence, felt the chill in the air. He remembered the feeling of the music box, the pull of the Vale. "There's a scent," he murmured. "Very faint, like burnt sugar and old frost." It was a smell that didn't belong to the wholesome scents of the Vale. Bramble inhaled deeply. "Shadow frost," he growled, a low, dangerous rumble in his chest. The mark of the shadow moths, but they were peaceful once. They followed the faint, chilling scent. It led them away from the main paths, into a part of the Vale where the giant silver trees grew closer together, their roots forming tangled archways draped with curtains of glowing, pale blue moss. The light was dimmer here, the silence heavier. Leo's quiet observation proved invaluable. He noticed the subtle disturbances in the moss where something heavy had passed, a faint shimmer on a leaf that wasn't bioluminescence but something colder, like trapped starlight. He pointed out a pattern of tiny, crystalline footprints that Bramble, with his earthbound focus, might have missed. "Your eyes are sharp as flint, young singer," Bramble said, genuine admiration in his voice. "My strength lies in the stone and the roots, but you see the whispers on the wind, the tremors on the surface." Their journey was not easy. They traversed meadows where luminous flowers chimed softly if stepped on too heavily, requiring delicate footwork. They crossed a river of liquid moonlight on stepping stones that shifted and sang beneath their weight, testing their balance and trust. They navigated a maze of giant, fossilized mushrooms, their caps glowing with internal patterns that shifted like constellations. In the mushroom maze, Leo's quiet patience guided them. He observed the shifting patterns, finding the rhythm and the path where Bramble's straightforward strength would have led them in circles. They also encountered wonders, a family of translucent, six-legged deer grazing on starlight grass, a grove where trees sang harmonies in the wind, a pool where water reflected not their images, but fragments of happy memories from their own lives. Leo saw a warm afternoon baking cookies with his grandmother, a feeling he hadn't consciously recalled in years. Bramble saw the joyous celebration when the first glimmer moth wove its thread into the newborn canopy. Seeing Bramble's stony face soften with profound, wistful joy deepened Leo's resolve. Finally, the trail led them to the edge of a vast, dark cavern yawning at the foot of a colossal, obsidian cliff. The entrance was veiled by thick curtains of black, non-luminous moss that felt unnervingly cold to the touch. The burnt sugar/frost scent was overpowering here. Deep within the cavern they could see faint, erratic flickers of sickly greenish light. The shadow lair, Bramble whispered, his voice tight. This is where the light is being hoarded or consumed. Creeping silently through the oppressive darkness, guided only by the faint, pulsing green glow ahead, they reached a vast chamber. The sight made Leo gasp. High on a jagged obsidian dais perched dozens of shadow moths. Once delicate creatures of moonlight and silver, they were now twisted, larger, their wings ragged and shimmering with that same sickly green luminescence. Their large, multifaceted eyes glowed with a hungry, desperate light. Scattered around the base of the dais, pulsing weakly, were the stolen memory stones. But their light was being drawn upwards, thin strands of gold, silver, and blue energy being siphoned by the moths, feeding their unnatural glow. They're starving, Bramble realized, his voice thick with sorrow. The true moonlight is fading from the canopy above. They're desperate, feeding on the memory light to survive, but it's poisoning them, twisting them. One of the larger shadow moths, its wings tattered like storm clouds, fluttered down, landing on the dais before them. Its voice, when it spoke, was a chorus of dry whispers and chilling clicks. Keeper, you come too late. The light above dies. We fade. We hunger. These stones, they are warmth. They are life. But they are not yours, Silverspin, Bramble said, his voice firm yet gentle. Taking them weakens the veil entire. It deepens the very darkness you fear. This stolen light corrupts you. Look at your wings. What choice, Silverspin hissed, the green light in its eyes flaring. Fade gently into nothing, or fight for flicker. Leo, his heart pounding, remembered the music box. He remembered the feeling of the veil when he first entered the piece, the gentle light, the sense of interconnectedness. He thought of the stolen memories, the child's joy, the quiet peace. Stepping forward, surprising even Bramble, he held up the moonshadow box. He didn't open it yet. He spoke, his voice clear in the cavernous gloom, directed not just at Silverspin, but at all the flickering shadows above. The box brought me here, Leo said. It sings the path, maybe it can sing a different song, not one of taking, but of sharing, of remembering. He looked at Bramble. You said the veil holds echoes and memories, the stones hold strong ones, but maybe the box can help wake up the real moonlight, the light the moths need. Bramble's deep eyes widened. The echoes, the veil is woven from them. The stones are anchors, but the canopy is made from the memory of moonlight, of starlight, of joy. If the stones are here stolen, their echoes weaken, but the source is the memory itself, held in the veil. He turned his massive frame towards Silverspin. The boy is right, you don't need to steal the light, Silverspin, you need to rekindle it. The true moonlight is woven from the echoes of joy, of peace, of wonder, the very things held in the stones, but also in the air, the trees, the memory of this place. The box sings paths. Maybe it can sing the memory of light back to the surface. A fragile hope flickered in Silverspin's multifaceted eyes, momentarily dimming the hungry green. How? Leo took a deep breath. He opened the lid of the moonshadow box. The crystalline melody filled the dark cavern, pure and bright, cutting through the oppressive gloom like a shard of real moonlight. He focused all his will, all his newfound love for the veil, all his quiet understanding into the music. He thought of the luminous deer, the singing trees, the pool of happy memories, Bramble's cottage, the scent of moonbloom tea. He thought of the stolen joy, the stolen peace. Remember, he whispered, pouring the word into the melody. Remember the light. As the music swelled, something incredible happened. The stolen memory stones at the base of the dais began to pulse brighter, resonating with the box's song. Thin threads of their pure light gold, silver, blue didn't flow to the moths, but shot upwards, piercing the cavern roof like radiant lances. Outside, high above in the veil's canopy, the dim, violet leaves began to shimmer. Faint threads of real, cool moonlight seemed to seep through the fabric of the veil, drawn by the song and the amplified echo of the memory stones. The effect on the shadow moths was instantaneous. As the first true, silvery moonlight touched the ragged edges of Silverspin's wings, the sickly green luminescence flickered and died. A sigh of profound relief and longing, echoed through the chamber as the moths trembled. The stolen light feeding them snapped. One by one they fluttered down from the dais, landing shakily near Leo and Bramble. Their wings, though still tattered, began to regain a faint, silvery sheen where the moonlight touched them. The light, Silverspin whispered, his voice losing its harsh edge, becoming softer, more like the chime of distant bells. It remembers. Bramble carefully gathered the memory stones, their light now strong and steady, no longer being drained. He held them gently in his large hands. The stones need to return to their places, Silverspin. Their echoes anchor the true light. But the canopy, it needs weavers again. Can you remember? Can you weave the moonlight once more? Silverspin looked up at the threads of silver light piercing the darkness. We remember the pattern, the song, it wakes the memory in our wings, he turned to Leo. Starlight singer, you sang the path back to the light. The journey back through the veil was a procession of healing. Leo carried the music box, its melody now a soft, constant hum, a gentle reminder. Bramble carried the memory stones, their light spilling onto the path like scattered jewels. The shadow moths, now shimmering faintly silver again, flew alongside them, their flight paths tracing delicate, hopeful patterns in the twilight air. As they placed each memory stone back into its hollow, the veil responded. Color deepened in the luminous flora, the bioluminescent glow strengthened. The air grew warmer and filled with the returning whispers, the sigh of the glass willows, the chime of the flower meadows, the distant song of the constellation mushrooms. When the last stone was placed near Bramble's cottage, the veil seemed to take a deep, revitalizing breath. The twilight brightened perceptibly, infused with a stronger, purer silver radiance. High above, Silverspin and the other moths, growing stronger by the moment, began their ancient work. Delicate threads of pure moonlight, drawn from the newly awakened echoes within the veil itself, streamed from their bodies. With intricate, graceful movements, they wove the threads into the canopy. Where the threads touched, the violet leaves shimmered with renewed inner fire, becoming a tapestry of living silver and indigo, casting a gentle, healthy glow over the entire veil. The shadow frost was gone, replaced by a profound, peaceful luminescence. Bramble stood beside Leo, watching the rebirth of his world. He placed a heavy, warm hand on Leo's shoulder. You saw what others missed, young singer. Your quiet heart heard the veil's cry. You didn't fight the shadows with force, but with remembrance, with the true song. He tapped his own stony chest. My own memories, they feel solid again, whole, thanks to you. Leo felt a warmth bloom in his chest, a feeling of belonging and quiet strength he'd never known. He hadn't become loud or boastful. He had used his quiet nature, his keen observation, his capacity to listen and feel deeply to make a difference. He had found friendship in the most unexpected place, with a being of stone and earth. Standing by the shimmering doorway back to his world, the moon shadow box held securely, Leo looked back at the veil. Bramble waved, a slow, solid movement. Silverspin dipped in a graceful arc, his wings catching the newly woven moonlight. The air hummed with peaceful life. "Will I be able to come back?" Leo asked, his voice thick with emotion. Bramble's deep eyes twinkled. "The song is always there, young singer, in the box and in your heart. Listen for the rain on the window, remember the scent of moss, and the path will sing for you. The veil remembers its friends." Leo stepped through the shimmering curtain. He found himself back in his room, the rain still whispering against the glass. The Moonshadow box sat on the sill, closed, looking just like a simple oak box. But Leo knew. He touched the carved symbol spiral, moon, star. He climbed into bed, the melody of the veil a soft echo in his mind. He wasn't the quiet, overlooked boy anymore. He was Leo, the starlight singer, friend to a stone guardian and moonlight weavers, the boy who listened to the rain and heard a secret path. He knew now that wonder wasn't just in storybooks, it was hidden in plain sight, waiting for a quiet heart to perceive it. He knew his own quietness wasn't a weakness, but a special kind of strength, a way of listening to the world's deeper songs. As sleep gently pulled him under, a profound sense of peace settled over him, warm as Bramble's hearth, bright as newly woven moonlight. Outside his window, the ordinary rain had begun to sparkle with extraordinary promise. Story 23. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls and painting the room in hues of warm amber and deep gold. Outside, a gentle rain whispered against the window pane, a soothing counterpoint to the fire's murmur. It was the perfect night for a story, a journey into a world just beyond the edge of sleep. Tonight's tale begins with a boy named Silas. Silas lived in a village nestled comfortably in the crook of a wide, slow-moving river, a place where the houses wore thick coats of ivy and smoke curled lazily from chimneys into the crisp air. To most, Silas seemed a quiet boy, perhaps a little dreamy, often found gazing intently at the gnarled roots of the ancient willow by the riverbank or tracing the patterns of frost on his window pane. What others didn't know, what Silas guarded like his most precious secret, was that he could hear things. Not just the usual sounds of birdsong or laughter or the blacksmith's hammer, but the whispers of the world itself. He heard the sleepy grumble of stones warmed by the afternoon sun, the high, tinkling giggle of a brook tripping over pebbles, and the deep, slow sigh of the ancient oak that stood sentinel on the hill overlooking the village. Most enchanting and sometimes most overwhelming were the voices of the fireflies. On warm summer evenings, when the air shimmered with their tiny golden lights, Silas heard their conversations, quick, bright bursts of sound like tiny bells, discussing the sweetness of clover or the best paths on the night breeze. He called this his whisper sense. It was a gift, but one that often made him feel separate, different. The world's constant murmuring could be loud, confusing the words of people around him, making him retreat further into his quiet shell. He longed for connection, for a friend who understood the symphony only he could hear. One chill autumn afternoon, as Silas sat beneath the willow, listening to its old branches creak a story about migrating geese, he heard something new. It wasn't the rustle of dry leaves or the river's steady flow. It was a sound like a tiny, frantic bell, a high-pitched chime ringing with unmistakable distress. It came from near the base of the great oak on the hill. Curiosity, sharp and insistent, pricked at him. Abandoning the willow's tail, Silas scrambled up the slope, the damp earth cool beneath his hands. At the base of the oak, half hidden by fallen russet leaves and tangled roots, lay a firefly. But this was no ordinary firefly. Its light, usually a steady, warm gold, flickered erratically, dimming to a faint ember before flaring weakly. One of its delicate wings was bent and torn, snagged on a thorny tendril of bramble. The frantic chiming sound emanated from it, a clear, piercing note of fear and pain. "Oh," Silas breathed, kneeling carefully. "You're hurt." He reached out a gentle finger, mindful of the fragile creature. The firefly's light pulsed nervously. "Trapped hurts, sky lost," the tiny voice chimed directly into Silas's mind, sharp with panic. "It's all right," Silas murmured, his own voice low and soothing, trying to project calmness like the deep hum of the earth. "I won't hurt you, I want to help." He carefully, ever so slowly, began to disentangle the gossamer wing from the thorn. He heard the firefly's internal chime shift from panic to a tense, watchful hum. "There," Silas whispered finally, as the wing came free. The firefly lay still for a moment on his palm, its light pulsing weakly but steadily now. Then with a small effort it righted itself, antennae twitching. "Kindness," the tiny voice chimed, softer now, filled with wonder. You hear the whisper." Silas's heart leapt. "Yes, I hear it. I hear the stones, the water, the trees, and the fireflies. I'm Silas." The firefly's light glowed a fraction brighter. "I am Flicker, Silas' hearer. Thank you." Flicker tried to lift off but stumbled, the damaged wing unable to catch the air. A note of despair chimed. "Sky lost. Cannot fly. Cannot find the glimmer path." "The glimmer path?" Silas asked, fascinated. "The way home," Flicker chimed sadly. "To the veiled vale, when the moon wears her silver crown, the path opens. Only then, but I cannot fly." Silas looked at the small, luminous creature in his hand. He thought of the veiled veil, a name that sent shivers of wonder down his spine. A hidden world. He thought of his own loneliness, his feeling of being out of place. Perhaps Flicker felt the same, stranded far from home. A spark of determination ignited within him. "I can help you get there," Silas said firmly. "I have legs, I can carry you, but where is the glimmer path? How do we find it?" Flicker's light pulsed with surprise, then tentative hope. "The path, it begins where the river sighs under the moon's gaze, where the weeping stones dream. But it is long," Silas' hearer, "through places unseen by sunwalkers, and the moon, she rises soon." Silas looked towards the horizon. The sun was already dipping low, painting the sky in streaks of orange and lavender. The moon, nearly full, would rise within the hour. There wasn't much time. He needed supplies. "Wait here, Flicker. Hide under the leaves. I'll be quick." He carefully placed the firefly amidst a soft pile of oak leaves near the trunk, creating a small shelter. Silas ran back to his cottage, a flurry of quiet purpose. He grabbed his warmest cloak, a small pouch of dried berries and nuts, his water skin, and a stub of beeswax candle. He hesitated, then took the smooth, warty stone his grandmother had given him, a dark gray pebble worn smooth by the river. He slipped everything into a small canvas sack. Back at the oak, Flicker's light was a steady beacon under the leaves. "Ready, Skywalker," Flicker chimed as Silas carefully scooped him up. "As I'll ever be," Silas replied, a mix of excitement and nervousness bubbling inside him. He placed Flicker gently inside the front pocket of his tunic, where the firefly could peer out. To the sighing river, Flicker directed. "Follow the water's song." Silas knew the river well. He followed its bank downstream, away from the village lights, listening intently. The river's voice was usually a contented burble, but as dusk deepened, it changed. It became a low, melancholic sigh, a sound of deep water moving over hidden, ancient stones. "The weeping stones," Flicker confirmed softly. "They remember the old mountains." They reached a bend where the river widened, flowing over a series of large, dark, moss-covered boulders. The sighing sound was loudest here, a mournful chorus vibrating in the cooling air. The first stars pricked through the deepening blue velvet of the sky. Silas watched the horizon, his breath catching as the edge of the immense, silver moon began to rise. As the moonlight touched the water, something extraordinary happened. Where the moonbeams struck the sighing river, just above the weeping stones, the air itself began to shimmer. It wasn't a reflection, it was as if the moonlight coalesced, thickening into a path of pure, liquid silver that hovered just inches above the water's surface. It glowed with an ethereal light, stretching away into the distance like a ribbon of captured starlight. The glimmer path flicker chimed, his light flaring brightly with excitement. Quickly, Silas hearer, step where the moonlight walks. Taking a deep breath, heart pounding like a drum against his ribs, Silas stepped onto the shimmering path. His foot didn't sink, it met a surface that felt surprisingly solid, yet yielding like walking on thick, cool mist given form. A faint, musical hum vibrated through the soles of his boots. He took another step, then another, leaving the solid riverbank behind. The sighing of the stones faded, replaced by the path's gentle, resonant hum. He was walking on moonlight, above a river sighing lullabies to ancient rocks. The world he knew receded, replaced by a cool, silver-lit dreamscape. The glimmer path led them away from the familiar river, winding through landscapes transformed by moonlight and magic. They passed through forests where trees, taller and stranger than any Silas knew, seemed to lean in to listen, their leaves whispering secrets in languages even his whisper sense couldn't fully grasp. The elder trees flicker murmured. They remember the first wind Silas saw glowing moss clinging to their trunks like emerald velvet and flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light, opening their petals only for the moon. The air smelled different here, richer, older, full of damp earth, ozone, and the sweet scent of unseen blossoms. The path wasn't without its challenges. At one point it narrowed to a thin thread over a chasm, where shadows writhed like living smoke. A deep, rumbling growl echoed up from the darkness below. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Silas. He froze, clutching the edge of his cloak. Shadow worms' flicker chimed, his light dimming slightly. They gnaw at the edges of light, do not listen to their whispers of doubt, trust the path, step only where the light is pure. The shadows seem to coil, whispering insidious thoughts directly into Silas's mind. Turn back, you don't belong, you're too small, too strange, the veil won't welcome you, the words echoed his own deepest insecurities. He felt a tremor start in his legs, then a warm pulse against his chest. Flicker's light shone steadily from his pocket, a small but defiant beacon. Remember the kindness, Silas hearer, the firefly chimed, clear and strong. Remember the whisper, you are part of this song, walk. Drawing strength from his tiny friend's unwavering light and voice, Silas focused on the solid feel of the glimmer path beneath him, the pure hum of its magic. He took a deliberate step forward onto the widest part of the shimmering bridge. The shadowy whispers hissed and recoiled from the moonlight. Step by careful step, heart still hammering but resolve firm, Silas crossed the chasm, the darkness falling away beneath him. He hadn't overcome the fear, but he had walked through it, guided by Flicker's trust, and the memory of his own offered kindness. Further along, the path led them through a valley filled with enormous, luminous mushrooms that glowed with soft blues, purples, and greens. They stood like silent sentinels, casting long, shifting shadows. The air was thick with silence here, a heavy, watchful quiet that pressed in on Silas's ears. He strained his whisper sense, but heard nothing, not the hum of the path, not the rustle of unseen creatures, not even Flicker's chimes. It was profoundly unsettling. The silent spires, Flicker's voice chimed directly into his mind, bypassing his ears. Their quiet is loud, it steals sound, we must go around, the path it feels confused here. Indeed, the glimmer path seemed to waver, its light flickering uncertainly among the giant fungi. Silas tried to follow it, but it branched and forked in confusing ways, disappearing behind thick stalks. Panic threatened again. How could they find the way without sound? He closed his eyes, trying to calm his racing heart. He thought of his worry stone, warm in his pocket. He thought of the river sighing, the willow creaking. He focused not on hearing, but on feeling. He remembered the feel of the earth beneath him, the solid reassurance of stone. He knelt, placing his palm flat on the cool, mossy ground between the towering mushrooms. He couldn't hear the earth, but he could feel its slow, steady pulse. It resonated up through his arm, a deep, calming vibration. It wasn't sound, but a sensation of profound stability. He opened his eyes and looked at the path. Where the moonlight flowed strongest, where it seemed most sure, he could see a faint shimmer in the air, a disturbance, like heat haze over stone. He focused on that visual shimmer, that feeling of solid light. Trusting this new sense, a blend of touch, intuition, and remembered connection, Silas navigated the confusing maze of the silent spires, keeping the strongest visual shimmer of the path always before him. Flicker remained silent, a steady weight and warmth against his heart, trusting Silas's lead. Finally, they emerged from the oppressive silence. The glimmer path strengthened, its hum returning like a welcome friend. Ahead, the path sloped upwards towards a high ridge. As they climbed, the air grew warmer and carried a new scent, a heady perfume of night-blooming jasmine and something else, sweet and spicy. The moonlight seemed brighter here, purer. They crested the ridge, and Silas gasped, stopping in his tracks. Spread out below them was the veiled vale. It was a breathtaking tapestry woven from moonlight and shadow. Giant bioluminescent flowers, larger than houses, glowed in soft pastels, luminous blues, radiant pinks, and gentle yellows, casting pools of colored light on the valley floor. Trees with leaves like spun silver rustled softly. Streams of liquid light, not water, meandered through meadows of velvety, star-shaped moss that emitted a soft, white radiance. Fireflies, thousands upon thousands of them, filled the air like swirling constellations, their collective chiming creating a complex, beautiful symphony that washed over Silas, not as noise, but as pure, harmonious feeling. It was a world woven from starlight and dreams. Home, Flicker chimed, a sound thick with emotion, relief, joy, and profound belonging. The glimmer path dissolved at the ridge, its task complete. Silas carefully stepped down onto the soft, glowing moss of the vale. The air hummed with gentle energy. He gently lifted Flicker from his pocket. The firefly's light, though still flickering slightly from his damaged wing, shone with renewed vigor. Silas' hearer, Flicker chimed, rising slightly into the air, though his flight was still wobbly. You brought me home through shadow and silence. You are a true friend. Before Silas could reply, a group of larger fireflies, their lights a deeper, more resonant gold, approached. Their chiming was melodic and formal. Flicker Seeker, you return, we felt your distress. Who is this sunwalker who walks the path? Flicker hovered proudly. This is Silas, the whisper hearer. He freed me from the thorn, he walked the glimmer path, he faced the shadow whispers and the silent spires. He is my friend and my guide. The laid firefly, whose light had a warm, amber hue, drifted closer to Silas. Welcome, Silas Whisperhearer. Friend to Flicker is friend to the vale. Your courage and kindness shine brightly. We are in your debt. Silas felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the vale's ambient temperature. He bowed slightly, unsure of the custom. I was happy to help Flicker. Your home, it's beautiful. The symphony of firefly voices, the gentle glow, the sweet air, it was overwhelming, but in the best possible way. The amber firefly chimed softly. Flicker Seeker needs the healing dew of the moon lilies to mend his wing. Will you accompany him, Whisperhearer? The lilies bloom deep in the vale. Silas nodded eagerly. Guided by Flicker and the amber firefly, whom Flicker called Ember Glow, Silas walked deeper into the veiled vale. He marveled at everything: butterflies with wings like stained glass reflecting moonlight, tiny creatures made of living moss scurrying through the undergrowth, and trees that seemed to hum softly to themselves. They reached a clearing dominated by enormous, chalice-shaped flowers, the moon lilies. Their petals were translucent white, edged with silver, and filled with a luminous, pearlescent liquid that shimmered with its own inner light. The air around them vibrated with a pure, high frequency that felt cleansing. Ember Glow directed Flicker to hover near one of the blooms. A droplet of the glowing dew, drawn by some unseen force, detached itself and floated gently towards Flicker's damaged wing. As it touched the torn membrane, a soft silver light flared. Silas watched in awe as the wing visibly mended, the tear knitting together seamlessly, the bent part straightening. Flicker's light blazed forth, brighter and steadier than ever before. He zipped through the air in a joyous loop-the-loop, his chimes pure delight. Whole sky found, thank you moon mothers. Flicker zoomed down, circling Silas's head. Silas, look, I can fly. Silas laughed, the sound bright and clear in the magical air. You can, it's wonderful, Flicker. They spent timeless moments in the vale. Flicker introduced Silas to his family, a swirling constellation of lights with similar, bright chimes. Silas shared some of his dried berries, which the fireflies found fascinatingly exotic. He listened to the vale's symphony, the deep, grounding hum of the light streams, the whispering gossip of the silverleaf trees, the complex, ever-changing melodies of the firefly choruses. He felt a sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. He wasn't strange here. His whisper sense was a key that fit perfectly into the vale's melody. Ember Glow drifted close as Silas sat on a soft hummock of star moss, watching Flicker play tag with his siblings. The whisper sense is a rare gift, Silas' whisper hearer, the elder firefly, chimed softly. It connects you to the heart song of the world, both seen and unseen. It can be loud, yes, confusing, but it is also a bridge. You walk the glimmer path not just with your feet, but with your heart. You listened to Flicker's need. You felt the earth's steadiness when sound failed. You faced the shadow whispers with kindness as your shield. This is the wisdom of the whisper. It is not just hearing, but understanding, not just sensing, but connecting. Silas absorbed the words. He thought about his life in the village, feeling overwhelmed and separate. Ember Glow was right. His gift wasn't a burden. It was a way of listening deeply to the world, to others, and to his own courage. He had connected with Flicker, a creature utterly different, through simple kindness. He had navigated silence by trusting a different sense, a deeper knowing. He had faced fear not by being fearless, but by choosing to act despite it. The journey hadn't just brought Flicker home. It had changed Silas, showing him the strength and wisdom within his own quiet nature. As the moon began its descent towards the western rim of the vale, casting long, silver shadows, Ember Glow chimed gently. The glimmer path fades with the moon's descent, whisper hearer. It is time for your return journey. A pang of sadness touched Silas. He didn't want to leave this place of light and song. Flicker zoomed over, landing gently on Silas's shoulder. Do not be sad, Silas friend, Flicker chimed, his light warm against Silas's cheek. The vale is always here, and the glimmer path opens when the moon is full and high. You can return. You know the way now to the sighing river, the weeping stones, he nuzzled Silas's ear. And you carry the vale with you, in your whisper sense, in your kindness. Listen for the song, even in your sun world. Silas smiled, the sadness lifting. He would return. He gently stroked Flicker's back. Thank you, Flicker, for everything, for trusting me. Always, Silas friend, always. Ember Glow and a small escort of fireflies guided Silas back to the ridge, where the glimmer path began. As the moon dipped lower, the path shimmered back into existence, a bridge of fading moonlight leading homeward. Silas stepped onto it, feeling the familiar hum beneath his boots. He turned for one last look at the veiled vale, a breathtaking vista of glowing light and deep, velvety shadows. He raised his hand in farewell. Thousands of fireflies pulsed their lights in unison, a silent, radiant goodbye that echoed in his heart. The journey back along the glimmer path felt different. He wasn't afraid of the shadow worm's chasm. He walked across with steady confidence, the memory of Flicker's light and his own proven courage warming him. The silent spires were just a quiet passage now. He felt the earth's pulse beneath him, a comforting rhythm. He passed the elder trees, listening to their ancient whispers with new understanding. He wasn't just Silas anymore. He was Silas' whisper-hearer, who had walked the glimmer path and befriended the lights of the veiled vale. As he approached the sighing river bend where the weeping stones dreamed, the glimmer path began to fade, its silver light dissolving like mist in the first gray light of dawn. Silas stepped onto the familiar, damp riverbank just as the path vanished completely. The ordinary sounds of the waking world rushed in, birds greeting the dawn, the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the river's contented morning burble. It felt both familiar and utterly changed. He looked down at his tunic pocket, now empty, but warm where Flicker had rested. He touched the worry stone in his pocket, its smooth surface cool. It no longer felt like a stone for anxiety, but a talisman of connection, a reminder of the deep, steady pulse of the earth he had felt in the silent spires. Silas walked back towards his village as the sun painted the sky in soft pinks and golds. He saw the world with new eyes. He heard the bird song, yes, but beneath it, he heard the contentment of the earthworm moving through the soil, the sleepy greeting of the sun-warmed stones in the village wall, the quiet satisfaction of the old willow by the river bank. The constant murmur wasn't noise anymore, it was a symphony. He understood it now. It was the world talking, singing, sharing its story. And he, Silas, was a part of it. His whisper sense wasn't a barrier. It was a bridge connecting him to the hidden magic in the rustle of leaves, the flow of water, the glow of a single firefly at dusk. He had found friendship in the most unexpected place, faced his fears, and discovered a hidden strength and wisdom within himself. The veiled veil was a secret he would hold close, a source of wonder and comfort. But he also knew that magic wasn't confined to moonlit paths. It was woven into the very fabric of the world around him, waiting only for someone willing to truly listen. He reached his cottage just as the first villagers were beginning their day. He saw Mrs. Gabe tending her roses. He paused, really listening. He heard the roses' quiet pleasure at the morning sun, their faint, sweet hum. He smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached his eyes. "Good morning, Mrs. Gabe," he said, his voice clearer and more confident than usual. "Your roses are singing beautifully today." Mrs. Gabe looked up, surprised. The quiet boy was speaking to her. And what a strange thing to say. But there was such a light in his eyes, such a calm certainty, that she simply smiled back, a little puzzled but charmed. "Why, thank you, Silas. They do seem particularly happy this morning." Silas walked on, the weight of loneliness lifted. He was still Silas, the quiet boy who heard the whispers of the world. But he was also Silas' whisper-hearer, friend of Flicker, walker of the glimmer path. He belonged not just to the village, but to the vast, singing tapestry of the world, both seen and unseen. And he knew deep in his heart that whenever the moon wore her silver crown, the path to wonder would be waiting, a shimmering thread woven from moonlight, courage, and the enduring power of kindness. The adventure wasn't over. It had only just begun right here, in the quiet magic of the everyday world, listening with an open heart. Story 24. The air in the valley of Meadowhaven always held a particular magic at twilight. Not the flashy kind that crackled with lightning, but a softer enchantment, woven from the scent of honeysuckle climbing old stone walls, the drowsy chirping of crickets tuning up for the evening, and the way the setting sun painted the rolling hills in shades of molten gold and deepening violet. Young Thalia felt it most keenly as she sat on the worn wooden step of her grandmother's cottage, her chin resting on her knees. Grandmother was inside, humming softly as she stirred a pot of lavender-scented porridge, but Thalia's gaze was fixed on the ancient oak tree standing sentinel at the edge of the wildflower meadow. Grandmother called it the sentinel oak, and she spoke of it in the same hushed tones she used for sacred things. "Its roots go deep, little sparrow," she'd say, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Deep into places most folk have forgotten how to see." Thalia had always felt a peculiar pull towards the tree, a sense that it held secrets whispered on the breeze. Tonight the pull felt stronger, almost like a gentle tug on her heartstrings. As the last rays of sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the world in a soft, blue-gray luminescence, Thalia noticed something she'd never seen before. Nestled amongst the gnarled roots of the sentinel oak, half hidden by feathery ferns, was a smooth, gray stone. It wasn't particularly large, fitting neatly in the palm of her hand, but it seemed to drink in the fading light, glowing with a faint, internal warmth. Its surface was cool and strangely comforting, etched with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer when she looked closely. Curiosity, that irrepressible spark, flared within her. Thalia glanced back at the cottage window, seeing the warm glow of the lantern grandmother had just lit. With a silent apology whispered to the evening air, she slipped off the step and padded barefoot across the cool, dew-damp grass towards the great oak. The stone felt alive in her hand, humming with a silent energy that vibrated up her arm. As she reached the base of the tree, the humming intensified, and the intricate spirals on the stone's surface began to glow brighter, casting dancing shadows on the mossy bark. Following an impulse she couldn't explain, Thalia pressed the warm stone against the rough trunk of the sentinel oak, right where the largest root emerged from the earth. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Where her hand met the bark, the air shimmered, like heat rising from sun-baked stone. The shimmering coalesced, forming a doorway-shaped outline of pure, silvery light within the massive trunk itself. It wasn't a physical hole, but a space, a tear in the ordinary fabric of the world. The scent of honeysuckle intensified, mingled now with the rich aroma of damp earth, and something else, something wild and ancient and sweet, like crushed pine needles and starlight. The stone pulsed warmly in her grasp, an invitation. Thalia hesitated only a moment, the familiar comfort of the cottage lantern behind her warring with the irresistible allure of the unknown glowing before her. Taking a deep breath filled with the strange, intoxicating scent, she stepped through the shimmering doorway. The world dissolved in a swirl of silver light and the sensation of cool moss beneath her bare feet. When her vision cleared, Meadowhaven was gone. She stood in a forest unlike any she had ever imagined. Giant trees, their trunks wider than cottages, soared upwards, their canopy so high it seemed to brush the very stars, which twinkled with unusual clarity and brilliance even though twilight had just fallen outside. Luminescent moss carpeted the ground in soft greens and blues, casting an ethereal glow. Enormous, glowing mushrooms like fantastical parasols dotted the forest floor. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, petals that shimmered like liquid silver, blossoms that pulsed with soft internal light. The air hummed not just with insects, but with a deep, resonant sound, like the earth itself singing a slow, contented song. This was the Whispering Woods, a hidden heart beating within the world Thalia knew. Awed, Thalia took a step forward, the seeing stone, for that's how she thought of it now, warm and reassuring in her hand. It seemed to guide her, its faint glow pulsing slightly stronger when she turned in a particular direction. She wandered deeper, marveling at crystal-clear streams that chuckled over smooth, colorful pebbles, at butterflies with wings like stained glass, at trees whose leaves rustled secrets in a language just beyond comprehension. The peace was profound, a blanket of tranquility settling over her. Yet beneath the beauty, Thalia began to sense something else. A subtle tremor of unease. The songs of the unseen creatures sounded thinner. The glowing moss seemed dimmer in patches. The resonant hum of the earth felt strained, like a chord holding a note too long. The hidden world was fading, its vibrant magic slowly leaching away. It was then she heard it, a sound utterly out of place in the serene symphony of the woods. A sharp, distressed chittering, followed by a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the soles of her feet. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Thalia's wonder. She pressed herself against the massive, cool trunk of a luminous tree, peering cautiously around its girth. In a small clearing ahead, bathed in the soft blue light of giant mushrooms, was a creature of pure nightmare. At least that was Thalia's first, terrified thought. It was roughly the size of a large dog, but covered in shimmering, overlapping scales that shifted color like oil on water-deep blues, iridescent greens, flashes of violet. Two large, multifaceted eyes glowed with an unsettling amber light. Powerful jaws lined with needle-sharp teeth were parted in a snarl. It had 4 strong, clawed legs and a long, whip-like tail that lashed the air. And it was stalking something small and desperately trying to hide beneath a cluster of glowing toadstools. The small creature was trembling violently. It resembled a large, fluffy squirrel, but its fur was the color of twilight mist, and 2 large, luminous eyes, wide with terror, peeked out from its trembling form. Its tiny paws clutched a small, iridescent acorn, glowing with a soft inner light. The scaly predator lunged, a blur of iridescent motion. The small creature squeaked in pure terror, squeezing its eyes shut. Instinct, fierce and protective, surged through Thalia, momentarily overcoming her own fear. Without conscious thought, she stepped out from behind the tree, holding the seeing stone aloft. "Stop!" she cried, her voice surprisingly strong in the hushed woods. The predator froze mid-lunge, its glowing amber eyes snapping towards her. It hissed, a sound like steam escaping rock, head lowering menacingly. Thalia stood her ground, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird, the seeing stone pulsing warm and bright in her trembling hand. Its light seemed to intensify, casting a protective circle around her and washing over the terrified creature under the toadstools. The predator tilted its head, studying her with unnerving intelligence. It sniffed the air, its gaze lingering on the glowing stone. The low growl rumbled again, but it seemed less aggressive, more questioning. It took a cautious step back, its scales shimmering. Then, with a final, lingering look at the small creature and the stone, it turned and melted soundlessly into the deeper shadows of the luminous trees, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Thalia let out a shaky breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The small creature under the toadstools slowly uncurled, its luminous eyes fixed on Thalia with a mixture of awe and lingering terror. It cautiously crept out, still clutching its glowing acorn. It was no bigger than her 2 fists together, with delicate paws and large, tufted ears that twitched nervously. It made a soft, trilling sound like tiny bells. "Hello," Thalia whispered, kneeling slowly so as not to frighten it further. "Are you all right?" She held out her empty hand, palm up. The creature hesitated, sniffing the air cautiously. Its large eyes darted between Thalia's face and the seeing stone. Then, with surprising speed, it darted forward and touched its tiny nose to her fingertips. A jolt of warmth, not unpleasant, tingled up her arm. The creature trilled again, a sound that now held unmistakable relief and gratitude. It pointed a tiny paw towards the deeper woods, then back to the glowing acorn it held. "You want to show me something?" Thalia guessed. The creature nodded vigorously, its fluffy tail twitching. It pointed again, more insistently, towards the direction the predator had vanished. Thalia hesitated. Following a creature she'd just met, deeper into a fading magical forest, towards where something that looked like a miniature dragon had disappeared. Grandmother's warnings about venturing too far echoed in her mind. But the creature's luminous eyes held such earnest pleading, and the seeing stone pulsed warmly, reassuringly in her other hand. The fading magic of the woods tugged at her heart. She had stepped through the door, perhaps she was meant to help. Taking a deep breath of the ancient, sweet air, she nodded. "All right, lead the way, I'm Thalia." The creature chittered happily and scampered ahead, pausing every few steps to ensure she followed. It introduced itself with a series of musical chirps and whistles that somehow conveyed its name, Ripple. Thalia smiled. It suited the little creature perfectly. Ripple led her along winding paths of glowing moss, past waterfalls that cascaded liquid moonlight, and through groves of trees whose bark pulsed with soft, rhythmic light. The further they went, the more pronounced the signs of fading became. Patches of the luminous moss were dull and gray. Some of the giant mushrooms drooped, their light flickering erratically. The resonant hum of the earth was now a discordant thrum, punctuated by unsettling silences. The air felt thinner, colder. Ripple grew increasingly agitated, his trills becoming sharp chirps of distress. He finally stopped before a sight that stole Thalia's breath. In the center of a wide clearing stood the most magnificent tree she had ever seen. Its trunk was vast, shimmering with veins of pure silver and gold that pulsed with a slow, fading light. Its branches stretched impossibly high, cradling constellations of glowing blossoms that looked like captured stars. This was the heartwood, the source of the Whispering Wood's magic. But its light was dimming. The silver and gold veins were dull. Many of the star blossoms had withered and fallen, lying like dull pebbles on the moss below. The air around it crackled weakly, like a dying fire. At the base of the great tree, curled in a tight, miserable ball, was the iridescent predator. Its scales had lost their vibrant shimmer, looking dull and dusty. Its head rested dejectedly on its forelegs, its multifaceted amber eyes half-closed, radiating profound sadness and exhaustion. It was clearly unwell, its powerful body trembling slightly. Ripple scampered towards the creature, chittering urgently. He held up the glowing acorn. The predator Thalia now saw it wasn't monstrous, but majestic, like a small, sorrowful dragon lifted its head weakly. It made a low, mournful sound that resonated deep in Thalia's chest. It nudged Ripple gently with its snout, a gesture of weary affection. Understanding dawned on Thalia, bright and clear. They weren't enemies. They were connected. Ripple with his glowing acorn, and the creature whom Ripple's chirps named Ember were guardians. Ember's fierce presence warded off true dangers, while Ripple nurtured the small magics, like the precious starseeds that fell from the heartwood. But the heartwood was dying, and its fading magic was weakening them both. Ember hadn't been hunting Ripple. She'd been driven by a desperate, instinctual need for the concentrated magic in the starseed acorn he held, a last hope to sustain herself and perhaps the tree. Ripple, terrified, had tried to protect the seed, not understanding Ember's true, desperate need. The mystery unfolded before Thalia. The hidden world was fading because the heartwood was failing. Its ancient magic, sustained by belief in the harmony of its guardians, was waning, perhaps because the world outside had forgotten such magic existed. Ember, the strong protector, was weakened and driven to desperation. Ripple, the gentle nurturer, was frightened and unable to help. They were trapped in misunderstanding, their connection broken just when they needed each other most. Thalia approached slowly, the seeing stone held before her like a lantern. Its warm light fell upon Ember's dull scales and Ripple's anxious face. She knelt near Ember, feeling the heat radiating weakly from the creature. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice soft but steady. "I see now you weren't trying to hurt him, you were hurting." Ember's large, amber eyes met hers. They held ancient intelligence and a depth of sorrow that made Thalia's throat tighten. A low, questioning rumble vibrated in the creature's chest. Ripple chittered softly, looking from Ember to Thalia, then carefully placed the glowing starseed acorn on the moss in front of Thalia. The seeing stone pulsed warmly in Thalia's hand, responding to the proximity of the heartwood and the starseed. She looked at the magnificent, fading tree, then at the two creatures before her, one strong but weakened, one small but holding hope. The lesson whispered in the rustling leaves, in the discordant hum of the earth: strength alone falters, gentleness alone is vulnerable. True magic lay in connection, in understanding, in the quiet courage to bridge a gap. Holding the seeing stone tightly, Thalia closed her eyes. She didn't know ancient spells or powerful incantations, but she focused all her intention, all her newfound understanding, into the stone. She thought of the sentinel oak back home, its deep roots connecting worlds. She thought of Ripple's trusting eyes and Ember's profound sadness. She thought of the vibrant magic she'd first felt stepping into this world, the wonder, the peace. She poured her wish for healing, for connection, for the magic to flow again, into the warm stone. The seeing stone blazed. Not with a harsh light, but with a pure, brilliant white radiance that flowed outwards like water. It washed over Ripple, making his twilight fur shimmer. It washed over Ember, and her scales ignited with their former iridescent fire, blue, green, and violet rippling across her form. The light surged towards the heartwood, bathing its massive trunk. Where the light touched the silver and gold veins, they flared back to life, pulsing with renewed vigor. Withered star blossoms on the ground glowed faintly, while those still clinging to the branches above brightened, casting constellations of warm light onto the clearing. The discordant thrum of the earth smoothed, deepening into its resonant, contented hum once more. The very air seemed to sigh with relief, filling with the rich scents of pine, loam, and blooming starlight. Ripple let out a joyful trill, scampering in circles. Ember raised her head, her powerful neck arched, and let out a deep, resonant sound that wasn't a roar, but a song, a low, beautiful note of gratitude and restored strength. She nuzzled Ripple gently, and the small creature chittered happily, no longer afraid, pressing his small head against her shimmering snout. The misunderstanding was gone, replaced by the deep bond of their shared purpose, now reinforced. Thalia watched, tears pricking her eyes, as the heartwood pulsed with strong, steady light. The clearing was alive again, bathed in the combined glow of the tree, Ember's scales, Ripple's fur, and the softly luminous moss. The whispering woods breathed a sigh of restored magic. The fading had been halted not by a grand spell, but by understanding, compassion, and the quiet courage to see beyond fear. Ember turned her great head towards Thalia. She lowered herself, a gesture of deep respect. Ripple scampered over, climbing onto Thalia's knee, and placing a tiny paw on her hand, holding the seeing stone. His large, luminous eyes held boundless gratitude. Thalia smiled, stroking his soft fur. "It wasn't just me," she whispered. "It was you both, together." She knew her time here was drawing to a close. The seeing stone felt warm, but its intense light had subsided, settling back into its gentle, internal glow. The path back to the sentinel oak shimmered faintly in her awareness, guided by the stone. She stood, Ripple hopping down to the moss. Ember nudged Thalia's shoulder gently with her warm snout, a silent farewell filled with unspoken understanding. Ripple chittered a soft, musical goodbye. With a final, loving look at the restored heartwood and its guardians, Thalia turned and walked back through the luminous forest, the path clear before her. She emerged through the shimmering doorway within the sentinel oak, just as the first true stars began to appear in the Meadowhaven sky. The doorway sealed silently behind her, leaving only the familiar bark. The seeing stone was cool in her hand, its spiral still faintly visible. The scent of grandmother's lavender porridge wafted from the cottage. Thalia walked slowly back, her bare feet silent on the cool grass. She felt different. Not just because she had seen impossible wonders, but because she carried the warmth of the whispering woods within her, the memory of embers' restored majesty, Ripple's trusting eyes, the deep hum of the healed earth, and the profound lesson learned. That true strength blooms from kindness, and the most powerful magic is woven from understanding and the quiet courage to connect. Grandmother was waiting at the door, her face soft in the lantern light. She didn't ask where Thalia had been, but her wise old eyes held a knowing twinkle as she looked at the smooth, faintly patterned stone Thalia clutched. "The night air is sweet, little sparrow," she said softly, holding the door open. "Come in now, porridge is ready." Thalia stepped inside the cozy warmth, the scent of lavender and wood smoke enveloping her. She placed the seeing stone carefully on the small table by the window, where moonlight touched it. As she sat down to her porridge, the warmth of the food and the warmth inside her chest mingled. She glanced out the window at the sentinel oak, standing tall and silent under the starlit sky. She knew the hidden world was safe, guarded by unlikely friends whose bond was stronger than ever. And she knew, deep in her bones, that the quiet magic of understanding and kindness was a light she could carry always, a gentle warmth against any fading darkness. The crickets chirped their lullaby outside, the fire crackled softly, and Thalia felt a profound peace settle over her, as deep and comforting as the roots of the ancient oak, as endless and hopeful as the starlit sky above the whispering woods. She finished her porridge, the simple act feeling like a benediction, and knew, as sleep gently pulled her towards dreams filled with shimmering scales and luminous eyes, that she had been changed in the best possible way. The world held more wonder than she'd ever imagined, and within her a quiet courage had taken root, ready to bloom whenever it was needed. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling hands, the silver blossoms shimmering like captured starlight under the twin moons. For years, these flowers had bloomed in perfect, unchanging harmony, their steady glow a comfort against life's uncertainties. But tonight, whispers rustled through the valley, the great bloom was coming. A rare event where all magic surged and shifted, transforming the land overnight. Silas's chest tightened. Change felt like uprooting delicate roots, leaving tender things exposed. "Steady as stone," he murmured, repeating his father's old adage, though the petals quivered at his touch as if disagreeing. Near the garden's edge stood Grand Willow, an ancient tree whose bark held constellations of soft amber light. "Your fear trembles the soil, little gardener," rumbled the tree, voice like wind through autumn leaves. "The earth knows when we cling too tightly." Silas sighed, brushing dirt from his knees. "What if the bloom ruins everything, my moon petals?" "Ah," hummed Grand Willow. "But what if they become something new?" Before Silas could reply, a chime-like giggle danced through the air. Pip, a firefly with wings like liquid sunshine, zipped toward him. "Silas, the crystal frogs are singing by Mistfall Pond. They say the bloom's magic is bubbling up already." Pip's light pulsed with excitement, casting warm dapples on Silas's worried face. "Come see." Reluctantly, Silas followed. At Mistfall Pond, the water glowed cobalt, and crystalline frogs chorused in harmonies that made the reeds sway. But as Silas knelt, his reflection rippled, not with his familiar frown, but with vines curling through his hair like living emerald threads. He stumbled back. The magic's touching me already. Not touching, corrected Grand Willow gently. Responding. Over the next days, Silas's resistance painted the garden in melancholy hues. Moon petals drooped, their light dimming. Where he walked, moss grayed beneath his boots. Even Pip's glow flickered when Silas sighed, which was often. Change is a storm, Silas fretted, patting a wilted bloom. It breaks things. Pip landed on his shoulder, light warm as a candle's kiss. Remember when my wings were dull brown? I hated it, but Grand Willow said, be patient. Your light needs time to find its song. The firefly whirled joyfully. Now I weave sunbeams, storms water new beginnings, Silas. That night, the first wave of the great bloom arrived. Not with chaos, but a soft sigh. Moon petals dissolved into shimmering mist, and from the soil sprang slender stalks crowned with buds like spun opal. Silas cried out, but Pip nudged him toward Grand Willow. Trust, whispered the tree. As Silas hesitantly touched a bud, magic hummed up his fingers. Vines spiraled around his wrists, blooming into tiny star-shaped flowers that pulsed with his heartbeat. Terrified, he tried to shake them off. They're part of you now, Grand Willow murmured. Breathe. Silas closed his eyes. Instead of fighting, he imagined the garden not as loss, but possibility. Slowly, warmth spread through him. The vines glowed brighter, and the opal buds unfurled into luminous bells that chimed in the breeze. Where his feet touched the earth, violets and lavender sprang up, weaving through the silver grass. Pip danced above them, scattering light like golden pollen. You're growing with it, she chimed. By the bloom's peak, Silas stood transformed. Living flowers cascaded from his hair, roots curled lovingly around his ankles, and his hands glowed with gentle bioluminescence. The garden flourished in radiant layers, no longer just moon petals, but a tapestry of singing irises, floating dandelion clocks, and trees with leaves like stained glass. Where fear had grayed the moss, now emerald pathways shimmered with dewdrop fairies. Grand Willow's branches lowered, brushing Silas's cheek. You tended sameness like a fortress. Now see, you've built a bridge instead. Silas laughed, the sound making nearby petals flutter. I thought change was an ending, but it's a conversation. He cupped a chiming bellflower, its melody harmonizing with Pip's hum. The magic didn't force me. It waited for me to say yes. As the twin moons set, painting the sky in peach and lilac, Silas sat with Pip beneath Grand Willow's luminous canopy. The tree's roots cradled them like old friends sharing stories. Courage isn't fearing the storm, Silas realized aloud, stroking a vine that now curled contentedly around his wrist. It's learning to dance in the rain. Pip nestled in his flower-crowned hair. And what beautiful music your dancing makes. The garden sighed happily, a living symphony of growth and light. Where Silas's tears fell, tears not of sorrow but wonder, tiny glowing mushrooms bloomed, guiding fireflies through the gentle night. He'd arrived not at an ending, but a tender beginning. And as sleep beckoned, the magic whispered back, rest now, gardener. Tomorrow's blooms will be even sweeter. Story 43, Story 44, Story 45, Story 46, Story 47, Story 48, Story 49, Story 50, Story 51, Story 52, Story 53, Story 54, Story 55, Story 56, Story 50, Story 58, Story 59, Story 60, 61, Story 62, Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed in conversations only the oldest roots could understand, autumn arrived in a sigh of cinnamon and wood smoke. The forest floor became a tapestry of crimson and gold, each leaf crunching like the turning of a well-loved storybook page. It was here, beneath the gnarled branches of the guardian oak, a tree whose trunk bore faces of seasons long past, that a young fox kit named Thistle first noticed the world trembling on the edge of imbalance. Thistle's paws itched with restless energy as he trotted through the amberlit groves, his russet fur dusted with dew. The air hummed with the absence of something vital. The soft, pulsing glow of the moonlit lichen that usually adorned the stones near Brook's Song Hollow had dimmed to a faint shimmer. Worse still, the brook herself ran thin and quiet, her laughter muted as if choked by sorrow. Grandmother Moss told tales of this, Thistle murmured, recalling the elderly tortoise who dozed by the cattail marshes. When the lichen fades, the threads between seasons fray. His worry led him to the bramble gate, an archway of interwoven thorns where fireflies spelled out riddles in the dusk. There he found Sorrel, a pine marten with emerald-tipped ears, kneading clay into tiny pots. The earth's grown lighter, she fretted, her nose twitching. Even the clay won't hold shape, it crumbles like old bread. Together they ventured to the starlight meadow, where the air shimmered with pollen that glowed like captive stars. The meadow's keeper, an owl named Lumen with feathers like frosted velvet, perched atop a quartz monolith. "Ah," Lumen intoned, his voice a low cello note, "the weavers are troubled." He spread one wing toward the northern horizon, where the sky hung heavy, with clouds the color of unripe plums. "The frost spinners have not come to weave winter's first tapestry. Without their needles, autumn cannot end, and spring will never wake." The revelation sent Thistle's mind whirling like a sycamore seed. Every creature knew the frost spinners, ethereal beings who danced on the first freeze, stitching ice blossoms into the earth to cradle sleeping seeds. But no one knew where they dwelled in the off-seasons. "Perhaps the guardian oak remembers," Sorrel suggested, her claws tracing the ancient map of bark. As twilight deepened, the tree's knotted faces stirred, their wooden lips creaking open. "Seek the chamber of echoing roots," whispered the face carved with summer vines. "But mind the hollow's breath," warned the winter-scarred visage. "It hungers for warmth." Guided by glowworms strung like living lanterns, the trio descended through a labyrinth of roots into a cavern where time dripped from stalactites in honeyed droplets. The air smelled of petrichor and forgotten memories. There, pulsing in the gloom, hung the heartvine, a living cord woven from every plant that had ever taken root in the woods. Its usual jade radiance was sickly pale, its tendrils drooping. "Look," breathed Sorrel. A jagged crack split the cavern wall, leaching darkness that swallowed the heartvine's light. Thistle crept closer, ears flat. The hollow's breath, a creeping chill that numbed his whiskers, oozed from the fissure. This is why the frost spinners stay away, Lumen realized. Their magic is born of clean cold, not this emptiness. Grandmother Moss arrived at dawn, her shell etched with runes of binding. "To mend the hollow we must sing the binding song," she rasped. "But the song requires 4 voices, root, rain, feather, and fur." Thistle trembled. How could a fox kit contribute to ancient magic? Yet as Sorrel pressed her paw to the heartvine, as Lumen beat his wings in rhythm, As Grandmother Moss chanted words that shook loose stones into dust, Thistle understood. Closing his eyes, he poured his yearning for the forest's laughter into a wordless melody. The response was immediate. Moss bloomed over the crack, violets erupting through its edges as if stitching a wound. The heartvine blazed anew, its light rippling outward through the soil. High above, the clouds broke. Not with rain, but with a shower of crystalline threads, the frost spinners descending at last, their needle-like fingers trailing frost that glittered like diamond dust. By the next moonrise, Brook Song Hollow brimmed with water clear as liquid sky. The moonlit lichen glowed like earthbound constellations, and Thistle sat with friends beneath the guardian oak, sharing a feast of honeyed acorns and elderberry tart. Lumen hooted softly as the first snowflakes, each one a tiny, frozen poem, settled on the branches. Seasons are a conversation, Grandmother Moss mused, her eyes reflecting the aurora now shimmering above. To listen is to hold the world together. Thistle curled his tail over his nose, watching his breath make ghosts in the air. The woods hummed with restored magic, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant owl song. Somewhere deep in the earth, the heartvine throbbed in time with every heartbeat under its care. And as the snow wrapped the world in silence, Thistle dreamed not of heroics, but of dappled sunlight through new leaves, and the gentle certainty that come spring, he'd have more stories to share. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Willowmere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. But tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Leela's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Lila froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. "And you gawk," the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. "Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours." "Leela, why shouldn't I touch it?" Ember's tail curled tight. "Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisperstone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is." The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Leela understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half-remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Leela's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. "Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it." They crested a hill, and Leela gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. "The Shade King," Ember whispered. "He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes." A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Leela. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. We need the Grove Wardens, guardians who once kept the balance, but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this. Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Leela's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. South, he hooted, where stone kisses sky. The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rock slide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Leela pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. Clever, rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. But cleverness won't sway me, little thief. Ember growled low, but Leela knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost. The hare, named Thorn, studied her. The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him. Layla opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. Please, help us save your home. Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. Mind the crevices, and don't touch the blue ice, it bites. Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Wynn, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Layla, leaving trails of clover. The locket remembers you, she trilled. You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago. In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Wynn explained, by a star who loved the earth too much, visions flickered. Leela saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. The magic chose your bloodline, Wynn murmured. But magic fades when stories aren't shared. The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. Go. Ember shoved Leela toward a grove of stone monoliths. The final warden's here. Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Leela touched its hand, cold. Wake up, she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together. Leela glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. The keeper returns, it intoned. Speak your wish. Heal the forest, Leela whispered, and the Shade King. The keeper smiled sadly. To mend a wound, you must first clean it. They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. Stop, Leela cried. You're killing it. The Shade King stilled. I am saving it, he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. The blight must be cut away. Ember stiffened. He's not the enemy, he's a guardian gone mad with grief. The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. You tried to protect, Leela realized. But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever-fighting infection. The stag trembled. I forgot the balance. Leela approached, unafraid. Let us remember together. Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic. Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Leela stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Ember's fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. "Where's the fox?" her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Leela smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. "Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing." And if some nights when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Leela still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper, well done." In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Leela's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Leela," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Leela nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small Florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The Florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body built for Florin's warmth struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Silas and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. Leo had always been enchanted by the whispers of the old oak tree in his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches stretched like sleepy fingers toward the stars, and its roots formed secret hollows where fireflies danced on summer evenings. On his 10th birthday, grandmother placed a small velvet box in his hands. "This belonged to my mother," she murmured, her voice as soft as rustling leaves. Inside lay a music box no larger than Leo's palm, carved from wood that shimmered with veins of silver. "Wind it when the moon is full," she advised, her eyes twinkling with unspoken secrets. That night, moonlight poured through Leo's window like liquid silver. He wound the tiny key, and the music box sprang to life with a melody unlike any he'd ever heard, a cascade of notes that sounded like raindrops on petals and wind humming through reeds. As the tune swelled, the oak tree outside his window began to glow. One massive root curled upward, revealing a hidden staircase spiraling down into the earth. Heart-pounding, Leo tucked the music box into his pocket and stepped into the darkness. The air grew cool and sweet with the scent of damp soil and blooming night-blooming jasmine. He descended into Rootwood, a hidden realm where mushrooms glowed like lanterns, rivers flowed with liquid starlight, and trees bore crystalline leaves that chimed in the breeze. Yet the beauty felt fragile. Brittle cracks marred the glowing mushrooms, the starry rivers ran sluggish and dim, and an uneasy silence hung where music should have been. A mournful sigh echoed nearby. Leo followed the sound to a clearing where a creature with thorny fur and luminous green eyes huddled beneath a wilting moonflower. "You shouldn't be here," it rasped, its voice like stones tumbling in a brook. "The heartwood is dying." The creature introduced herself as Bramble, guardian of Rootwood. She explained that the realm's vitality came from the heartwood, an ancient tree at the center of the forest, whose roots channeled starlight into life. But a shadow had crept in, silencing the heartwood's song and draining its light. "Your music box," Bramble whispered, pointing a clawed paw at Leo's pocket. "It's a keystone, only its melody can awaken the heartwood, but the shadow guards it fiercely." Leo hesitated, eyeing Bramble's thorns. Yet when a crack splintered the ground near them, she swiftly pulled him to safety, her touch surprisingly gentle. "Trust must be given before it's earned, little traveler," she said softly. Leo nodded. An unexpected friendship kindled in the gloom. Their journey to the Heartwood led them through wonders and perils. They crossed meadows where flowers sang harmonies, only to be silenced by creeping tendrils of darkness. They navigated caves where echoes of lost melodies taunted them, and scaled cliffs where stone birds offered rides on their backs, their feathers chiming like broken bells. When shadow beasts made of swirling obsidian attacked, Bramble fought them off with thorny swipes, while Leo used the music box's light to scatter them like smoke. "The shadow feeds on fear," Bramble panted after one skirmish, a shallow cut on her arm weeping silvery sap. "But courage, that blinds it." One evening, resting by a fading starlight river, Bramble shared Rootwood's history. Long ago, humans and Rootwood's guardians were allies, but fear grew. Humans sealed the realms apart. She touched her thorns. These weren't always here. They grew when loneliness did. Leo thought of how he'd flinched at her appearance. He showed her his music box. Grandmother said it was a bridge between worlds. Bramble's eyes softened. Perhaps it's time to rebuild it. Near the heartwood, the air thickened with despair. The great tree stood encased in jagged black ice, its crystalline branches lifeless. Before it lurked the shadow weaver, a shifting form of night and cold whispers. Turn back, it hissed, its voice freezing Leo's bones. This world is beyond saving. Bramble stepped forward, thorns bristling. You feed on forgotten joy. Leo clutched the music box, doubt gnawing at him. What if his courage wasn't enough? Then he remembered Bramble's wounds, her kindness, the way she'd hummed a broken lullaby to a dying glowworm. Friendship had defied the impossible already. As the shadow weaver lunged, Leo wound the music box with trembling hands. Instead of playing it, he pressed it into Bramble's paws. Together, he urged. Their fingers, one small and human, one clawed and thorny, turned the key. The melody burst forth, brighter than before, weaving with Bramble's own low, resonant hum. Light erupted, not just from the box, but from their joined hands, a radiant gold that melted the black ice like morning sun on frost. The shadow weaver shrieked, dissolving into harmless mist. The heartwood shuddered. Crystalline leaves blazed with light, roots pulsed like veins of gold, and a single pure note rang out, a sound of deep earth and high stars. Instantly, rootwood bloomed anew. Mushrooms glowed fiercely, rivers surged with brilliant light, and the air thrummed with choruses of unseen singers. Bramble's thorns softened into velvety moss, revealing the gentle guardian beneath. You didn't just save rootwood, Leo, she whispered, tears like dewdrops in her eyes. You reminded it that light exists in the joining of different hearts. As dawn tinged the sky, Leo stood before the oak-root staircase. Bramble pressed a seed into his hand, smooth and warm, glowing with captured starlight. Plant it under your moon, she said. It will grow where worlds touch. Back in his room, Leo watched the staircase seal into solid wood. Outside, he buried the seed. Days later, a sapling sprouted, its leaves silver-veined, its flowers chiming softly in the wind. Grandmother smiled, recognizing the magic. Rootwood's song is in our world now, Leo told her. Years passed. The sapling grew into a tree where fireflies and star motes danced together. Leo often sat beneath it, the music box in his lap. Sometimes in the corner of his eye, he'd glimpse a mossy paw or hear a familiar, resonant hum in the rustling leaves. He'd smile, knowing Bramble was near. He'd learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it, that friendship could bloom in the unlikeliest soil, and that magic lived not just in hidden worlds, but in the quiet connections that bridge the dark. As moonlight washed over the garden, Leo wound the music box. Its melody intertwined with the tree's gentle chimes, a lullaby for two worlds, humming of shadows overcome, friendships forged, and the enduring light kindled when one small heart chooses to trust. And in that harmony, under a canopy of stars and silver leaves, Leo knew no darkness could ever truly prevail. The whispering locket and the moonlit grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. That, said a voice like rustling parchment, belongs to the keeper of between. Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hallowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tier floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tier hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. "Reflections crave substance." But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leila hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to leave." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakeries frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger, but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary." Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. "But Bramble," piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle, "what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "Balance is delicate, dear Thistle," he explained, "but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures. With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. "The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm." Pip flitted nervously. "Can we sing to it, make it happy again?" Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. "Not force," Theo murmured, understanding dawning. "Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together." It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrell's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrell cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrell? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrell smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrell replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrell's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrell's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. The Keeper of Twilight Lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Leela would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Leela noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the Lantern of Veils," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Leela's breath caught. The gloaming. A realm that exists in the breath between day and night, the fox replied. But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow. He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. You must reignite the vault, but beware, the path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything. The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Layla through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Leela noticed cracks in the earth and patches where the sky had frayed into void. Long ago, Ember explained, the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself. Leela tightened her grip on the lantern. How do we open it? With a thread of shared light, said Ember. But the Shade Weaver will try to unravel it. As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. Little thief, she hissed. You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently. Leela's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while. The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Leela swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged. She'll return. They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Leela raised the lantern, but nothing happened. What's wrong? Ember's ears flattened. The key is a memory, one you must give freely. Leela closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The Shade Weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Layla's hand. You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending. Leela stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Layla grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared, young as ever. "Ready, Keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood, without words, that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart, and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother. I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. and as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Leo always felt a bit like a dandelion seed drifting on the breeze, never quite landing where he belonged. His family's cottage sat at the edge of Whisperwood, a forest so ancient its oaks wore beards of moss, and its streams sang secrets only the owls understood. Yet even surrounded by such wonder, Leo's shyness kept him anchored to the garden gate, watching other children chase fireflies while his own voice stayed tucked away like a folded letter. That changed on the night the storm came. Rain lashed the cottage windows like silver needles, and thunder grumbled like a giant shifting in sleep. Seeking comfort, Leo curled into the window seat, tracing raindrops with his finger. A flash of lightning split the sky, crack, and something small and dark plummeted from the oldest oak, landing with a soft thud in the wet ferns below. Heart pounding, Leo tugged on his boots and oilskin coat, slipping into the downpour. There, beneath the gnarled roots, lay a stone. Not ordinary granite, but a disk of polished obsidian, cool and smooth as midnight water. Moonlight rippled across its surface even through the storm clouds, revealing veins of silver that pulsed like sleepy starlight. As Leo's fingers closed around it, the rain gentled to a hush, and the stone warmed in his palm. A soft hum vibrated through him, and suddenly the oak's roots seemed to unfold. Where solid earth had been, a tunnel yawned open, glowing with the faint blue light of foxfire moss. Hesitant but pulled by the stone's gentle thrum, Leo stepped inside. The air smelled of damp earth and wild ginger, and the walls shimmered with phosphorescent fungi. Deeper he wandered until the tunnel spilled into a cavern so vast it stole his breath. Above, bioluminescent vines hung like constellations. Below, rivers of liquid amber flowed between islands of luminous mushrooms. This was Glimmerhold, a hidden world woven into Whisperwood's heart, where time dripped like honey and magic hummed in every leaf. But Glimmerhold was fading. The amber rivers ran sluggish and dull, the glowing vines flickered weakly, and a gray mist crept along the cavern floor, whispering with a chill that made Leo shiver. On a toadstool island, he found Pip. Pip was no taller than Leo's knee, with fur like spun moonlight and moth-like wings that drooped with exhaustion. Large, liquid eyes blinked up at him, not with fear but profound sadness. The heartstone weakens, Pip sighed, voice like wind chimes. Without its song, Glimmerhold sleeps and never wakes. The heartstone, Pip explained, was the luminous crystal pulsing at the cavern's center, a beacon of pure magic nourished by joy and courage. But fear, thick and cold as the creeping mist, had smothered its light. No Glimmerhold creature could approach it. The mist thickened at their touch, feeding on their dread. Its senses are despair, Pip whispered, wings trembling. Only someone untouched by its shadow might reach it. Pip's kind, the Lumini, had shunned them for suggesting hope remained. They call me foolish, Pip said, a tear glistening like dew. But you carry starlight in your hand. Pip nodded to Leo's obsidian stone, now glowing softly in sync with the dying heartstone. So began their unlikely quest. Leo, who'd never ventured beyond his garden, and Pip, exiled for believing. Guided by the stone's warmth, they navigated Glimmerhold's wonders and perils. They crossed rivers on bridges of woven light, avoiding the mist's icy tendrils. They climbed cliffs where crystalline flowers chimed warnings when the fog thickened. Leo's quiet nature became their strength. He noticed things others rushed past, a hidden path veiled by weeping moss, the way the mist recoiled from the stone's silver veins. When shadow beasts made of the gray fog coalesced, snarling with voices like cracking ice, it was Leo who remembered the light drinker moths nesting nearby. With a soft whistle, his first unafraid sound in Glimmerhold, he summoned them. The moths descended, drinking the shadows like nectar, until the beasts dissolved into harmless vapor. Pip marveled. You see the world differently. Leo simply smiled, patting the small creature's head. Their bond deepened with each challenge. Pip taught Leo the names of glowing flowers and how to listen to the rock's deep songs. Leo shared stories of fireflies and thunderstorms, his voice growing steadier. Yet the closer they drew to the Heartstone, the heavier the air became. Doubt gnawed at Leo. What if I'm not brave enough? What if I fail? The obsidian stone dimmed in his pocket. One night, camped beneath a weeping willow of liquid crystal, Pip nestled against Leo's shoulder. My kin think courage means roaring like thunder, Pip murmured. But yours is the quiet kind, like roots pushing through stone. Leo realized Pip was right. His courage wasn't in loud words but in small steps, entering the tunnel, trusting Pip, facing the mist. True bravery, he understood, was feeling afraid and moving forward anyway. Finally, they stood at the Heartstone's plinth. The crystal, once radiant as captured sunlight, was now a murky gray orb, veined with sickly black. The mist swirled thickly around it, forming shapes of snarling wolves and bottomless pits, manifestations of Leo's deepest fears, being lost, being laughed at, being forever alone. The obsidian stone flared, pushing the fog back slightly, but Leo's hands shook. It feeds on fear, Pip whispered urgently. Show it something stronger. Closing his eyes, Leo clutched the warm stone. Instead of fighting the fear, he let memories flood in. His mother's lullabies, the scent of baking bread, Pip's trusting eyes, the wonder of bioluminescent vines. He thought of the Lumini watching from afar, their own hope a fragile ember. He thought not of being unafraid, but of what was worth fearing for. Opening his eyes, he stepped into the mist. It clawed at him with icy fingers, whispering, "You don't belong here, you're too small, too quiet." Leo's breath hitched, but he focused on the stone's pulse, a steady, warm rhythm against his palm. He pictured Pip's wings lifting in joy, the rivers running gold again, the willow's crystal tears turning bright. He poured every ounce of that hope, that fierce, quiet love into the obsidian disk. It blazed like a fallen star, its silver veins erupting into pure, liquid light. Leo pressed it against the Heartstone. A chime resonated, deep and pure, shaking the cavern. Light exploded from the point of contact, a shockwave of gold and silver that tore through the mist like sunlight through cobwebs. The darkness shrieked and dissolved. The Heartstone ignited, brighter than ever, pulsing waves of warmth that raced through the rivers, up the vines, into the very air. Glimmerhold awoke. Mushrooms glowed like lanterns, amber rivers sang as they flowed, and the air hummed with rejuvenated magic. The Lumini emerged from hiding, their luminous forms shimmering with awe. They gathered around Pip, their earlier scorn replaced by murmurs of wonder and apology. Pip beamed, wings fluttering with newfound strength. Leo saw what we forgot to believe in, Pip declared. Hope isn't loud, sometimes it's just a quiet hand holding a light in the dark. Leo's journey back through the tunnel felt different. The obsidian stone, now cool and dormant, rested in his pocket, a reminder. Emerging into Whisperwood, dawn painted the sky in peach and lavender. The storm had washed the world clean. At his garden gate, Leo paused. He didn't feel like a drifting seed anymore. He felt rooted, like an oak holding starlight in its branches. That evening, as his mother lit the fireplace, Leo sat beside it, the obsidian stone warm in his lap. "Mama," he said, his voice clear and steady in the crackling quiet. "Let me tell you about Glimmerhold." and he did. He spoke of rivers of light and a friend with moth-winged courage, of fear that melted before kindness, and a heartstone that beat strongest when fed by small, brave acts. His mother listened, her eyes soft with wonder, as the fire painted dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, a certain small creature with moonlight fur perched on the oak branch, watching the cottage window. Pip smiled, hearing Leo's voice weave magic into the night air, a different kind of magic, warm and human, and full of quiet strength. Glimmerhold was saved, but so was something else, a shy boy who discovered that his gentle heart was the greatest magic of all. And as Leo finished his tale, the obsidian stone on the windowsill gave one last, soft pulse of silver light, content and still, like a promise kept in the peaceful dark. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious. With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. The wind sighed through the willows by Rowan Creek, carrying the scent of damp earth and the last brave wildflowers clinging to autumn. Inside a snug cottage with ivy crawling up its stone walls, a fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing amber light across the worn rug where a young girl named Mira sat. She held a smooth, gray river stone warmed by the fire, its surface etched with faint, swirling lines that seemed to shift in the flickering light. It wasn't particularly beautiful, this stone, but it felt right in her palm, a comforting weight she'd found years ago near the creek bend. Mira often felt a quiet ache, a sense of being too big for her own skin or too small for the wide, bustling world beyond her village. She noticed things others missed, the intricate patterns of frost on a window pane, the secret language of birdsong at dawn, the way the creek water murmured different tunes over different stones. Tonight the ache felt sharper, a restlessness humming beneath her skin. She traced the stone's lines, her fingertip catching on a tiny, almost invisible indentation shaped like a crescent moon. As her finger pressed into the moon mark, the stone pulsed gently, like a tiny heartbeat against her skin. A soft silver-blue light bloomed from the indentation, warm and alive. Mira gasped, almost dropping it. The light grew not blindingly bright, but deep and cool, like moonlight concentrated into a liquid pearl. It flowed outwards, not illuminating the room, but seeming to gather the shadows themselves, weaving them into a shimmering curtain beside the hearth. Within the curtain of woven light and shadow, an image formed. Not a reflection of the room, but a place. She saw towering trees unlike any in the woods she knew, their bark shimmering with veins of silver and amethyst. Giant, luminous mushrooms glowed softly from the forest floor, casting pools of violet and emerald light. Delicate, fern-like plants unfurled fronds that seemed spun from starlight, and the air within this vision shimmered with drifting motes of gold. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The vision lasted only a moment before the light retreated back into the stone, leaving the familiar room and the crackling fire. Mira stared at the stone, her heart pounding like a trapped bird against her ribs. Had she imagined it? The warmth still pulsed faintly within the stone, and the crescent moon indentation felt slightly warmer than the rest. A thrill, equal parts fear and wonder, shot through her. This was no ordinary stone. It was a key. Sleep was impossible. The image of that luminous forest burned behind her eyelids. Before dawn painted the sky with pale streaks of rose, Mira was pulling on her thickest woolen socks and a sturdy coat. She tucked the river stone deep into her pocket, its warmth a constant reassurance against her leg. She slipped out the cottage door, the air crisp and biting, carrying the scent of wood smoke and frost. She didn't know exactly where she was going, only that she needed to follow the creek, to the bend where she'd found the stone years ago. The familiar path looked different in the pre-dawn gloom. Frost crunched under her boots, and the skeletal branches of the willows reached like bony fingers. The creek gurgled, its voice louder, more insistent. When she reached the bend, a place where the water curved sharply around a mossy boulder, she stopped. This was the spot. She pulled out the stone. It felt heavier now, humming with a low, almost inaudible vibration. Taking a deep breath, Mira pressed her thumb firmly into the crescent moon mark. Again the silver-blue light bloomed, brighter this time, washing over the mossy boulder. Instead of forming a curtain, the light seemed to melt a section of the rock. The solid stone surface rippled like water, revealing not darkness, but the very edge of the luminous forest she'd glimpsed in her vision. She could smell it now, damp earth rich with unknown minerals, the sweet, clean scent of those glowing mushrooms, and something else, ozone like the air after lightning, but gentler. The sound of the creek faded, replaced by a profound, expectant silence. Heart-hammering, Mira stepped through the rippling stone. The transition was instantaneous. One moment she was in the chilly pre-dawn woods, the next she stood beneath the canopy of the shimmering trees. The air was noticeably warmer, thick with the scents she'd detected. The silence was immense, yet alive. It wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of a deep, resonant quiet, like the world holding its breath. The giant mushrooms pulsed softly, their light painting shifting patterns on the silver and purple bark of the trees. The starlight ferns trembled slightly, though there was no breeze. Above, the canopy wasn't sky, but a dense tapestry of glowing leaves in shades of deep blue and indigo, creating a perpetual twilight. This was the Glimmerwood. Mira stood frozen, awestruck. The scale was overwhelming. Everything felt ancient, watchful. She took a tentative step forward, the moss beneath her boots yielding silently. As she moved deeper, small wonders revealed themselves. Tiny beetles with iridescent carapaces scurried over roots, leaves unfurled with a soft sigh, and crystal-clear droplets of water hung suspended from fronds, refracting the ambient light into miniature rainbows. She followed a faint path winding between the giant mushroom caps, drawn by a distant, rhythmic sound like deep, slow chimes. The path led to a clearing where a small, perfectly still pool reflected the glowing canopy. Beside the pool, half hidden behind a curtain of luminous vines, sat a creature. Mira froze again, fear prickling her skin. It was large, easily the size of a pony, but shaped like a badger grown immense. Its fur wasn't brown and white, but a deep, velvety black shot through with streaks of silver that seemed to move like liquid mercury. Its eyes, large and intelligent, were the color of polished amber, reflecting the soft lights of the Glimmerwood. It had powerful shoulders and long claws that looked capable of tearing through stone. It was utterly magnificent and undeniably intimidating. It was a shadow stripe, a creature from village tales meant to warn children away from deep woods depicted as fierce, territorial beasts. The shadow stripe hadn't noticed her yet. It was focused intently on the still pool, its massive head tilted. As Mira watched, holding her breath, the creature reached out a massive, clawed paw and dipped a single claw tip into the water. Ripples spread, and as they touched the edges of the pool, the deep chime-like sound resonated softly through the clearing. The shadow stripe's expression wasn't fierce, it looked thoughtful, almost sad. Mira must have made a sound, a tiny gasp, the crunch of a leaf under her shifting foot. The shadow stripe's head snapped up. Its amber eyes locked onto hers. Mira's blood ran cold. She saw intelligence there and surprise, but also a flicker of something that looked remarkably like fear. It didn't roar or charge. It simply stared, frozen, its silver-streaked fur bristling slightly. Panic surged. Mira fumbled in her pocket, her fingers closing around the warm river stone. She didn't know what to do. Run. Hide. She squeezed the stone tightly, pressing the moon mark unconsciously. The stone pulsed, stronger than before. A wave of that calming silver-blue light washed out from her, gentle but distinct. It washed over the shadow stripe. The creature flinched, but then it relaxed. The bristling fur smoothed. The fear in its eyes melted into pure astonishment. It tilted its massive head again, studying Mira with intense curiosity. Then, incredibly, it made a sound. Not a growl, but a low, rumbling purr, deep and resonant, vibrating in Mira's chest. it was a sound of profound relief. Slowly, cautiously, Mira lowered the stone, though she kept it clasped in her hand. Hello, she whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The shadow stripe blinked its amber eyes. It didn't speak, but it dipped its head in a slow, deliberate nod. Then it gestured with its muzzle towards the pool. Mira, her fear slowly receding, replaced by burgeoning wonder, took a hesitant step closer. The shadow stripe watched her, then dipped its claw into the pool again. Chime. The sound vibrated through the air. This time, as the ripples spread, Mira saw something else. Faint images flickered within the water's reflection, not the canopy, but fleeting glimpses. A bright flash of light, a tremor shaking the ground, a sense of frantic movement. Then a shimmering barrier, like solidified moonlight, sealing off a section of the forest. The images faded with the ripples, leaving only the reflection once more. The light, Mira murmured, understanding dawning. Something happened, a bright light, and then a wall. She pointed towards the shimmering barrier she'd seen in the vision. The shadow stripe rumbled again, a sound of agreement mixed with deep sorrow. It nudged a large, flat stone beside the pool with its nose. On the stone were etched symbols, swirling lines, crescent moons, and a stylized depiction of a barrier. Mira traced the symbols with her finger. They felt familiar, echoing the patterns on her river stone. "This stone, it's connected, isn't it?" she asked, holding up her key. "To whatever happened to the wall." The shadow stripe nodded vigorously. It pointed its claw at the moon symbol on Mira's stone, then at the matching symbol etched onto the flat rock. Then it pointed deeper into the glimmerwood, in the direction the barrier had appeared in the vision. Its rumble held a note of pleading. You want me to help?" Mira asked, incredulous. "Help with what? Bring down the wall." Another emphatic nod. The great beast lowered its head, its amber eyes holding Mira's gaze. It wasn't demanding, it was asking. Trusting. This creature, feared in tales as a monster, was trapped, separated from something vital by a magical barrier only her strange stone seemed connected to. Its fear hadn't been of her, but for her, or perhaps for what her sudden appearance might mean. The light from her stone had calmed it, signaled she wasn't a threat. An unexpected warmth blossomed in Mira's chest, pushing aside the last remnants of her fear. This wasn't a terrifying beast, it was a lost soul, just like she sometimes felt. Her stone was the key, and this creature needed her help. Her quiet ache was forgotten, replaced by a sense of purpose so profound it felt like stepping into sunlight. "All right," Mira said, her voice stronger now. "Show me." The shadow stripe, whom Mira silently named Silas in her mind, led the way. Their journey through the glimmerwood was a passage through wonder and deepening mystery. Silas moved with surprising grace for his size, his paws making almost no sound on the thick moss. He knew the hidden paths, guiding Mira around areas where the ground shimmered with unstable light or where clusters of glowing, thorned vines hung low. He showed her marvels, groves where flowers bloomed with petals of pure crystal that chimed in a non-existent breeze, streams of liquid light that flowed over stones like mercury, and creatures of pure energy that darted through the air like living constellations. Silas communicated through gestures, rumbles, and expressive eyes. He pointed out plants with leaves that glowed brighter when touched, signaling safe paths. He showed Mira how to drink from dewdrops clinging to giant ferns, water so pure and sweet it tasted like cold starlight. He shared nuts from trees with bark that felt like velvet, nuts that tasted of honey and spice. He was patient, protective, and astonishingly gentle. Mira learned the glimmerwood was called the Veilwood by its inhabitants. Silas belonged to a clan of shadow stripes who were its ancient guardians, attuned to its deep magic. The Veilstone Mira's river stone was one of several ancient keys, attuned to the heart of the forest. They passed remnants of what must have been a thriving community, hollows in giant trees that looked like dwellings, clearings with patterns of stones arranged for gatherings, now overgrown and silent. The wall, Silas conveyed through gestures and sketches in the soft earth, had appeared suddenly after a violent surge of unnatural light, a light that felt cold and wrong. It had severed the Veilwood, trapping Silas and a few others on this side, separating them from the Heart Grove, the source of the forest's magic, and the rest of their clan. Without the Heart Grove's pulse, the Veilwood was slowly dimming, its magic fading. The fear in Silas's eyes wasn't just for himself, but for his entire world. The closer they got to the barrier, the more the atmosphere changed. The vibrant glow of the mushrooms and ferns grew dimmer. The air felt thinner, colder. The profound silence deepened into something oppressive. The sense of rich earth and ozone faded, replaced by a faint, acrid tang. The very trees seemed to droop, their shimmering bark dulled. Finally, they reached it. The barrier wasn't a physical wall, but a shimmering curtain of solidified moonlight, just as Mira had seen in the pool's vision. It stretched impossibly high, vanishing into the glowing canopy, and curved away into the distance on either side. It hummed with a low, dissonant frequency that set Mira's teeth on edge. Through its translucent surface, she could see the forest continuing on the other side, brighter, healthier, pulsing with stronger light. She could also see movement, other shadow stripes pacing anxiously near the barrier, their forms blurred by the distortion. They saw Silas and let out low, mournful calls that vibrated through the humming wall. Silas rumbled back, pressing his massive head against the barrier, a gesture of heartbreaking longing. Mira approached the humming wall. The cold emanating from it was palpable, leaching the warmth from her skin. She held up the veilstone. It pulsed warmly in response, the silver-blue light flaring brighter, pushing back against the cold. She pressed the stone against the barrier. ZZZZZZZT. A shock, sharp and painful, jolted up her arm. She cried out, stumbling back. The barrier flared angrily, a harsh white light momentarily overpowering the veilstone's glow. The dissonant hum intensified. The shadow stripes on the other side recoiled. Silas whined, a sound of deep concern. He nudged her gently with his muzzle. Mira rubbed her tingling arm, looking at the stone. The crescent moon mark glowed faintly. She hadn't just pressed it, she'd pushed it against the barrier with force, meeting resistance with resistance. That wasn't the way. Remembering how the light had calmed Silas, how it had woven the vision without force, Mira took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, focusing on the stone's warmth in her hand, its steady pulse. She thought not of breaking the wall, but of connection. Connection to Silas, to the Veilwood, to the Heart Grove beyond. She thought of the quiet ache she'd felt, the longing for belonging that resonated with the forest's fading light. She poured that feeling not force, but understanding, empathy, and a deep desire to mend into the stone. She opened her eyes. The veilstone glowed with a soft, steady radiance, the silver-blue light flowing outwards like gentle water. She didn't push it against the barrier this time. She simply held it near, letting its light touch the humming wall. The harsh humming softened. The cold lessened. The dissonant frequency wavered, becoming almost musical. Where the veilstone's light touched the barrier, the solidified moonlight rippled, becoming less opaque, more like flowing water. Mira saw the shadow stripes on the other side press closer, their amber eyes wide with hope. Encouraged, Mira focused harder, pouring her calm, her newfound purpose, her burgeoning friendship with Silas into the stone. The light grew stronger, spreading wider across the barrier's surface. A section about the size of a doorway began to visibly thin, becoming translucent, then almost clear. The low chime sound Silas had made at the pool resonated faintly through the thinning barrier. Silas rumbled, a sound vibrating with anticipation. He nudged Mira gently towards the thinning section. This was it. The key wasn't for smashing, it was for unlocking. Unlocking with gentleness, with understanding. Mira stepped closer to the shimmering doorway of light. She could feel the immense energy of the barrier humming around the edges of the opening, but within the circle defined by the Veilstone's influence, it felt calm, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. She took a deep breath, feeling the pure, vibrant energy of the untouched Veilwood beyond wash over her. It tasted like sunlight on dew and smelled of ancient, healthy earth. She looked back at Silas. His amber eyes held hers, filled with trust and a depth of gratitude that made her heart swell. He dipped his great head. Mira nodded, a silent pact sealed. She stepped through the shimmering gateway. The difference was immediate and profound. The air on this side was warmer, thicker with life and magic. The glow from the trees and plants was vibrant, almost blinding after the dimness of the fading section. The sense of profound silence was replaced by a soft symphony, the rustle of luminous leaves, the distant chime-like calls of unseen creatures, the gentle gurgle of a light stream nearby. It felt like stepping into the heart of a living jewel. Before her stretched a path leading deeper into the forest, towards a soft, golden radiance pulsing rhythmically in the distance, the Heart Grove. But Mira didn't move immediately. She turned back to the barrier, holding the Veilstone high. Its light shone steadily through the opening she'd created. Silas hesitated for only a moment on the other side, his massive form framed by the shimmering doorway. Then, with a powerful surge, he bounded through. He landed beside Mira with a soft thud on the vibrant moss, shaking his great head as if shedding the cold and silence of the trapped side. He let out a deep, resonant roar that echoed through the trees, not a sound of anger, but of pure, unadulterated joy and homecoming. From deeper within the healthy Veilwood, answering roars and calls erupted. Shapes moved swiftly through the trees' more shadow stripes, their silver-streaked black fur gleaming in the radiant light, their amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. They converged on the clearing by the barrier. The reunion was a sight Mira would never forget. Silas was enveloped by his kin nuzzling, rumbling, touching foreheads. The sounds were deep purrs, soft whines of relief, and joyful rumbles that vibrated the ground. They touched the Veilstone's light, still holding the gateway open with reverent curiosity, their massive forms surprisingly gentle around the small human girl. One shadow stripe, slightly larger than Silas with more pronounced silver streaks like lightning bolts across his shoulders, stepped forward. His eyes held ancient wisdom. He looked at Mira, then bowed his great head low, touching his forehead to the moss before her. The others followed suit. It was a gesture of profound respect, of gratitude that needed no words. The elder shadow stripe, whom Mira sensed was named Borin, gestured towards the pulsing golden light of the Heart Grove. Silas nudged Mira gently. Their journey wasn't over. The barrier was breached, but the Veilstone was needed at the source to fully heal the wound and restore the flow of magic to the entire forest, including the dimmed section Silas had been trapped in. The walk to the Heart Grove was a procession filled with quiet awe. Mira walked beside Silas, surrounded by the majestic shadow stripes. The forest here was even more magnificent. Trees towered like cathedrals of light, their leaves shifting colors like captured auroras. Creatures watched them pass, delicate, multi-legged beings made of woven light, shy forest sprites with wings like butterfly petals, and large, slow-moving creatures with hides like moss-covered stone. None showed fear, only curiosity and a sense of reverence for the procession heading towards the heart. The Heart Grove was a vast, open space beneath the glowing canopy. At its center stood not a tree, but a colossal, crystalline formation. It pulsed rhythmically with a warm, golden light, like a giant, benevolent heart. Veins of pure silver and deep emerald green ran through its structure, throbbing in time with the light. This was the Heartstone, the source of the Valewood's magic and life force. But Mira could see the problem immediately. A jagged, dark fissure ran through one side of the Heartstone. From this fissure leaked tendrils of that same cold, harsh white light she'd seen associated with the barrier. These tendrils snaked outwards, corrupting the ground around the Heartstone, turning the vibrant moss gray and brittle. The pulse of the Heartstone was weak, faltering. This was the source of the cold light that had created the barrier, the sickness draining the Valewood. Boren approached the Heartstone, placing a massive paw gently against its base. He rumbled, a sound of deep sorrow and communion. He looked back at Mira, then pointed at the fissure, then at her Veilstone. His meaning was clear. The key was needed here, at the source of the wound. Mira approached the colossal crystal. The air hummed with immense power, both benevolent and wounded. The cold emanating from the fissure was intense, but the warmth of the Veilstone in her hand countered it. She remembered the lesson at the barrier, not force but connection. Healing, not breaking. She closed her eyes, pressing the Veilstone against her own chest, feeling its steady pulse synchronize with her heartbeat. She thought of the Valewood's beauty, the glowing mushrooms, the starlight ferns, the chime-like sounds. She thought of Silas's gentle guidance, his trust, the profound relief in his eyes when he crossed through the barrier. She thought of her own quiet ache transformed into this incredible purpose. She gathered all these feelings: love for the forest, gratitude for the friendship, the deep desire for wholeness, and poured them into the Veilstone. The stone blazed with light, not the harsh white of the fissure, but a brilliant, pure silver blue that radiated warmth and calm. Mira opened her eyes and stepped forward. She didn't thrust the stone at the fissure. Instead, she placed it gently, like a healing poultice, directly onto the jagged, dark crack in the Heartstone. The reaction was instantaneous and profound. The cold, harsh light recoiled from the Veilstone's warmth like a living thing. The silver-blue light flowed into the fissure, not fighting but filling. It seeped into the dark crack, chasing the cold light, mending, sealing. Where the Veilstone's light touched the Heartstone, the crystal structure itself began to knit back together, the dark scar shrinking, replaced by veins of healthy gold and emerald. The pulse of the Heartstone grew stronger, steadier. The warm, golden light intensified, washing over the grove in waves. The gray, brittle moss around the base began to soften, regaining its vibrant green hue. The dissonant hum emanating from the fissure faded, replaced by a deep, resonant tone that harmonized with the Veilstone's chime. It was the sound of healing, of a world mending its own heart. Mira kept her hand on the stone, pouring her energy, her empathy, into the healing process. She felt a strange connection, not just to the Veilstone, but to the Heartstone itself, to the ancient magic flowing through the Valewood. It was vast and deep, yet welcoming. She felt Silas's presence beside her, a warm, solid comfort, his own deep rumbling adding a bass note to the healing harmony. Slowly, steadily, the fissure closed. The last tendrils of cold light dissipated like smoke in sunlight. The Veilstone's light dimmed back to its gentle pulse. Mira lifted her hand. The Heartstone stood whole again, pulsing with strong, steady, golden light. The dark scar was gone, replaced by seamless crystal. A wave of pure, vibrant energy burst forth from the Heartstone, rolling outwards like a gentle tide through the entire Valewood. The shadow stripes lifted their heads and roared in unison, a sound of pure triumph and relief that shook the leaves. The light in the grove intensified, bathing everything in warm gold. The trees seemed to straighten, their leaves glowing brighter. Even the air tasted sweeter, richer. Mira swayed, suddenly exhausted, but filled with an indescribable warmth. Silas nudged her gently, supporting her. Borin approached, his ancient eyes filled with tears that gleamed like liquid amber in the golden light. He bowed his head again, lower this time, and gently nudged her hand holding the veilstone. Then he turned and led the assembled shadow stripes in a slow, solemn circle around the restored heartstone, a ritual of gratitude. Mira knew it was time to go home. The Veilwood was healing, the barrier would likely dissolve completely now that the heartstone was whole. Silas walked her back to the shimmering gateway, which was now barely visible, just a faint ripple in the air. The cold and silence from the other side were gone, replaced by the burgeoning vitality spreading from the heart grove. At the gateway, Silas stopped. He looked down at Mira, his amber eyes filled with an emotion deeper than words could convey. He lowered his massive head and gently nuzzled her cheek, his fur soft and warm. A rumble deep and pure vibrated from his chest, a sound of farewell, of profound thanks, and of eternal friendship. Mira hugged his great head, burying her face in his silver-streaked fur for a moment. "Goodbye, Silas," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you." She stepped through the faint ripple. She was back by Rowan Creek, the chilly pre-dawn air sharp after the Veilwood's warmth. The mossy boulder was just a mossy boulder again. She looked back. The shimmer was gone. The connection was closed but not severed. She could still feel the echo of the Heartstone's pulse, faint but warm, resonating from the veilstone in her pocket. The walk back to the cottage felt different. The familiar woods were no longer just trees and path. They hummed with a subtle vibrancy she hadn't noticed before. The quiet ache inside her was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and belonging that stretched far beyond the village. She carried a hidden world within her, a friendship that defied all tales, and the quiet knowledge that even the smallest stone could hold the key to extraordinary journeys. She slipped back into the cottage just as the first true rays of dawn painted the sky. The fire had died down to embers, casting a soft, rosy glow. Mira climbed into her bed, pulling the covers up. She took the veilstone from her pocket. It was warm, pulsing softly with its own gentle rhythm, the crescent moon mark faintly visible. It no longer felt like just a stone, it felt like a promise, a reminder. As she drifted towards sleep, the images played behind her closed eyelids. The towering, shimmering trees, the giant glowing mushrooms, the deep amber eyes filled with trust, the immense, gentle creature who was her friend, the wave of golden light healing a wounded heart of crystal. The world outside her window seemed richer, deeper, holding secrets and wonders just beneath the surface. She held the warm stone close, its steady pulse a lullaby against her palm, a silent echo of a distant forest's restored heartbeat, and the unbreakable bond forged within its luminous depths. She wasn't just Mira anymore. She was the keeper of a secret, a friend to giants, and forever touched by the magic of the Veilwood. And as sleep finally claimed her, a soft smile touched her lips, knowing that wonder wasn't just in hidden forests but carried always within, a warm stone's breadth away. The quilt had always been there, draped across the foot of grandmother's bed like a patchwork sunset. 12-year-old Clara traced the fraying edges with her fingertips the morning after the funeral, each square whispering stories beneath her touch. The cinnamon-scented room still held the shape of absence, sunlight pooling in dust motes where a familiar voice should have been. It was when her tears fell upon a triangular scrap of indigo velvet that the first thread began to glow. "Mind the stitching, little one," chirped a voice like rustling tissue paper. Clara jerked back as a silver thimble rolled off the bedside table, sprouting delicate clockwork legs. It scuttled up the quilt's topography, pausing beneath an embroidered willow tree. "Your sorrow's tugging the seams loose. Can't have the memory roots coming unraveled, can we?" The world tilted. Clara gripped the quilt as the thimble's glow spread through the fabric like liquid starlight. Suddenly she stood beneath the willow's weeping branches, fireflies humming a lullaby between its leaves. A starling with feathers like mother of pearl hopped down from its perch. "Ah, the thimbles sent us a mender. You'll be wanting to speak with the keeper of threads, I expect." Thus began Clara's journey through the stitched realm. The quilt's patches became forests of velvet moss and mountains of crocheted cloud. She met a badger in waistcoat pockets who sorted memories into honeycomb shelves, his spectacles gleaming with the light of 1,000 captured fireflies. "Every stitch holds a heartbeat," he explained, patting a square depicting children chasing maple seeds. "Your grandmother wove her joys here, but see this torn edge." His claw trembled near a fraying patch of storm-gray wool. Grief left unmended becomes a hole. Guided by the thimble, who insisted on being called Monsieur Peak, Clara learned to listen to the quilt's whispers. A tea-stained linen square taught her the song of rain on attic windows through its scent of bergamot and nostalgia. A hexagonal scrap of bridal silk hummed with the vibration of long-ago laughter. But the storm-gray patch grew darker, its threads snapping one by one like over-tightened violin strings. The crisis came when Clara found the river of embroidered silver thread running cloudy. The memory currents clogged with unshed tears, clucked Madame Charu, a kingfisher whose plumage shifted between sapphire and sorrow blue. She perched on Clara's shoulder as they floated past button mushrooms, glowing with bioluminescent moss. Mend the tear before midnight, or the stories will unravel forever. In the gray patch's tempest, Clara discovered the heart of her grandmother's grief, a loss too sharp for words, hidden beneath years of bedtime stories and chamomile tea. The thimble rattled anxiously as wind whipped the embroidered raindrops sideways. "We'll need more than thread here," Monsieur Peak shouted over the gale. "This storm feeds on lonely silence." Remembering the badger's archives and the starling's songs, Clara began weaving not with needle, but with truth. She stitched apologies left unsaid into the fabric with help from the quilt's creatures, each confession a golden thread against the gloom. The kingfisher dived for river pearls of understanding, the badger unearthed buried kindnesses from his honeycomb vaults, and together they patched the tear with forgiveness's fragile lace. As the last stitch settled, the storm gray softened to dawn's first light. Clara found herself back in her grandmother's room, the quilt warm around her shoulders. The indigo triangle where her tear had fallen now shimmered with new embroidery, a girl and a thimble walking a path of starlight, surrounded by creatures stitching the night with laughter. Years later, when Clara's own granddaughter marveled at the quilt's whispering patches, she'd smile and smooth the silver-threaded storm. "The strongest mends aren't hidden," she'd say, tracing the repaired seam. "They're where the light gets in." And if sometimes the thimble seemed to wink from its drawer, or a starling's song carried notes of a familiar lullaby, well, that's simply how stories breathe. The quilt remains, softer now, its patches telling tales of a girl who learned that grief and joy share the same thread. In the quiet hours, when moonlight slants through the window just so, you might glimpse the stitched realm's guardians moving through their tapestry world, keeping watch, keeping mended, keeping the stories alive for the next heart ready to listen. In a quiet village nestled between hills that hummed with the secrets of ancient stones, there lived a shy girl named Marisol who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with porcelain discs and mother-of-pearl orbs, each rescued from muddy puddles or dusty corners of the general store. But on the eve of her 11th birthday, as she climbed the creaking ladder to the rarely visited attic, Marisol discovered a button that didn't belong to any coat or cardigan in existence. It glowed faintly in the amber afternoon light slipping through the cobwebbed window, a circle of what seemed to be solidified moonlight, its edges threaded with silver veins. When she brushed her thumb across its surface, the air shimmered like heat over a summer road, and suddenly Marisol stood not in the dusty attic, but at the edge of a twilight forest where trees whispered in a language of rustling leaves and creaking boughs. "Ah," said a voice like wind through barley, "you've found the threshold button." A badger emerged from the ferns, his fur silver-tipped and eyes bright as polished chestnuts. He wore a tiny waistcoat stitched with acorn caps and carried a lantern made from a hollowed persimmon. "I'm Thistle," he said, bowing so his whiskers brushed the moss. "Keeper of Crossroads, that button's been missing for 3 centuries, give or take a decade." Marisol's knees trembled, but the warm cinnamon scent of the forest and Thistle's patiently swishing tail steadied her. What is this place?" "The Between," Thistle explained, leading her down a path paved with dandelion fluff. "Where lost things wait to be remembered, that button opens doors to worlds that need mending. Seems it chose you to help with a particularly stubborn snag in the fabric of things." As they walked, the trees parted to reveal a valley, where a river of liquid starlight curled around a hill. Upon it stood a tower made not of stone, but of interlocked teaspoons, their handles forming delicate balconies. "The Tower of Unspilled Secrets," Thistle murmured. "Home to the wisp folk, or it was, before their memories started unraveling." Marisol squinted. Tiny figures flitted about the tower, but their forms blurred at the edges like ink in water. One floated down, a creature no taller than her hand, with moth-wing ears and hair like spun sugar. "I'm Fig," they said, voice chiming with despair. "We're forgetting how to be. Yesterday our archivist misplaced the recipe for moonlight, and this morning our bridgekeeper forgot how to weave rainbows." The problem became clear as Marisol explored. Every wispfolk's essence was tied to a specific memory stored in glass jars lining the tower walls. But the jars were clouding over, their labels fading. "Our remembering well ran dry," Fig mourned, pointing to a cobwebbed fountain where only dust remained. "Without it, we can't maintain the magic that tells us who we are." That night, as fireflies painted the valley in gold, Marisol studied the threshold button glowing in her palm. Its silver veins pulsed like a heartbeat. "Why me?" she asked Thistle, who was roasting elderflower marshmallows over a campfire. The badger twitched his nose. "You mend buttons, yes, reattach what's come loose. The wisp folks' memories aren't gone, just scattered, like your button jar after it tips over." He gestured to the starry river below. "Someone needs to gather what's been lost and stitch it back into place." So began Marisol's gentle quest. With Fig as her guide, she navigated the Between's hidden corners, a cave where echoes crystallized into quartz tears, a meadow where forgotten promises sprouted as indigo flowers. Each place held fragments of the wispfolk's memories, which Marisol collected in her apron pockets, whispering to them as she'd done to buttons, stories of where she'd found them, what they might have once been part of. The real challenge came at the Moonlace Bog, where the most precious memories had sunk into the peat. "They're too deep," Fig wailed as Marisol's boots sank to the ankles in silvery mud. "We'll never retrieve the Song of Dawn or the secret of making shadows dance." But Marisol, remembering how she'd once loosened a button sewn too tight by soaking it in lavender oil, sat cross-legged at the bog's edge. From her pocket, she drew the threshold button and pressed it to the earth. "Show me," she breathed. The bog waters rippled, revealing not mud, but 1,000 glowing threads stretching into the depths, each a connection to something cherished. Marisol's fingers hovered above a thread that thrummed with laughter. "This one remembers birthday candles," she said. Another vibrated with the scent of rain on hot stones. This held the name of every star. "But how do we pull them up?" Fig asked. Marisol smiled. "We don't. We remind them they're loved." Cupping her hands, she sang a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, a simple tune about paper boats and willow trees. The bog lights brightened. One by one, memories floated to the surface like soap bubbles, each containing a gleaming shard of the wispfolk's essence. When the last memory was gathered, the remembering well bubbled to life with water clear and cool. As Fig poured the collected memories into its depths, the tower's teaspoons chimed like celestial bells. Wispfolk regained their clarity. The archivist suddenly recalled how to bind moonlight into books. The bridgekeeper spun a rainbow so vivid it cast prisms on the hills. At dawn, Thistle met Marisol at the forest's edge. "Time works differently here," he said, nodding at the threshold button in her hand. "You've been gone 97 minutes, just enough to avoid parental concern." Fig pressed a gift into Marisol's palm, a thimble forged from starlight and gratitude. For your button mending, they chimed. Now you'll always feel when something needs tending, even before it's lost. The return was simpler than the departure. A click of the threshold button, a swirl of cinnamon-scented air, and Marisol stood again in the attic, moonlight pooling around her shoes. Downstairs her mother called, "Marisol, your hot cocoa's ready." Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who could find anything. A widow's missing wedding ring lodged behind a dresser, a child's beloved chalk drawing erased by rain. Marisol kept the thimble in her button jar, its warmth guiding her to what others thought gone forever. And on clear nights, if she pressed the threshold button to her bedroom window, she'd glimpse a tower of teaspoon balconies where wispfolk waved with crystalline hands, their memories glowing bright as forever-lit lanterns. But that's a story for another night. For now, let the image linger, of starlight caught in a thimble, of memories tenderly stitched, of a girl who learned that lost things aren't truly gone, just waiting for gentle hands to bring them home. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it, you may discover wonders beyond imagination. That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, Keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. The lantern light trembled in the crisp autumn air as Milo paused at the edge of the Whisperwood, his breath making little clouds that danced with the falling maple leaves. He'd followed the peculiar map etched into the old library desk, the one that only appeared when moonlight struck the wood at precisely 8:03 p.m., and now stood before a path paved not with stones, but with luminous mushrooms arranged in spiral patterns. Their caps glowed softly in hues of periwinkle and primrose, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon with wiggling fingers of light. The forest exhaled a melody as he stepped onto the mushroom path. Not music exactly, but the creak of ancient trees swaying in conversation, the rustle of ferns unfurling silver fronds, and somewhere distant, the liquid chuckle of water over smooth stones. Milo's boots sank into moss so thick and springy it felt like walking on grandmother's feather quilt, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, vanilla, honeycomb. That made his stomach rumble despite the butterflies flapping within it. He nearly tripped over the first creature, a hedgehog no larger than his palm, its quills shimmering like polished hematite. It blinked up at him with eyes like molten amber, tiny paws clutching a bundle of acorns wrapped in cobweb thread. "Mind the step," it piped in a voice like wind through reeds, gesturing with its snout toward a root that had indeed begun to rise from the path. Milo crouched, fascinated, as the root reshaped itself into a small archway threaded with bioluminescent lichen. "Thank you," he whispered, but the hedgehog had already vanished, leaving behind a single acorn tied with golden thread. Milo pocketed it carefully, the shell warm against his fingers. Deeper into the wood, the air grew thicker with magic, not the scary sort from storybooks, but the kind that made his sweater sleeves tingle as if full of static. He paused by a brook where the water flowed upward, droplets catching starlight as they defied gravity to water clusters of upside-down violets growing on the underside of a granite shelf. It was there he met Lila, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water, her tail tipped with what appeared to be actual stardust. "You're here for the moonlight market," she stated more than asked, patting circles around him. When Milo nodded, too awestruck to form words, she nosed a birch leaf into his hand. "Trade this at the third stall, and don't pet the willow cats, they shed prophecies and you're not ready for those." The market materialized as he crossed a bridge of woven ferns, lanterns blooming to life one by one like fireflies answering a summons. Stalls lined the clearing, tended by creatures both familiar and fantastical. An owl with books nested in its feathers haggling with a frog wearing a waistcoat, a badger stirring a cauldron of soup that smelled like every good memory Milo had ever tasted. At the third stall, a towering moth with antennae like crystal chandeliers accepted his birch leaf gravely, exchanging it for a compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward needed truths. The challenges came gently, as the forest tested not his might, but his heart. He helped reunite a lost moonbeam with its constellation, discovering the beam was actually a mischievous rabbit made of solidified light. He soothed a weeping sapling by humming the lullaby his mother sang when thunderstorms rattled their farmhouse windows. When faced with a stone door carved with riddles, he realized the answers weren't words but actions, sharing his last walnut cookie with a trio of pebble mice, offering his scarf to a shivering cluster of glowworms. In the grove at the wood's heart, Milo found the source of the map's promise, a tree older than time, its bark etched with stories that shifted as he tilted his head. The roots cradled a pool where the water showed not reflections but possibilities, himself teaching the hedgehog to knit with spider silk, reading poetry to the upside-down violets, learning the language of rain from Leela. As he gazed, the compass grew warm in his hand, its needle spinning wildly before settling on his own chest. "You've always known the way home," murmured the tree, though its leaves didn't move. Adventure isn't about finding new places, but seeing with new eyes. The return journey felt shorter yet richer, the forest now waving farewell with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, the path offering up a perfect heart-shaped stone that fit snugly in his palm. When Milo emerged from the Whisperwood, dawn pinkening the sky like the inside of a seashell, he found the strange acorn from the hedgehog had sprouted in his pocket, a tiny sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred them. He planted it by his bedroom window, where on quiet nights, if he presses his ear to the trunk, he can hear distant fox laughter and the splash of upward-flowing streams. The compass lives on his desk, needle quivering whenever he faces a choice, pointing steadfastly toward kindness. And sometimes, when the moon hits his window at precisely 8:03, the sapling's shadow casts a new map on his wall, but that, as they say, is a story for another night. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, As the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the Whispering Woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the Whispering Woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. In the sleepy village of Mosklin Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons and lanterns glowed with captured starlight, young Finn noticed something peculiar. Every morning for 3 days, the villagers awoke to find their freshly baked loaves of sunseed bread missing from windowsills. Not a crumb remained, only a faint, shimmering trail of lavender dust leading toward the Whispering Woods. Finn, with his patchwork satchel and curious heart, decided to investigate. The first clue came from old Mrs. Bramble, whose cottage smelled perpetually of cinnamon and wisdom. "The dust," she murmured, stroking her ginger cat, "reminds me of moon-petal pollen. But moon-petals only bloom under full moons, child, and last night was but a sliver." Finn examined the glittering path. Each speck pulsed softly, like a sleeping firefly. He scooped a sample into a maple leaf, tucking it carefully into his satchel. As twilight painted the sky in plum and apricot hues, Finn followed the trail into the Whispering Woods. Ancient oaks hummed low lullabies, their roots cradling pools of liquid moonlight. There, beneath a canopy of weeping willows, he met Orla, a badger whose silver-tipped fur held constellations of wisdom. "Troubled by vanishings, little one," she rumbled kindly. "Seek the glimmer folk, they guard nature's secrets but dislike direct questions. Observe instead." For hours, Finn sat silently by a mossy stump, watching. Dragonflies with stained glass wings danced above the ferns. Suddenly, a cluster of tiny, luminous creatures, no larger than acorns, fluttered down. Their bodies glowed like captured twilight, shedding lavender dust as they moved. Finn held his breath. The Glimmerfolk didn't steal the bread, they ignored it entirely. Instead, they gathered around a cluster of withered moon-petal buds, sprinkling pollen with desperate little sighs. The buds remained tightly closed. Finn's mind whirred. Moon petals needed full moonlight to bloom, but the glimmer folk were trying to force them open early. Why? Remembering Mrs. Bramble's words, he studied his leaf sample. The stolen bread's warmth. Sunseed bread retained oven heat for hours, perhaps enough to mimic moonlight's gentle touch. The glimmer folk must have taken the loaves to warm the buds, leaving pollen trails when they flew back. Gently, Finn approached Orla. "They're not thieves, they're gardeners in a hurry, but why?" The badger's eyes softened. "Ah, tomorrow is the Bloomtide Festival. Without moon petals, the glimmer folk can't weave their starlight cloaks for the winter migration. The crescent moon isn't strong enough this year." Finn hatched a plan. That night he gathered every villager's leftover bread, still warm in quilted napkins. With Orla guiding him, they placed the loaves around the moonpetal patch like cozy little hearths. Then, hidden in the ferns, Finn played his reed flute, a melody mimicking the full moon's lullaby. Slowly, miraculously, the buds unfurled into luminous silver blossoms. The glimmer folk erupted in joyful chirps, weaving their cloaks as the petals glowed. At dawn, Mosklin Hollow awoke not to missing bread, but to windowsills laden with moonpetal honey cakes, a glimmer folk thank you. Finn found a tiny starlight cloak pin on his pillow, humming with warmth. The mystery hadn't been one of theft, but of silent helpers struggling unseen. And as the village shared honey cakes under the rising sun, they understood. Kindness often reveals itself in unexpected ways, and solutions bloom brightest when nurtured with patience and trust. The woods whispered in agreement, and Finn smiled, knowing some secrets were sweeter when gently unraveled. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the lumina's leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the fourth morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions. His grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction, Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. Compassion is the deepest tide. Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the sea of whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. You mended more than the pearl, you wove two worlds with kindness. As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. The sea isn't hungry, he declared. It's grieving. He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it? Finn smiled, touching the Moonstone. It sought the heart's true harbor. Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the sea of whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The Moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped it like gentle hands. Every cottage had smoke curling from its chimney, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the crisp autumn air. Young Felix, with eyes as bright as polished acorns, loved Bramble Hollow's quiet rhythms, until the morning the mysteries began. First, it was the pies. Mrs. Thistlewick's famous blackberry pie, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, save for one perfectly triangular slice left on a porcelain plate. The next day, Mr. Oakenshaw found his prize-winning pumpkin missing a single, seedless wedge. Then the village sundial's shadow began tracing nonsensical patterns, pointing toward the whispering pines at noon and the duck pond at sunset. Soft, silvery giggles echoed down the lanes after twilight, leaving no footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Felix, wrapped in his patchwork scarf, decided to investigate. He carried a notebook and a pocketful of hazelnuts, useful for bribing woodland informants. His first stop was the mossy cottage of Old Fern, a gardener whose braided hair smelled of rosemary and rain. Hum, Fern murmured, tending her moon petals that glowed faintly in the shade. Magic's like a shy hedgehog, Felix. Poke too hard and it rolls up tight. Watch instead. She gifted him spectacles made of dandelion fluff and spider silk. These see what wishes to stay hidden. With the spectacles perched on his nose, Felix noticed shimmering trails, like heat ripples, leading from the missing pies toward the enchanted glade. There, beneath a grandfather oak, sat a family of luminous squirrels. Their fur sparkled like crushed stars, and they nibbled acorns with tiny, polite bites. "Oh, the slices," chirped the eldest, her tail twitching anxiously. "We only take what's offered to the wind. The crumb caller sings at midnight, and the treats appear on toadstool platters. We thought it was a gift." Felix's mind whirred. if not the squirrels who. That night he hid behind a barrel near the sundial, Fern's spectacles gleaming. As the clock tower chimed 12, the giggles returned. The sundial's shadow quivered, then a small, translucent creature materialized. It resembled a cross between a dragonfly and a cloud, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like molten honey. It held a crumb of pie in its tiny hands, humming as it placed it precisely where the shadow pointed due east. "Hello," Felix whispered. The creature zipped behind a holly bush, vibrating with fear. "I won't hurt you, are you the crumb caller?" Slowly it emerged, a crumble sprite, Fern explained later, drawn to forgotten treats and lost time. "I'm Pip," it peeped. "I tidy up crumbs so ants don't quarrel over them, but the sundial, it looked so lonely, stuck in one place forever. I thought if I fed it crumbs at happy moments, it might dance." Pip's wings drooped. "Instead, I broke it." The pieces clicked. Pip's crumb offerings were meant as sundial snacks, but each crumb absorbed a moment. Mrs. Thistlewick's sigh of contentment as she baked, Mr. Oakenshaw's chuckle when he harvested his pumpkin. When Pip placed them on the sundial, it replayed those emotions, spinning its shadow in joy. The giggles. Pip's flustered apologies when crumbs tumbled. Felix smiled. "You didn't break it, you made it feel." Together, they devised a plan. At the next village feast, everyone left a crumb on a windowsill for Pip. The sundial, now fed with shared laughter, settled peacefully. Pip became Bramble Hollow's keeper of small delights, polishing dewdrops and arranging fallen leaves into cozy beds for beetles. And every full moon, the villagers leave a triangular slice of pie on a toadstool, where Pip and the luminous squirrels share stories under the grandfather oak, their laughter blending with the wind. The mysteries ended, but Bramble Hollow glowed warmer, its quiet rhythms now woven with the soft hum of a sprite's wings and the contentment of things lovingly mended. Felix drifted to sleep each night to the sound of the sundial's gentle shadow sweeping across the stars like a lullaby. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. In the shimmering valley of Whifflewisp, where rivers flowed uphill on Tuesdays and clouds tasted faintly of peppermint, lived three dearest friends. Barnaby Bumblecrumb, a bear-sized baker with oven-mitt paws, could make pastries pirouette midair when he whistled. Posy Puddleduck, a tiny girl with fern-green hair, spoke exclusively in rhyming couplets and carried a parasol that sprouted fresh daisies hourly. And Figaro, a nervous firefly whose tail flickered rainbow hues whenever he told fibs, which was often accidentally. Their home, Puddington Village, thrived under the glimmer globe, a floating crystal that sprinkled stardust each dawn to keep the cobblestones bouncy and the toadstool houses giggly. But one misty morning, disaster struck. The glimmer globe hiccuped violently, showering everything in soggy tapioca pearls instead of stardust. Houses drooped, streets stuck like taffy, and worst of all, Barnaby's cinnamon swirl croissants lay heavy as bricks. "Oh, crumbs," he wailed midst flapping. "The grand sugarplum parade is tomorrow." Posy twirled her daisy parasol thoughtfully. "When magic goes quite lumpy thick, / we must find why the globe feels sick." Figaro's tail blushed violet. I might have seen something. Yesterday, while chasing a waffle-scented breeze, I spotted sparkly sneezes near Whisperwood woods. Barnaby gasped. "Sparkly sneezes, that sounds like Snufflekins." Snufflekins was a reclusive, woolly creature shaped like a teapot, who powered the globe with dream snorts from his mossy cavern. Racing past caramel quicksand pits and bridges made of licorice laces, the trio found Snufflekin's cave eerily silent. Inside, the poor beast lay buried under mountains of rainbow lint, sneezing feebly. Achoo. Glitter puffed weakly from his trunk. "His dream snorts are clogged," realized Posy. "To fix this fuzzy plight, / we must unmess his snoozes right." But how? Barnaby tried vacuuming with a souffle pump. It just blew raspberry cream everywhere. Figaro attempted organizing the lint by color, but his fibbing tail turned everything polka-dotted. Posy pondered, watching her parasol bloom anew. Suddenly, she beamed. "When daisies drink the morning dew, / they whisper wishes. Maybe you." She plucked petals, scattering them over Snufflekins. "Dear daisies, please make lint unstick, / with tickles light and feather quick." The petals quivered, then zipped about like giggling hummingbirds. They dive-bombed the lint piles, tickling them into floating, wriggling shapes, butterflies of angora, bunnies of cashmere, even a sweater swan that honked merrily. Snufflekins snorted awake with a tremendous kachoo. A glitter storm erupted, sweeping the lint creatures out the cave in a joyous parade. The glimmer globe overhead pulsed back to life, showering proper stardust that dissolved the tapioca mess instantly. Next morning, the sugarplum parade began with Barnaby's croissants waltzing on flaky tiptoes. But the real surprise came when Snufflekins arrived, riding a lint giraffe, leading a procession of yarn puppies and channel caterpillars. Figaro's tail blazed honest gold as children fed lint creatures gumdrop treats. And Posy. She danced atop Barnaby's hat, singing, "When troubles seem too sticky slow, slash just tickle them with daisies, ho." As moonbeams painted the valley in marmalade hues, the friends snuggled under Barnaby's quilted apron, now magically stretchy. They chuckled, remembering how the sweater swan tried nesting in Figaro's antennae, and how Barnaby's floating eclairs formed a conga line. Snufflekins snoozed nearby, his snores puffing miniature constellations that winked above the drowsy village. All was sweet and soft, like the inside of a just-opened macaron, proving that even the fluffiest troubles unravel beautifully with friends, daisies, and a well-timed tickle. And so Puddington drifted into dreams, where lint bunnies hopped through candy cane forests, and every sneeze ended in a shower of sherbet stars.